Chapter 251, 251. Tony Stark wanted in on the project. Drex Valen refused immediately. Absolutely not. If Tony got involved, there was no telling what kind of nightmare the future timeline would mutate into. One minute, it would be a planetary defense ship. The next, it would turn into something ridiculous involving a transforming super battleship fighting alien giants in orbit. Tony misunderstood the rejection completely. He assumed Drex simply believed he could handle the project alone and didn't need help. It irritated him a little, but not enough to start an argument. Instead, Stark quietly decided to compete. Without informing Drex, he secretly dragged Bruce Banner into developing their own super battleship project behind the scenes. Fortunately for them, Drex normally kept his super hearing and enhanced vision restrained during daily life. Otherwise, existing would become unbearable. Constantly processing every sound and visual detail on Earth at once would drive almost anyone insane. So Tony's secret project escaped detection. Truthfully, Drex could have assembled his invincible warship in the blink of an eye if he wanted to. But that would have shattered humanity's remaining sense of sanity. Instead, he deliberately slowed the process down. There was no rush anyway. Still needed architects, engineers, and urban planners to redesign New York into its future headquarters. Even if the warship were completed immediately, there was nowhere suitable to dock something of that scale yet. 3,000 miles from Earth, a colossal warship drifted silently through the darkness of space, its bow pointed directly toward the blue planet ahead. Inside the command chamber, a figure stood before a massive projection display showing Earth suspended among the stars. A crimson cape hung behind him. His hands rested calmly behind his back. His expression never changed. An alien officer approached respectfully and bowed. "My lord, we are nearing the planet called Earth." "I know," the man replied calmly. These satellites detected the approaching vessel. Just hearing it gave him headaches. "Notify the director," Fury ordered immediately. This was firmly within the category of problems requiring specialists. Once the heroes learned about the incoming warship, they reached the same conclusion almost instantly. They couldn't allow another invasion to begin on Earth itself. One destroyed city was already too many, which created a new problem. Satellite scans showed the alien ship remained over 3,000 miles away from Earth. How exactly were they supposed to reach it? Tony's newest Mark armor could theoretically operate in space for limited periods. Thor obviously didn't care about space exposure at all. If Banner transformed into the Hulk, surviving in space probably wouldn't be an issue either. Unfortunately, Hulk couldn't fly. Nobody expected him to leap 3,000 miles off the planet and land on an enemy warship. Earth still lacked true spacefaring vehicles. Tony Stark was a genius engineer, but aerospace development wasn't exactly something you mastered overnight. Given enough time, he could absolutely build an interstellar craft. Right now, however, time was the one thing they didn't have. Thankfully, someone quickly remembered Drex Valen existed. The greatest scientific mind in human history listened to the situation, and his first thought was, who the hell is stealing my storyline? Because according to Drex's own plans, Earth wasn't supposed to face this kind of threat yet. He had an entire progression prepared. First, Frisia's empire would target Earth. The Jinya Force would arrive ahead of the invasion and utterly overwhelm the heroes, forcing them to understand that the universe contained bizarre powers and combat abilities far beyond their current experience. Then Vegeta and Nappa would appear. Then the Dark Matter Thieves, led by Boros. He had pacing, structure, escalation. Now some random alien warship had jumped ahead in the script. Still, Drex handed over a spaceship without hesitation. At this point, even he was curious who had arrived. Once they received the vessel, the heroes rapidly finalized a battle plan. Their strategy remained deeply rooted in classic superhero logic. Simple, aggressive, and extremely American. In short, hit them first. Using the ship's cloaking system for cover, they would board the enemy vessel directly, locate the command center, overwhelm the opposing leader at maximum speed, and force answers out of them before the situation escalated further. If possible, They would use the commander as leverage to force a retreat. Of course, someone eventually raised the issue of language barriers. Drex had already solved that too. He provided them with a universal translator. The technology apparently combined neural wave interpretation and psychic decoding systems. The details sounded absurdly complicated, but the end result was simple. Any language translated automatically into English, and English translated back into the listener's native tongue. Aboard the alien warship, the caped figure still stood silently before Earth's projection when the alien officer returned. The figure barely reacted. The officer hesitated briefly. They're using primitive optical camouflage technology to conceal themselves. The caped man responded lazily. Another pause. The figure waved a hand dismissively. A faint smile appeared. Let them board the ship. When Tony confidently declared that there's no way aliens can detect this ship, everyone had remained skeptical. According to Stark, he had integrated his optical camouflage systems into the spacecraft and designed adaptive electromagnetic cloaking capable of dynamically adjusting to incoming light frequencies. In simpler terms, invisible space magic engineered by Tony Stark. Shockingly, it actually worked. The heroes crossed deep into enemy detection range without triggering any alarms at all. At least, not until they landed. The moment the boarding party touched down on the enemy deck, hundreds of alien soldiers emerged from every direction as though they had been waiting for them the entire time. The heroes instantly found themselves surrounded. At that point, there wasn't much left to discuss. They fought, because that was what superheroes did. In terms of interstellar firepower, Earth couldn't compete with advanced alien civilizations at all. A true planetary warship could probably flatten Earth from orbit without much effort. But close-quarters combat? That was a completely different story. Across the universe, there honestly weren't many forces that could overpower Earth's top superheroes in a direct fight. The heroes immediately slipped into familiar rhythm. Clear the minions first. The alien deck erupted into chaos as Earth's champions unleashed an avalanche of wildly destructive attacks, explosions, energy blasts, lightning, and brute force across the battlefield. A distinctly Earth-style welcome party. Chapter 252. Most superheroes couldn't fight effectively in open space, so Tony Stark improvised. Again, using the alien ship Drex Valen had provided as a foundation, Tony rapidly equipped the team with specialized extravehicular combat suits. The suits featured propulsion systems mounted on the boots and back, allowing movement in zero gravity while preventing the deeply embarrassing possibility of someone accidentally kicking off a wall and drifting endlessly into space. The heroes tore through the alien troops like a hurricane. Against ordinary soldiers, the fight barely qualified as combat. It was extermination. Within minutes, the first wave of alien defenders collapsed under the assault. Iron Man blasted a massive hole through the outer hull with a concentrated repulsor cannon, and the heroes surged into the ship's interior. Inside, the vessel maintained an artificial environment modeled after the atmosphere of the aliens' homeworld. Gravity felt close enough to Earth's to make little difference. That only made the superheroes more dangerous. The moment their footing stabilized, they charged through the corridors like predators unleashed into a crowded cage. Alien soldiers were sent flying in every direction, unable to withstand even a single exchange. A few minutes later, a heavily armored giant burst from deeper within the warship. The alien carried an enormous battle axe and radiated the sort of presence that screamed elite commander. Nearby soldiers immediately moved aside for him, visibly respectful. The brute roared and swung the axe downward. The weapon looked powerful. The armor looked expensive. The entrance was dramatic. Unfortunately, he never got the chance to demonstrate his actual skill. Before the axe completed its first swing, Hulk punched him square across the face. The alien commander blasted backward like artillery fire, smashed through multiple walls, and disappeared into the distance. Every alien soldier nearby froze in horror. Their reactions were so extreme that several of them began staring at the heroes like they were the monsters. They seemed pretty shocked, Tony said while weaving through enemy lines in his armor. He glanced toward Hulk. Hulk slammed both fists into the floor hard enough to crack the deck, plating apart, the shockwave throwing soldiers through the air. Message received. As far as Hulk was concerned, that commander felt no different from the rest of the cannon fodder. A cold voice echoed from above. Everyone looked up. A man and woman descended from an upper platform simultaneously. Both possessed pale violet skin and wore ornate armor beneath flowing cloaks. Their equipment and bearing clearly placed them far above ordinary soldiers. The superheroes obviously had no idea how Shi'ar military ranks worked, but judging from the surrounding soldiers' reactions, these two outranked the Axe commander by a significant margin. The moment the fight began, the difference became obvious. These two were genuinely stronger. Their armor enhanced physical performance, amplifying speed, power, and mobility to levels far beyond normal troops. Compared to the earlier enemies, they were elite combatants, which meant they survived almost 10 whole moves before getting demolished. Earth's superheroes had never been the type to politely wait for one-on-one duels. Teamwork was their default setting. One enemy? Jump them together. An army? Still charge together. The two Shi'ar elites instantly found themselves eating repulsor blasts, missile barges, Gatling fire, red fists, green fists, yellow-green fists, and finally a generous serving of Hulk-style trauma therapy. As the battle continued, the heroes' confidence skyrocketed. At first, hearing the aliens describe themselves as members of the Shi'ar Empire, supposedly the greatest empire in the universe, had genuinely worried them. Now, honestly, the greatest empire in the universe didn't seem all that impressive. Ordinary Shi'ar soldiers dropped in clusters every time the heroes unleashed area attacks, while even their stronger officers got flattened in seconds. The heroes barely considered the elite guards worth remembering. The Shi'ar soldiers, meanwhile, looked increasingly horrified. Apparently, the people Earth casually referred to as superheroes looked more like living gods from the Shi'ar perspective. Hulk, Red Hulk, Abomination, Juggernaut. Those kinds of beings were fundamentally absurd. Just as the heroes began thinking they might actually punch their way through the entire warship, the ship's true master finally appeared. He had purple skin and wore a red and blue combat uniform beneath a flowing crimson cape. No armor, no visible weapons. His overall presence looked completely different from everyone else aboard the vessel. Honestly, he resembled a superhero far more than an alien military officer. The reaction around him changed instantly. Shi'ar soldiers immediately lowered their weapons and retreated respectfully to the edges of the room. Nobody even continued fighting. The atmosphere felt less like welcoming a commander and more like ancient disciples greeting a legendary grandmaster emerging from seclusion. Even the superheroes instinctively grew cautious, partly because of the Shi'ar soldiers' reactions, mostly because the newcomer himself radiated overwhelming confidence. His cape moved gently behind him as he walked forward with calm, measured steps. Every movement carried crushing pressure, and his eyes held the kind of confidence that only appeared in people utterly convinced nothing in existence could stop them. How strange, the man said softly, glancing at the defeated Shi'ar elites scattered around the battlefield. His gaze slowly swept across the heroes. A faint smile appeared. I did not expect humanity to possess fighters like you. The heroes exchanged quick looks before Tony stepped forward. The man answered calmly. Of course, the heroes had no idea who they were truly facing. Gladiator was infamous across the Marvel Universe as one of its closest equivalents to Superman. And among Marvel's various Superman-inspired characters, he was arguably the most similar of all. The last survivor of his species, possessing monstrous strength, near-limitless speed, extreme durability, microscopic vision, heat vision, freeze breath, and far, far more. Chapter 253, 253. The resemblance was almost absurd. Red and blue uniform, flowing crimson cape. No giant S on the chest, sure, but the golden triangular emblem wasn't fooling anyone. You could drag Gladiator straight out of the Marvel Universe and drop him into almost any DC timeline, and nobody would question him being some alternate universe Kryptonian. The moment Drex Valen saw Gladiator through his supervision and heard him speaking aboard the Shi'ar vessel, genuine surprise crossed his face. Gladiator? If Kryptonians were a species born with cheat codes enabled, Gladiator's race wasn't any less outrageous. Possibly worse. At least Kryptonians still depended on yellow sunlight. Gladiator species operated on something far stranger. Confidence. That was it. Their power scaled according to sheer self-belief. The more convinced they were of their own superiority, the stronger they became. In simple terms, if Gladiator believed he could do something, reality usually agreed. According to Marvel lore, members of Gladiator's race possessed effectively limitless growth potential, so long as their confidence remained unshaken. And Gladiator himself happened to possess one of the most absurdly inflated egos in the cosmos. To Marvel's credit, the writers still hadn't fully contradicted that concept yet. At least as far as raw physical power went, Gladiator's upper limit had never really been shown. The enemies capable of defeating him usually belonged to categories where brute force simply stopped matching. But in pure physical contests, very few beings in Marvel history could overpower him directly. Even Thanos often ended up getting manhandled whenever Gladiator fully committed. Drex Valen found Gladiator's species deeply fascinating. Honestly, fascinating might have been putting it mildly. He wanted samples, research data, dissection opportunities. The race reminded him vaguely of Martian Manhunter from DC, though even that comparison fell apart eventually. Gladiator species was far more ridiculous. As for how such an absurd civilization went extinct, Drex could only shrug mentally. Probably the same way Krypton exploded. A species powerful enough to challenge the universe, somehow managing to destroy itself through catastrophic stupidity, felt strangely universal. Gladiator clasped his hands behind his back beneath the crimson cape, every inch the untouchable Grandmaster. His gaze swept calmly across the gathered heroes. I give you my word. You may use any method you wish. If you defeat me, the superheroes stared at him. Seriously? It sounded too good to be true. But for Gladiator, this had always been the point. He came to Earth seeking worthy opponents. Rumors of a mysterious superhuman emerging from the planet had reached the Shi'ar Empire, and the reports had immediately caught Gladiator's interest. He hadn't traveled across space to invade Earth, or conquer it, or destroy it. He came searching for battle. Finding Earth's superheroes had merely been an unexpected bonus, and Gladiator had no intention of wasting the opportunity to test himself against strong opponents. As for the heroes, the proposal fit perfectly into superhero logic. Defeat the boss. End the crisis. Simple. Hulk charged first. Nobody saw what happened. A dull metallic impact echoed through the chamber. Then Hulk flew backward. The massive green body crashed across the floor, rolled twice, and smashed deep into the wall behind him. Gladiator remained standing exactly where he started, cape drifting lightly in the heated air. He had moved too quickly for most people to follow. But the result was obvious. A deep crater-like indentation had been punched directly into Hulk's chest. Tony Stark reacted instantly. The sheer violence of the counterattack shocked him, but he was more concerned Gladiator might press the advantage immediately. Iron Man rocketed forward at full speed, repulsors blazing toward Gladiator's face. Gladiator casually swept one hand sideways. Tony's repulsor beam scattered apart like shattered light. The motion alone generated a violent pressure wave. Air currents exploded through the chamber as hurricane-force winds slammed into the advancing heroes. Even Black Panther got blown backward by the shockwave. Iron Man curved through the air at high speed, circled Gladiator, and launched a missile barrage into his flank. The explosion blossomed upward against the ceiling in a roaring fireball. At the same time, Tony's right arm transformed. Armor plates shifted and unfolded into a massive electromagnetic repulsor cannon. A blinding energy beam erupted forward, tearing straight through the flames toward Gladiator. The recent flood of monsters, aliens, and cosmic horrors invading Earth had forced Tony to upgrade the Mark armor obsessively. Every few months, he practically rebuilt the entire system from scratch. The electromagnetic repulsor cannon was one of his newest weapons, 3 to 5 times more powerful than standard repulsor technology. And yet, the funny thing about weapons development was that no matter how powerful Tony made his arsenal, reality always found a way to tell him it still wasn't enough. Like now, because Gladiator was walking forward through the beam. With his chest, Tony's eyes widened behind the helmet display. He never expected the cannon to instantly kill opponents on Hulk or Drex Valen's level. But at the very least, it should have slowed them down. Even Hulk couldn't casually stroll through a direct electromagnetic repulsor blast without resistance. Gladiator could. The Shi'ar warrior reached out, grabbed the cannon barrel itself, and crushed it inward with one hand. The symbiote armor immediately began regenerating the damage. Gladiator looked mildly impressed. "Your armor is interesting," he said calmly. Hulk came charging back. The green giant crossed the distance in an instant, fists swinging like artillery shells. Gladiator shifted his attention away from Iron Man with a simple nod and casually swatted Tony aside before turning fully toward Hulk. Then the collision came. Boom! The impact generated a pressure wave so violent it felt like the air itself had been ripped from the room. The entire warship trembled. Only the incredible structural engineering of the Shi'ar vessel prevented catastrophic damage. And yet, Gladiator stood there calmly with one hand raised, blocking Hulk's punch. Just one hand. His boots carved deep trenches through the metal floor as the force drove him backward half a meter. Then he stopped completely, like a mountain rooting itself into the earth. Hulk's fury exploded instantly. Someone capable of resisting his strength only made him angrier. He roared and unleashed a storm of punches rapid enough to distort the surrounding airflow itself. Each swing carried enough force to pulp ordinary beings in a mist from the shockwave alone. Nearby Shi'ar soldiers stumbled backward in terror. But Gladiator met the barrage head-on without the slightest sign of strain. Calm, controlled, effortless. Chapter 254-254. Gladiator blocked every one of Hulk's attacks with effortless precision. Some he redirected, some he parried, some he simply stopped dead with a palm. Through the entire exchange, he never took a single step backward. He even had enough attention to spare for commentary. "Impressive," Gladiator said calmly while catching another punch. He studied Hulk with genuine interest. Then he shook his head slightly. Hulk only grew angrier listening to the criticism. Despite the roar, the reality was obvious. Hulk had been attacking nonstop while Gladiator defended casually with one hand. The gap between them couldn't have been clearer. At that moment, Juggernaut, Red Hulk, Abomination, and the Thing all charged in together to overwhelm Gladiator through sheer force. Gladiator remained expressionless. His arms moved like lightning, intercepting every strike from every direction. Hulk-level monsters, Juggernaut, the Thing, any one of them could flatten armies alone. And yet together they still couldn't break through Gladiator's defense. Even so, their performance had already left the Shi'ar soldiers stunned. To them, Gladiator was invincible, not merely within the Shi'ar Empire, within the entire universe. Very few beings even qualified to stand in the same category as him. And while Earth's heroes were clearly being outclassed, something else deeply disturbed the Shi'ar observers. None of them were seriously injured. That alone was terrifying. "Interesting," Gladiator remarked as the battle continued. By now, even Tony Stark had switched into a massive anti-Hulk configuration and joined the melee directly. Gladiator found the armor fascinating. He had encountered nanotechnology before and usually tore through it effortlessly. But Stark's latest symbiote-based armor behaved differently. No matter how much force Gladiator applied, the armor continuously regenerated and adapted instead of collapsing outright. As long as it had power, the suit could apparently continue fighting indefinitely. Watching Earth's heroes rely almost entirely on overwhelming physical combat styles, Gladiator concluded humanity must possess some method of mass-producing super soldiers. Crude perhaps, but effective. No wonder the Chitauri lost. Against an army of monsters like this, conventional planetary invasion forces never stood a chance. More importantly, Gladiator saw value in them. With power levels like these, Earth's heroes could hold commanding positions within any of the 4 great galactic empires. Some might even rise to become independent cosmic overlords like the Mad Titan Thanos himself. Gladiator suddenly felt reluctant to kill them. If he could recruit warriors of this caliber into the Shi'ar Empire, the Empire's ability to preserve galactic peace would rise tremendously. To guarantee victory cleanly and establish dominance beyond question, Gladiator finally became slightly serious. And instantly, the heroes felt the difference. His speed surged. His strength exploded upward. Within seconds, every hero in the room got flattened. Earth had become an endless source of surprises. Originally, Gladiator suspected the Chitauri exaggerated Earth's danger to preserve their pride after suffering defeat on such a primitive world. But after arriving personally, he realized Earth's native warriors genuinely exceeded expectations. If he could recruit them, the Shi'ar Empire would gain an extraordinary force. Just as Gladiator prepared to speak, he suddenly turned his head toward Earth. Several minutes later, the ship's sensors finally detected the incoming energy source. Gladiator's eyes narrowed. Disbelief flickered across his face. This many enhanced warriors already bordered on absurd. But the incoming presence felt completely different. His superhuman senses warned him instantly. The approaching individual existed on an entirely different level from everyone else aboard the ship. Gladiator murmured. He looked back toward the heroes. Obviously, Tony Stark answered immediately, sounding extremely confident despite the fact that the entire team had just been steamrolled. He grinned beneath the armor. Not one hero looked desperate. No one looked hopeless, because they still had him. Gladiator noticed the expressions immediately. Recognition, confidence, absolute certainty. Interesting. Even after witnessing his power personally, they still believed this strongest warrior could defeat him. That meant only one thing. The newcomer likely possessed the ability to crush these heroes just as effortlessly as Gladiator himself had. Otherwise, their expressions would have carried shock, fear, disbelief. Instead, they looked relieved. Gladiator's blood began to boil with excitement. For years, he had dominated the cosmos without challenge. His reputation alone terrified civilizations into surrender. Even the Mad Titan Thanos avoided unnecessary confrontations after crossing paths with him once. Most opponents collapsed after a single punch. Hopefully, Earth's strongest warrior would be different. At minimum, he should be stronger than Thanos. Then Gladiator saw it. A streak of golden light tore through the ship's hull and descended into the chamber. Tony and the others immediately noticed something strange. Drex Valen had changed armor again. Black armor, black cape. But unlike before, the suit radiated overwhelming power. Just standing there generated suffocating pressure that weighed down the entire room. Gladiator, the Shi'ar warrior, introduced himself. Drex gave a slight nod. Then both of them punched simultaneously. Fists collided head-on. The result stunned every Shi'ar soldier present. Their commander, their undefeated war god, the greatest warrior of the Empire, got launched backward like a meteor. Gladiator tore straight through the warship's hull and vanished into space instantly. The Shi'ar stood frozen in disbelief. The superheroes weren't much better. That alien had crushed the entire team effortlessly, and Drex Valen had just punched him away with casual ease. Exactly how powerful was this man? Drex folded his arms calmly. Through his supervision and hearing, he watched Gladiator return at over 100 times the speed of sound. The Shi'ar warrior looked completely unharmed, but now his expression burned with excitement. Confidence exploded from Gladiator like a physical force. And for his species, confidence was power. His energy skyrocketed instantly. Then he vanished. Not movement, not acceleration. To everyone watching, It looked closer to teleportation. Gladiator reappeared directly in front of Drex, his fist already carrying full force momentum toward the Kryptonian. And then, everything stopped. Drex Valen caught the punch with one hand. More terrifyingly, he didn't move even an inch. Chapter 255. Impossible. Gladiator couldn't believe it. He knew exactly how much power he had put behind that punch. Maybe it wouldn't outright shatter a planet, but any normal world taking that hit would have been devastated. And yet Drex Valen caught it one-handed. Then an uppercut slammed into Gladiator's jaw. The impact detonated through his skull hard enough to blank out his consciousness for a split second before his body blasted backward through the warship's hull. Drex followed him into open space. As he passed through the damaged sections of the vessel, electromagnetic forces rippled outward from his fingertips, instantly repairing the torn metal and fractured structure. The hero's spacesuits had already been heavily damaged during the fight. Without repairs, they would suffocate before long. Gladiator recovered quickly. His fighting spirit surged hotter than ever. And, with the species, confidence translated directly into power. His energy swelled again. Drex floated motionlessly in space, arms relaxed at his sides, clearly waiting for the next attack. Gladiator didn't hesitate. He already understood he was weaker than Drex. Even if he had grown stronger since the beginning of the battle, that fact hadn't changed. As Gladiator charged forward, throwing another punch, Drex's eyes suddenly burned crimson. Gladiator halted mid-charge. Then his own eyes ignited red as well. Twin streams of heat vision erupted simultaneously. The beams collided head-on. According to basic energy interaction principles, opposing energy blasts didn't simply cancel each other. They exploded. The collision between their heat vision attacks produced a detonation vastly larger than either beam individually. Space itself seemed to ignite. But the two figures at the center of the explosion ignored it completely and crashed directly into each other again, their battle dispersing the expanding firestorm through sheer force. Gladiator gradually realized something terrifying. No matter how much stronger he became, Drex always stayed ahead. Not by a massive margin. Just enough. Always enough. How is that possible? How could a remote little planet like Earth produce a monster like this? A backwater world protected under Asgard's influence somehow housed a warrior this terrifying? Meanwhile, Drex was becoming increasingly interested. What exactly had Gladiator's species evolved from? The man genuinely was growing stronger in real time. His durability improved. His power increased. His body adapted continuously. Drex estimated the crushing force of his own grip had long surpassed the output of 80,000-ton hydraulic presses, probably well into the million-ton range now, and his striking power exceeded even that. More importantly, he wasn't just Kryptonian anymore. He was effectively a doomsday-enhanced Kryptonian. Gladiator's confidence-based power system was absurd, but even that had limits. Compared to Doomsday, not enough. The fact that Gladiator could continue fighting while being constantly overwhelmed already spoke volumes about his mental resilience. Gladiator possessed nearly every classic Superman ability imaginable. Super strength, super speed, extreme endurance, regeneration, heat vision, freeze breath, near light speed flight. He ranked among the physically strongest beings in Marvel's universe, capable of shattering asteroids and surviving supernova-level forces. Theoretically, his upper limits were immeasurable, as long as his confidence held. But he had weaknesses too. Radiation could affect him. Psychic attacks could bypass his defenses. And most importantly, if his confidence faltered, his power collapsed with it. At full confidence, only a handful of beings in existence could rival him physically. Without it, his strength plummeted dramatically. He could survive in deep space, even inside stars. He could battle Hulk and Thor head-on without injury. The more confident he became, the less damage he perceived. He possessed microscopic vision down to the molecular level and tremendous combat training as commander of Shi'ar. Imperial Guard. Reed Richards had even once designed special equipment, allowing Gladiator to lift massive structures without damaging them. He had carried an entire 35-story building intact. Compared to Kryptonians, however, Gladiator lacked one crucial cheat code: the bioelectric field. And Drex Valen surpassed him comprehensively in almost every category, especially in control. Quark-level microscopic vision combined with direct matter manipulation allowed Drex to dismantle kinetic force at its source. That was why Gladiator's earlier planet-breaking punch produced no shockwave, no collateral damage, no catastrophic impact. Drex had dismantled the force itself on a microscopic level. At first, Drex treated the battle almost like an exhibition of technique, a demonstration. But after realizing Gladiator couldn't even perceive what he was doing, he stopped bothering. Instead, he simply began absorbing Gladiator's kinetic energy directly. Honestly, Gladiator made a much better living battery than Hulk ever had. At the start of the fight, Gladiator burned with confidence. His willpower climbed endlessly. His strength continued increasing. But then, an hour passed, then another, and despite all his growth, Drex still suppressed him effortlessly. Eventually, Gladiator began questioning whether he had actually grown stronger at all, except the shattered asteroid field around them proved otherwise. Their battle had devastated everything nearby. Gladiator had reached levels of strength even he had never imagined possible. Only because Drex existed as a target had he managed to climb this high. And even then, the Dark Knight still felt bottomless. Infinite. That was the true flaw in Gladiator's power. Confidence was both his greatest weapon and his greatest weakness. Drex originally expected the fight to continue much longer. Then suddenly, Gladiator weakened. Like a receding tide, his power began collapsing as doubt crept into his mind. Drex asked, genuinely puzzled. Honestly, Drex found it hard to understand how someone with such a broken power system could lose confidence this quickly. Gladiator lowered his head slightly. The words sounded hollow. Defeated. Drex sighed faintly, then casually knocked him unconscious. He dragged Gladiator back to the ship. The Shi'ar crew stared in disbelief. Their undefeated champion had lost. Meanwhile, the superheroes relaxed immediately. Of course, Drex Valen was still Drex Valen. "You guys head back to Earth first," Drex said to Tony and the others. "Works for me," Tony answered. None of the heroes seemed remotely worried about leaving Drex alone with an alien empire. That level of trust was almost absurd. Thanks to his incredible physiology, Gladiator regained consciousness quickly. The first thing he saw was Drex sitting silently with one hand supporting his chin. Behind him, fundamental particles assembled themselves into a massive throne. Drex sat upon it calmly. Then he looked directly at Gladiator. Gladiator's eyes narrowed instantly. That was his real name. He asked slowly. By now, he fully realized something was wrong. The identity of this so-called Dark Knight clearly wasn't simple. Drex answered without hesitation. Silence. Absolute silence. Every Shi'ar aboard the ship stared at him in stunned disbelief. The Kryptonian Empire, a civilization that had existed only briefly, yet had already been acknowledged across the cosmos as a rising power comparable to the universe's 3 greatest empires. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 256-256. Just as Gladiator was about to refuse, the golden glow of the Mind Stone ignited in Drex Valen's hand. The next instant, Gladiator's eyes turned vacant. Drex layered the Phoenix Force, the Mind Stone, and his own vast telepathic power together into a triple-lock psychic override. His mental reach was already immense enough to blanket an entire solar system. Against someone like Gladiator, it was overwhelming. Like Superman, Gladiator possessed terrifying physical power, but virtually no resistance to telepathy or magic. And Drex wasn't using ordinary psychic tricks. These were cosmic artifacts capable of rewriting minds like wet clay. In Gladiator's memories, his identity as first captain of the Shi'ar Imperial Guard was quietly replaced. Now he was the first royal knight of the Kryptonian Empire. The remaining Shi'ar personnel stared in stunned disbelief. Gladiator had betrayed the Shi'ar Empire? Impossible. Their first instinct was that the Kryptonian Emperor had done something to him, which technically was true. Drex casually teleported the rest of them away to the Grandmaster's planet, Sakaar, then altered their memories as well. Even if the Shi'ar eventually found them, none of them would remember what had actually happened. Isdeth looked Gladiator up and down with open curiosity after they returned. "Don't underestimate him," Drex said calmly. An ordinary Kryptonian simply couldn't match Gladiator's absurd confidence-based power scaling. Even Isdeth, enhanced with elite Kryptonian soldier genetics, wasn't enough. And now Drex had permanently locked Gladiator into a state of absolute confidence. The result was terrifying. Isdeth grinned immediately. Gladiator turned toward Drex for permission. "She's the Empire's Grand General," Drex said. "Her authority outranks yours slightly." Gladiator nodded and faced Isdeth. At that moment, his confidence was exploding through the roof. In his mind, only Drex stood above him. Everyone else came second. Then Isdeth punched him across space. A second strike followed instantly behind the first, too fast to breathe between impacts. Before a blink could finish, a storm of blows crashed into Gladiator's chest. The force detonated against him like collapsing mountains. Gladiator shot backward into a floating asteroid field before flipping through space and landing atop a massive rock. Isdeth pursued him immediately, moving with such speed it felt as though she were tearing through space itself. Gladiator didn't dodge. Golden energy surged across his body as he drew upon his photonic power. The energy flooded into his arm, condensing around his fist until blazing gold flames ignited in the vacuum of space itself. Then he swung. Their fists collided. The impact resembled the birth of a dying star. Light and flame erupted across the asteroid's surface as the shock wave tore through it. The massive celestial body, hundreds of miles wide, cracked apart instantly before exploding into fragments. Dust and debris billowed outward in complete silence. Chunks of shattered rock ripped through the smoke cloud like artillery fire. Judging from the recoil, neither side had gained the advantage in that exchange. The blast pushed Gladiator backward through the debris field. Isdeth cloaked herself in ice to absorb the aftershock before charging after him again. But Gladiator's assault wasn't over. Two golden points appeared within the smoke ahead, like headlights piercing through dense fog. Then twin beams erupted outward. Every asteroid fragment in their path melted into plasma instantly as Gladiator's heat vision speared through space like twin energy blades. Isdeth retreated at high speed and answered with her own heat vision. But the instant Gladiator's beams reached her, they exploded deliberately under his control. Golden light blossomed across the darkness of space like a miniature supernova. The blast swallowed Isdeth whole. Pain flared across her arms. Her breathing hitched for a fraction of a second as she stabilized herself. Then Gladiator was already on top of her again. Without hesitation, Isdeth fired another burst of heat vision straight through him, only for it to pass harmlessly through empty space. An afterimage, a high-speed decoy formed through sheer velocity and energy manipulation. The real Gladiator had already appeared behind her. He raised his fist high overhead. Drawing upon that limitless confidence, he poured nearly infinite power into a single strike. Golden energy flooded his arm until his clenched fist resembled a miniature sun, radiant beams bursting between his fingers. Then he threw everything into one punch. The blow landed. The resulting explosion looked like several thousand tons of explosives detonating point-blank. Isdeth vanished into a sea of golden light before shooting across the stars like a meteor. She tore through the asteroid belt, past Krypton itself, crossed thousands of miles in seconds, and crashed toward one of Krypton's moons like a planetary missile. The impact resembled an extinction-level asteroid strike. A colossal wave of dust erupted from the moon's surface. Smoke rolled into the atmosphere like a nuclear explosion, and when the debris settled, a crater over a mile wide scarred the landscape. Gladiator floated above space, wrapped in surging golden energy. His red cape whipped behind him like a war banner. Then, in an instant, he accelerated to near-light speed. His body became a blur as he appeared above his death, almost like teleportation itself. Another punch descended toward her skull. Boom! A towering wall of dust erupted from the moon's surface. Shockwaves blasted outward in every direction. Even the moon itself trembled. At this point, Isdeath had no way to fight back. Gladiator outclassed her in every category. Drex's voice stopped Gladiator before he could continue. Isdeath emerged from the crater covered in dust and debris. Thanks to her Kryptonian durability, she hadn't suffered any serious injuries. But being completely overwhelmed left her visibly irritated. At the same time, she understood the massive gap between them. She would need to become far stronger before challenging him again. Drex spent the next 3 hours comforting Isdeath before finally letting her go once she was too exhausted to move. Afterward, Drex began working on a new project. It had been a long time since he'd expanded his collection of handcrafted figurines. This time, though, he planned to go big. Very big. He intended to create several at once. Chapter 257-257. Angel Yin was teleported from Earth straight into the Kryptonian Empire. Drex Valen sat behind a lavish desk, bright-eyed and immaculate, every inch of him composed. Golden sunlight streamed through the window and fell across the Emperor's shoulders, sharpening the hard edges of his face in the glow. When Yin stepped inside, she found Holy Kaisa and the Skyborn King, Hushi, seated on Drex's lap. Drex set down the gold pen in his hand. There was no ink in it anymore. He clenched both fists, his brows drawing together so tightly they formed a deep crease between them. A few seconds later, that tension slowly eased. His sharp gaze dulled. For a moment, he looked like he had been dragged back into some painful memory. His expression went distant, almost unsteady, and he let out a long, heavy sigh. Hushi leaned against him, cheeks flushed, her lips parted as she breathed softly. Drex tightened his hold on Hushi slightly as he spoke. Angel Yin bowed respectfully. Drex's tone was relaxed and lazy. He had just finished a major battle, and he was not in the mood for anything else. After all, he had personally shaped Holy Kaisa, Hushi, Angel Cold, Angel Chase, Angel Amo, Angel Fan Xing, Angel Ling Shi, Angel Kaila, and many others. Because of the Mind Stone, Drex had discovered something different about these artificial beings compared to the figurines he had made before. They were not hollow replicas anymore. They were more like vision, somehow granted real life. Yin had no objections. After she arrived, Drex had already used the Mind Stone to reshape her as well. And now she felt far more vivid, far more alive. It almost seemed like an illusion, but it was hard to tell. When he obtained the Soul Stone later, he could refine them again. After all, the Soul Stone was the true treasure that could create a soul from nothing. The Angel Legion's members all carried Kryptonian soldier genetics. Their uniforms and armor were manufactured to exact 1-to-1 scale, made from vibranium, prime Kryptonian metal, and adamantium. Their flaming swords were built the same way. On top of that, they possessed the genes of angel-type mutants, giving them a second set of wings capable of flight. And because they were also Kryptonians, they could fly through the vacuum of space as well. In every sense, the result was extremely faithful. Morgana walked into Drex's laboratory. "I'm researching the plasma spark tower," Drex said without turning around. The Kryptonian Empire's scientific power had risen to an absurd level after Drex extorted a massive number of scientists and instruments from the Kree Empire. That was more than enough to satisfy his needs. And it also meant one of his long-standing fantasies could finally be tested. What would happen if a Kryptonian absorbed the light of a plasma spark tower? The plasma spark tower was the energy source of Orion's star. It was also known as the Plasma Sun Tower. Its importance was comparable to the sun itself. After Orion's star-sun exploded, the scientists of the Land of Light developed it as a replacement power source. Because of it, the native people of Orion's star evolved into superhuman beings, known as Ultramen. At the beginning, the scientists of the Land of Light intended it to be an artificial sun. Then, some aliens somehow interfered with it behind the scenes. Once the tower was successfully activated, everyone in the Land of Light evolved into Ultramen. One could only wonder whether that alien ever regretted it. After all, that single prank had created millions upon millions of Ultraman warriors. Krypton, the most important planet in the Kryptonian Empire, and the world Drex Valen had defined as the mother planet. Its population was intentionally kept small. Drex wanted to preserve Krypton's purity. He had even developed a planetary weather and atmospheric shield system to block unknown forms of cosmic radiation so they would not affect the life forms living inside. Because of that, although the Kryptonian Empire had conquered thousands of inhabited worlds, the subjugated populations had never actually seen a true Kryptonian. That changed now. The moment Drex finished studying the Plasma Spark Tower and its light ignited across Krypton, hundreds of Kryptonians lifted their heads. They had all been created from the Life Codex, each one designed with a different occupational genetic template. Drex's enhanced vision saw the cells in their bodies begin to change under the radiation of the Plasma Spark Tower. The change was beneficial. Not only the Kryptonians with military genetics, but also those designed for science, civilian life, politics, and administration all began undergoing the same positive transformation. They were becoming faster and stronger. And because no alien had tampered with the tower, it naturally would not turn Kryptonians into Ultraman, a safe, stable source of solar energy. Let's hope the Marvel Universe doesn't have a red sun, Drex muttered. With a single thought, he manipulated atoms to assemble 10,000 plasma spark towers and distributed them across every major region of Krypton. He then artificially altered Krypton's magnetic field and gravity, raising the planet's gravity to 10 times that of Earth. Native organisms began to die out in large numbers under those conditions. But after Drex modified the microorganisms, new species quickly emerged and adapted to Krypton's environment. After that, Drex decreed that any Kryptonian leaving Krypton must wear specialized Kryptonian armor. They already had biofields, but extra insurance never hurt. The Kryptonian armor was forged by Drex from vibranium, prime Kryptonian metal, adamantium, shock steel, atomic alloy, and URU metal. In terms of raw defensive power, even Gladiator might not be able to break through it. It also carried the rune inscriptions Drex had obtained from Mjolnir, allowing anyone wearing it to command the 4 powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, just like Thor. On top of that, each suit contained a mind protection stone split off from the Mind Stone by Drex. Its purpose was to shield Kryptonians from telepathic control and psychic interference. With this armor, even if a Kryptonian were unlucky enough to encounter a red sun, they would not be exposed to its radiation and lose their abilities. The Kryptonians naturally obeyed the Emperor's orders. None of them dared complain. Hundreds at once was enough for Drex. If there were too many, people would inevitably become curious and start asking why Kryptonians were so powerful. These hundreds could each stand on their own. Strip away the large majority who were not designed with military genetics, and the rest were still fully capable of leading troops into battle. Drex even obtained Gladiator's genetic material for research to see whether he could clone a gladiator species. If that worked, it would be unbeatable. As for ordinary soldiers, Drex had already made up his mind to find a breakthrough through Hulk. Chapter 258-258. Drex Valen had already watched the battle between the Shi'ar Empire's elite guard and Earth superheroes. After seeing it, he came to a clear conclusion. He had overestimated aliens. Aside from battleships armed with planet-destroying cannons, the Kryptonian Empire seemed capable of crushing every other faction in raw individual combat power. The Angel Legion were Kryptonians too, of course, but they would never leave Krypton. They belonged to Drex alone, both as his private armed force and, in the loosest sense, his personal harem. Since one-on-one combat was Krypton's greatest strength, there was no reason not to push that advantage to the absolute limit. As for enemy warships, Kryptonian soldiers could deal with those too. If necessary, they could simply smash them head-on, the same way Carol Danvers liked to bulldoze through everything in her path. Drex had already gathered a massive amount of experimental data on Hulk. Truth be told, he rather liked hulking brutes as subordinates. Big bodies had an undeniable appeal. On top of that, Abomination and General Ross had already been created by his own hand, so making more Hulks was not a difficult task. Mass-produced Hulks would not be overwhelmingly powerful, but they only needed enough strength to tear through other factions. That was sufficient. The Hulks he mass-produced were all Red Hulks, which gave Drex the amusing sense that he was marching around with a band of red-skinned orcs under his command. And the soldiers selected for this mass production program were actually members of the World Serpent from Earth. Drex had used the Kryptonian Empire's Rainbow Bridge to transport them here for transformation. These mass-produced Red Hulks had no special abilities of their own, so Drex implanted them with extremist virus traits and the gene of mutant Firestar, giving them high heat resistance and the ability to fire heat beams. In effect, he had rebuilt the Burning Legion. Now that was a name that actually fit. He also infused them with vibranium atoms to improve their impact resistance. After that, he clothed them in flexible uniforms woven from vibranium fiber so their clothes would not split the moment they transformed. As attention, mercenaries and retired soldiers going missing from time to time was not unusual. But this many vanishings was another matter. More importantly, it was not just mercenaries and retired soldiers. Even gang members had recently started reporting that people were disappearing without a trace, and that had left a lot of people uneasy. Some had begun to suspect that some kind of monster was responsible. D would have been perfectly happy if all the gangsters dropped dead, but if a monster was involved, then it became their problem. Drex noticed the situation, but he did not care much. He had already taken roughly 100,000 people. That was enough to create 100,000 Hulks, which meant he had a ready-made army. For now, he could stop abducting more. Granted, if a warship happened to fire a planet-killing cannon at them, that army could still be wiped out in one shot. But before that happened, the Burning Legion formed from those 100,000 Hulk soldiers was an unstoppable force. What did you say? Lilandra, the current empress of the Shi'ar Empire, stared in shock at the messenger before her. Who was Kalark? He was the god in the hearts of the entire Shi'ar Empire, the strongest being in the universe. And now he was missing? We last detected Lord Kalark and his ship heading toward this small star system, and then they vanished, the subordinate said nervously. If Kalark was gone, what would become of the Shi'ar Empire? Without the strongest warrior to intimidate outsiders, the Empire's confidence would collapse. After all, this world had no mutants, which meant the brother of Cyclops had never become emperor of the Shi'ar Empire. Although the Shi'ar had risen as the youngest and strongest space empire as the Kree and Skrull continued to decline, the dangers of the universe were far too many to handle. Through raw national power alone, send people to investigate immediately. An investigation team could not be dispatched without orders, which was simply how the Shi'ar hierarchy worked. Just after Lilandra issued the command, someone stepped forward to stop her. The Shi'ar Empire was one of the most advanced and expansive civilizations in the universe, spanning an entire star system. It was primarily a commercial federation, trading with other interstellar powers. Not every species in the Empire enjoyed equal rights, and the Shi'ar held disproportionate influence within its power structure. Imperial affairs were usually managed by the Supreme Council. Most council members were aliens from within the Empire. Yet in practice, the true head of state, whether emperor or empress, possessed enormous authority and could issue decrees to shape policy. The person who had stepped forward to stop Lilandra was a member of the Shi'ar royal family within the Supreme Council. If it had been an outsider, Lilandra could simply have ignored their opinion. But a royal family member was another matter. Lilandra asked, waiting for an explanation. Because that region is close to Kryptonian Empire territory, the other party said. Lilandra was not hearing the name for the first time. The Kryptonian Empire had risen with terrifying speed. Their Grand General, Isteth, was especially formidable. Rumor had it she could take on an entire fleet alone, and there was even video footage to prove it. Anyone who had seen her concluded that the Grand General of the Kryptonian Empire might be strong enough to sweep across the entire universe. What was more, the Kryptonian Empire seemed to possess extraordinarily advanced technology. Since beginning its campaigns, it had conquered thousands of planets, and their regular military had yet to suffer even a single casualty. That meant the Kryptonian Empire possessed horrifying military strength. More importantly, they also had a miraculous teleportation technology that allowed them to jump directly to another civilization's homeworld without sending a fleet first. For people accustomed to battleships and cannons, that style of warfare was deeply unsettling. Recently, though, the Kryptonian Empire's expansion had slowed. They seemed to be consolidating the territory they had already seized, probably because there were not that many Kryptonians to begin with. In order to emphasize the difference between Kryptonians and everyone else, Drex had branded the Earthlings he brought over, as well as the Kryptonians he created himself, with a golden sun-shaped mark on the forehead. Then he declared it to be the natural symbol of Kryptonians, something anyone could recognize at a glance. How can that be Kryptonian Empire territory? Lilandra frowned. Earth and the solar system belong to the Shi'ar Empire, at least by universal default, though Asgard refused to acknowledge that. Unfortunately, Odin and Hela had caused enough disgrace in the past that Asgard's reputation had become rotten too. Not many people cared about Asgard's opinions anymore. Chapter 259-259. Despite their fear of the Kryptonian Empire's growing influence, Empress Lilandra had no intention of letting the matter go. Kalark was the military symbol of the Shi'ar Empire. It did not matter that he was technically not Shi'ar, but a Strontian. To the people of the Empire, he was Shi'ar in every way that mattered. Send a message to the Kryptonian Emperor, Lilandra ordered after a moment of thought. The mysterious Kryptonian Emperor had become a subject of fascination across the universe. Yet despite conquering vast territories, he had rarely appeared in public and had shown no interest in speeches or diplomacy. He remained an enigma. The Supreme Council member looked distinctly uncomfortable. Lilandra blinked. Not just us. The Kree Empire doesn't have their contact information either. Neither do the Skrulls. Of course, they did not know about the compensation deal between the Kree and the Kryptonian Empire. The Kree actually did possess a method of contact. They simply had no intention of publicly admitting how badly they had been extorted. So officially, nobody knew how to reach Krypton. As far as his death was concerned, diplomacy itself was unnecessary. Why negotiate when conquering someone turned foreign affairs into domestic affairs? The frightening part was that she was genuinely capable enough to think that way, to the point where even Drex occasionally wondered whether he had somehow created the realist death rather than a replica. Lilandra asked. She was still a relatively new ruler and lacked the experience of a seasoned empress. Isteth stared at the intercepted vessel lingering near the outer territory of the Kryptonian Empire. The Kryptonian Empire's navigation technology might not have been particularly advanced by galactic standards, but that did not mean they were helplessly watching enemy ships wander through their territory. Drex could now manufacture a new generation of Kryptonian spacecraft using combined Kryptonian ship technology. His quark-level matter manipulation allowed him to produce ships faster than any industrial shipyard. The vessels resembled enlarged F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighters, though vastly bigger and far deadlier. A normal Nighthawk could carry a handful of people. The new Kryptonian warship, the Talon, could carry more than 500. The Shi'ar diplomat's ship froze in place after dozens of Talons suddenly appeared around it. The Shi'ar diplomat said in shock. Their sensors had detected absolutely nothing until the Talons appeared practically on top of them. The Shi'ar Empire prided itself on its scanning technology. And yet those scanners had failed completely, which meant one thing. The Kryptonian Empire's stealth technology was far beyond expectations. At the same time, the diplomat waited nervously for a response. If the Kryptonians decided they could not be bothered talking and simply vaporized his ship instead, nobody would care. After all, he was not Shi'ar himself. He was merely an alien diplomat employed by the Empire. The Shi'ar had chosen him precisely because the mission was dangerous. If he died, they could pretend nothing had happened and avoid risking war with the Kryptonian Empire. Even if he were captured, the Shi'ar Empire could simply deny any involvement. Drex sensed the intrusion into his telepathic range and contacted Isdeth directly. A Shi'ar diplomat showed up, Isdeth replied. Not an actual Shi'ar, though. Could be fake. There was obvious excitement in her voice. For Isdeth, starting wars was practically recreational. From thousands of light years away, Drex seized control of the Shi'ar vessel through telekinesis and dragged it directly before him. The enormous ship descended onto Krypton's surface. Members of the Angel Legion surrounded it with flaming swords in hand, ordering the occupants outside. The diplomat hurriedly opened the hatch while his escorts stumbled out behind him in visible terror. Then they looked up. The sky contained 10,000 stars. No, not stars. They emitted incredible light and thermal radiation, but they lacked the presence of true suns. Artificial stellar technology and deployed directly across their homeworld. Then the diplomat saw the Kryptonian Emperor himself. Drex Valen sat high above the ground upon a floating throne, angels standing at either side as attendants and guards. The diplomat immediately threw himself flat against the ground. Drex asked with mild interest. He could have read the diplomat's mind instantly through telepathy, but that would have been boring. The diplomat explained his purpose. The Shi'ar Empire, and Empress Lilandra specifically, wanted to know the whereabouts of Kowlark and his guard ship. After all, the region where they vanished sat directly between Shi'ar and Kryptonian territory. Claiming the Kryptonian Empire had nothing to do with it would have been difficult to believe. Drex said casually. Using telepathy, he summoned Gladiator. A moment later, Gladiator descended from the sky. He bowed respectfully. The diplomat nearly shouted in relief upon seeing him. Gladiator turned toward him. Yes, Lord Kowlark. Empress Lilandra is deeply concerned for your safety. The diplomat froze. Gladiator's voice remained calm and unwavering. They have become citizens of the Kryptonian Empire. I will remain here as well. My people? The diplomat's mind reeled. Kowlark's people meant the Strontians. A whole species of beings like Gladiator? Dear God, the Kryptonian Empire was even more terrifying than anyone imagined. Lord Kowlark, could you perhaps have been deceived? Gladiator cut him off with a wave of his hand. Wearing radiant golden armor, Gladiator stood firm and absolute. The diplomat could only leave in silence. Chapter 260-260. After learning why Gladiator refused to return, Empress Lilandra fell into deep thought. If the Kryptonian Empire truly possessed an entire population of beings like Kowlark, surrender might honestly be the smarter option. Only those who had fought Gladiator firsthand truly understood how terrifying he was. Meanwhile, Drex Valen's genetic research on Gladiator had succeeded in cloning numerous copies of Kowlark. There was just one problem. None of them were anywhere near as powerful as the original. Or perhaps the issue was simpler than that. Maybe they were ordinary civilians, while Gladiator himself was a warrior. As Drex pondered the difference, a familiar wave of dizziness suddenly struck him. His expression changed. Not now. Another mutation? What kind of Superman was he becoming this time? Drex immediately laid down on the laboratory platform while the Black Queen monitored and recorded every biological change occurring in his body for later study. What he failed to notice was that this mutation had likely been triggered by the plasma spark towers. The radiation emitted by 10,000 towers had pierced through the filtering effects of his biofield and reacted directly with his cells. The transformation did not happen instantly. After evolving into Doomsday, Drex's genetic structure had become absurdly stable. Altering that stability required an enormous amount of time and pressure. And for the past several months, he had remained on Krypton continuously, absorbing enough plasma spark radiation to finally trigger a change. This mutation was unimaginably painful. Drex endured it over and over again for an entire month before the transformation finally completed. When he crawled out of the laboratory, he immediately understood how horrifying the result was. The mutation had crushed most of his previous evolutions. Aside from the Doomsday mutation, which remained intact, his telepathy, energy absorption, and magical Superman abilities had all disappeared. And yet Drex smiled, because he had just crossed an enormous threshold. He had advanced from a multiversal, Skyfather-level being into something vastly greater. A true single-universe god. This mutation had transformed him into a black hole. Or perhaps more accurately, a Superman possessing the devouring force of 1,000,000 black holes. Every single cell inside his body had become a black hole singularity. Black hole Superman. He now wielded the power of black holes themselves, the ultimate convergence of gravity and magnetism, the most violent and absolute force in the universe. To put it simply, Drex could casually create black hole singularities in the palm of his hand and throw them hard enough to erase an entire galaxy-sized star system. As an offensive power, it was unstoppable. The attacks of a black hole singularity could distort and erase time, space, microscopic matter, macroscopic matter, quarks, Planck-scale particles, even quantum structures smaller still. Everything would be affected. As a defensive ability, it was even more absurd. Every cell in Drex's body was now a black hole singularity. Any attack directed at him could simply be ignored, devoured, and converted into fuel for his own growth. Which also meant his weakness to magic no longer existed. Even standing still and allowing someone to strike him with magic would accomplish nothing. No wonder the mutation took a month, Drex muttered. The Doomsday genes were too stable. That entire month had essentially been a war between the new mutation and the Doomsday genome. The conflict tortured him relentlessly. Again and again, the Doomsday mutation was pushed back to the brink of collapse, only to surge forward once more. Eventually, the two evolutions reached a compromise. The abilities unable to compete, telepathy, energy absorption, and magical Superman traits, were simply erased. The power of the black hole mutation was too dominant. Only Doomsday could fight it head-on. Drex looked down at his hand. If every cell in his body had become a black hole singularity, could he even still be called a living organism? And the mutation had caused another terrifying side effect. His mass had become incomprehensibly enormous. If he released the restraints of his biofield, the resulting gravitational collapse might instantly tear apart everything across a region hundreds of times larger than the Milky Way before triggering a massive black hole formation. More importantly, with both the Doomsday and black hole mutations now stabilized, future mutations would probably never happen again. And if they did, the resulting power would likely surpass even these. Drex could not even imagine what that would look like. He accelerated beyond light speed and traveled thousands of light years away from the Kryptonian Empire until he reached a distant star. Then he experimented. A black hole singularity formed above his palm. The terrifying gravity warped space instantly. Layer after layer of distorted space-time rippled around it like chaotic dimensional currents. Even at birth, the singularity possessed greater mass than Earth itself. The gravitational waves alone caused the nearby star to react violently. Drex tossed the singularity forward. Wherever it passed, true vacuum appeared. Everything in its path, light, energy, radiation, high-energy particles, all of it was devoured. Then the black hole singularity disrupted the star's own gravitational balance. The star's energy began collapsing inward. The consumption accelerated rapidly. The star visibly shrank. And finally, the entire thing was torn apart into quark-level matter and swallowed completely. In the place where the star once existed remained only a perfectly silent spherical region of empty space. The affected zone stretched tens of thousands of kilometers in every direction. Everything within it had been erased in an instant. Drex recalled the singularity back into himself and immediately felt stronger. Destroying a star takes less than a minute now, he said calmly. In the next instant, he returned to Krypton. Drex raised his right hand. Countless black particles emerged from empty space itself and rushed toward his palm. The effect lasted several seconds before fading away. A small black sphere the size of a marble floated above his hand. Unlike the singularity from before, this sphere did not distort space. But part of its composition was neutron star matter. For scientists and engineers, material like this was beyond priceless. Without Drex's biofield restraining it, however, its gravity would instantly annihilate everything nearby. Even Drex could not help complaining. He had created neutron star matter before, but this sample came from matter dense enough to exist only within the universe's largest neutron stars. The problem was obvious. Its gravitational pull was too extreme. If he wanted to build warships capable of smashing directly through stars, he still had a lot of work ahead of him. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 261-261. The Shi'ar Empire tried desperately to hide Gladiator's departure. It failed. The moment Gladiator appeared on the battlefield fighting for the Kryptonian Empire, the entire universe understood what had happened. The legendary enforcer of the Shi'ar Empire had abandoned them and joined the mysterious Kryptonian Empire. And honestly, a lot of people have been waiting for exactly this opportunity. The Shi'ar Empire constantly preached about maintaining peace while forcefully intervening in conflicts across the galaxy. The only reason their victims had swallowed their anger all these years was because Gladiator existed. Nobody wanted to fight him. But now Gladiator was gone, which meant old grudges suddenly came due. Almost overnight, the Shi'ar Empire was hit by coordinated assaults from every direction. Outer territories fell under attack simultaneously, suffering catastrophic losses. Leading the charge was Thanos' Black Order, accompanied by the Chitauri and a swarm of allied factions. They had been eyeing the Shi'ar Empire for a long time already. If Gladiator had not repeatedly beaten Thanos into retreat in the past, the Mad Titan's population control crusade would have reached Shi'ar territory ages ago. But things were different now. Without Gladiator, the Shi'ar Empire no longer possessed anyone capable of stopping him. So naturally, Thanos wasted no time bringing his philosophy to them. For Lilandra, the experience was a nightmare. As one of the universe's 3 great empires, the Shi'ar had always stood above everyone else. That superiority had bred arrogance deep into Shi'ar culture. Now that arrogance was being shattered, the Shi'ar military itself was still powerful. Their empire had never relied solely on Gladiator. But when the wall starts collapsing, everyone rushes in to kick it down faster. The Shi'ar suddenly found enemies on all sides at once. Their military strength was impressive, but not enough to hold back the entire galaxy simultaneously. And hovering around the edges like vultures were the Ravagers. Any Shi'ar planet that fell immediately attracted swarms of scavengers, stripping it clean. In the end, the Shi'ar Empire had no choice but to contact the Kryptonian Empire for help. More specifically, they wanted Gladiator. They hoped that after all his years with the Shi'ar, he might still help them survive this crisis. The only reason things were not even worse was because the Skrull Empire and Kree Empire were too busy tearing each other apart to interfere. Otherwise, they absolutely would have joined the attack as well. Gladiator hesitated after receiving the request. His identity had changed. He was now a royal knight and supreme commander of the Imperial Guard, effectively equal in status to his death herself. If he participated in the Shi'ar War, outside observers would almost certainly assume the Kryptonian Empire had formed an alliance with the Shi'ar. The problem was that Drex Valen clearly had no interest in such matters, and Gladiator did not dare make decisions on his own. So he sought Drex's permission. Drex refused immediately. At worst, the Shi'ar Empire would suffer severe damage. It was nowhere near total collapse. And even if it did fall apart completely, that outcome would only benefit the Kryptonian Empire. Gladiator ultimately declined the Shi'ar plea for aid. To be fair, he did not owe the Shi'ar Empire anything anymore. The value of everything they had given him was nowhere close to what he himself had earned for them through war and conquest. Then the Kryptonian Empire unveiled a brand new military force, and the universe was stunned. The fact that these Kryptonians could transform into gigantic monsters was shocking enough. But what truly horrified everyone was how absurdly powerful those creatures were. Energy weapons barely scratched them. In return, the monsters could smash apart armored vehicles and war machines with casual swings of axes and hammers. They possessed tremendous strength, terrifying durability, and, somehow, incredible agility despite their size. On top of that, they could unleash devastating heat waves and fire thermal beams directly from their mouths. They called themselves the Kryptonian Empire's Super Soldier Corps, the Burning Legion. Unlike the Grey Knights or Black Knights of the Cosmic Knight Legions, the Burning Legion was built on an entirely different technological foundation. Even more alarming were the Kryptonians within the Burning Legion who never transformed at all. Those individuals were even stronger than the transformed super soldiers. They referred to themselves as Super Kryptonians. Unlike ordinary Kryptonians who required biochemical enhancement procedures, these Super Kryptonians were naturally powerful from birth and possessed multiple superhuman abilities. Fortunately for the rest of the universe, the concept was not entirely unfamiliar. The Skrull Empire already distinguished between ordinary Skrulls and Super Skrulls, so most civilizations accepted the idea quickly enough. Still, the appearance of the Burning Legion revealed something deeply unsettling. The Kryptonian Empire possessed fully mature super soldier technology, and the soldiers they produced were monstrously effective. Entire armies were being slaughtered by single units. Drex paused after hearing the report. What kind of situation could kill that many Hulks? Even ordinary Red Hulks should not have died in such numbers. Unless Carol Danvers had shown up again. One civilization resisted fiercely, the Black Queen explained. They activated a planet killer cannon and destroyed several worlds where the Burning Legion had deployed. A planet killer cannon, the ultimate deterrent wielded by advanced civilizations against weaker powers. Very few life forms in the universe could survive direct exposure to such a weapon. Anyone capable of tanking it was usually at Skyfather level or beyond. Even Thanos preferred to run when facing a planet killer cannon. If not for the weapon's massive size and slow preparation time, he probably would have been killed by one already. That was also why the Black Order operated without a homeworld. They remained aboard Sanctuary 2 specifically to avoid being erased by a surprise planetary strike. Drex shook his head, though he did not seem overly concerned. Dead Hulk soldiers were replaceable. The Kryptonian Empire possessed cloning technology obtained from the Kree, and every abducted subject already had their genetic information extracted and archived. New Hulk soldiers could be grown whenever necessary. The Kryptonians accompanying them, however, suffered no casualties. Their Kryptonian power armor was not decorative. Even planet killer cannons could not damage it. Drex had even considered upgrading them to neutron star armor once they fully awakened their biofields. At that point, they truly would become indestructible. As for the civilization that had inflicted such losses on the Kryptonian Empire, it was eventually crushed beneath the combined assault of the Burning Legion and the Cosmic Knight Legions. The Cosmic Knights were the truly terrifying ones. Even planet killer cannons caused them minimal casualties. The adamantium covering their armor was simply too durable. Even Carol Danvers could not smash through it. After the conquest, Drex declared that he would pardon the civilization's crime of causing such heavy losses. In exchange, every surviving member of that civilization became a slave. Some would also serve as experimental material for the Imperial Research Institute. Afterward, Drex used the Rainbow Bridge to travel to the dwarf realm of Nidavellir. At this point in time, Nidavellir had not yet suffered Thanos' invasion. The dwarf race still thrived there. The realm remained vibrant and full of life. Chapter 262. Nidavellir was not a normal planet. At its core burned a violently active neutron star. Massive ring structures encircled the star itself, and the dwarves lived upon those colossal rings. The raging neutron star served as the dwarves' power source. Using advanced technology, they harnessed its energy to melt and forge nearly any metal in existence, creating weapons powerful enough to shake the cosmos. When Drex Valen arrived through the Rainbow Bridge with his angel guards, King Eitri initially assumed Asgardians had come. Then he realized they were not Asgardians at all. The dwarves immediately went on alert. "Dwarf," Drex said calmly to Eitri, "I am the Emperor of the Kryptonian Empire." Eitri refused instantly. Asgard still carried enormous weight in the minds of the dwarves. Asgard's Rainbow Bridge was shattered by Thor himself, Drex said evenly. They no longer have the ability to maintain order across the 9 realms. The moment Thor smashed the Bifrost, Asgard effectively lost control over the 9 realms. On top of that, the Tesseract, the Space Stone, had never been returned to Asgard. It was now in Drex's possession, which meant they lacked the means to rebuild the Rainbow Bridge. Chaos had spread through the 9 realms. Species once crushed beneath Asgard's rule had begun rebelling again. The races protected by Asgard were desperately begging for aid, but Asgard could no longer reach them. Only the restoration of the Rainbow Bridge could change that. Eitri refused to believe it and immediately called out. No response came. "Heimdall." Panic crept into the Dwarf King's voice. Still nothing. Unless they somehow crossed the cracks between realms to get here, Nidavellir has already lost Asgard's protection, Drex said with a faint smile. Eitri fell silent. Long ago, Odin had entrusted him with a mold for Stormbreaker, the weapon of an Asgardian king. In exchange, Asgard promised to protect Nidavellir, while the dwarves agreed never to forge weapons for outsiders. That arrangement had lasted thousands of years. The dwarves had grown accustomed to it. But now, reality seemed exactly as the Kryptonian Emperor described. If Asgard still possessed the strength to protect Nidavellir, Heimdall would already have warned Odin the moment Drex arrived, and Asgardian forces would have appeared immediately. Drex prompted. "That's fine," Drex replied. He raised a hand casually. "I'll leave a portal here." Eitri understood the hidden meaning immediately. Protection. He looked at the man standing before him. Drex appeared almost ordinary at first glance, despite ruling a galactic empire. Eitri could not tell whether this man truly possessed the power to stand against Odin, but he also knew he had no real choice. Asgard was silent. The Kryptonian Emperor had already arrived personally. If they refused, there was every chance Drex would simply take the mold by force. "Very well," Eitri finally said. Drex wanted the mold because Stormbreaker carried Odin's rune inscriptions. It was a true king-class divine weapon, one capable of amplifying Thor's power to its absolute peak. Mjolnir acted more like a limiter and control mechanism, helping Thor direct the storms and lightning within him. Stormbreaker was different. After obtaining the mold, Drex studied it carefully. Losing his magical Superman mutation had made understanding runic systems more difficult, but he still mastered the structure quickly. He sounded genuinely interested. Standing there barehanded, Drex manipulated quarks directly and forged a massive black axe into existence. Runes copied from both Stormbreaker and Mjolnir appeared across its surface. The blade was forged from URU and adamantium. The handle was vibranium. The result was a genuine god weapon. Eitri stared in complete shock. The same terrifying heat produced by a neutron star forge, temperatures reaching into the hundreds of billions of degrees, had been perfectly replicated by Drex himself. The Black Cleaver, a true divine weapon equal even to Odin's spear, Gungnir. With a casual gesture, he used the Space Stone to leave behind a permanent portal. Then he reinforced it with the gravitational distortions of his black hole Superman powers. Even if someone else acquired the Space Stone later, they would still struggle to disrupt the stabilized black hole singularity anchoring the gateway. Drex returned to Krypton carrying the Black Cleaver. Then he created a new figurine, the Hand of Noxus, Darius. Of course, the black cleaver belonged to Darius. And honestly, Darius's style fit the Marvel Universe disturbingly well. Drex suspected there might even be unexpected results from this experiment. Darius opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the great emperor he instinctively respected above all others. He immediately dropped to one knee. He presented the black cleaver. "This divine weapon is yours." Darius accepted the axe. The instant his hand touched it, he felt a powerful connection form between himself and the weapon. Drex had also placed an imprint upon the black cleaver, much like Odin's enchantment upon Mjolnir. Anyone unrecognized by the weapon would be unable to lift it. And because the imprint originated from Drex himself, he had stabilized it using the power of a black hole singularity, which meant unless someone possessed enough strength to move that singularity itself, they would never budge the black cleaver. Drex had not created Darius using Kryptonian soldier genetics alone. He had also incorporated the mutant gene known as Son of the Earth. As long as Darius stood upon solid ground, he would gain endless stamina and strength. While grounded, he was effectively immortal, and his power would continue increasing indefinitely. Drex recreated Darius perfectly. Even the armor matched Darius's original appearance exactly, though the materials had been upgraded into a combination of URU, adamantium, and vibranium. The Hand of Noxus had arrived, and he looked ready to slaughter worlds. Chapter 263. Once the dwarves of Nidavellir received the weapon orders for the Kryptonian Empire's Hulk soldiers, they were stunned. These warriors could transform into giants, and each one possessed over 100 tons of single-arm strength. Even Asgard could not field many warriors on that level. Outside of the Valkyrie Corps, which had already been wiped out, there were probably very few forces capable of standing against them. And yet the Kryptonian Empire possessed 100,000 of these monsters, an entire organized legion. That realization gave King Eitri and the dwarves an entirely new understanding of just how terrifying their new masters really were. Compared to this, even Asgard suddenly seemed less impressive, especially after hearing about the Kryptonian Empire's generals and commanders. According to the rumors, several of them were powerful enough to overpower Thor himself. Of course, they had not witnessed it personally, so the dwarves remained skeptical. But if it was true, then the Kryptonian Empire was horrifying beyond reason. Asgard had once swept across the universe with only Odin and Thor. Even Thanos avoided Earth because of them. And now, the Kryptonian Empire apparently possessed 3 people capable of fighting Thor head-on. Technically 4, because Drex Valen had also transferred Hercules from Earth into the Kryptonian Empire and appointed him as the vanguard commander of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces. Unlike the others, Hercules had not been enhanced with Kryptonian genetics. Even so, Drex's modified version of him could still trade blows with Thor or the standard Savage Hulk without much issue. As a vanguard commander, he was more than qualified. Hercules alone could probably hold off the Black Order by himself. What the dwarves did not know was that Krypton also housed an entire angel legion. Every angel possessed Kryptonian military genetics, enhanced further by the plasma spark towers. On Krypton itself, they were essentially invincible. At the same time, the entire universe now knew Gladiator had become both a royal knight and grand commander of the Kryptonian Imperial Guard. Anyone familiar with Gladiator's strength immediately became wary of the Kryptonian Empire. Previously, civilizations had feared its death, the war-crazed Grand General. Now Gladiator stood beside her. With 2 monsters like that under its banner, the Kryptonian Empire had finally earned the status and presence of a true 4th galactic empire. Of course, beings capable of influencing an interstellar war through individual power alone were incredibly rare. And even then, they usually only affected local battlefields. The scale of cosmic warfare was simply too enormous. Any civilization capable of leaving its own star system deployed combat forces numbering in the hundreds of millions during wartime. Each combat unit often represented 10,000 soldiers at minimum, or an entire warship outright. No matter how strong an individual was, could they really destroy hundreds of millions of units alone? Even the seemingly unimpressive Chitauri possessed considerable military strength on a galactic scale. Otherwise, Thanos never would have targeted them, destroyed their homeworld, and forced them into the Black Order. The Chitauri alone could deploy countless millions of combat units without difficulty. The Burning Legion and the Cosmic Knight Legions were terrifying, but even they primarily functioned as spearhead forces. That was why the Kryptonian Empire had begun recruiting soldiers from conquered planets. Without enough manpower, they could not properly govern or wage war across expanding territories. With his superbrain, his old memories remained crystal clear, as vivid as if they had happened yesterday. His parents had been cold people, emotionless. Even toward him, they showed no warmth. When Drex repeatedly violated Kryptonian law and tried stealing the Codex, his father merely protected him with a blank expression. Without that intervention, Drex would have been exiled to the Phantom Zone long ago. Later, he was reassigned to several research facilities to continue his experiments. At first, Drex had been relieved. He had failed to obtain the Codex, but at least he had escaped Krypton itself. Then Krypton recalled every off-world Kryptonian by force. When Drex attempted to flee, his father, already fully aware of what he intended, dispatched soldiers to drag him back. But during his final desperate attempt to steal the Codex, he discovered the guards had mysteriously vanished. This time he succeeded. As for what happened afterward to Kal-El, Drex had not cared. Survival came first. He snapped back to reality and saw Tifa standing nearby. Naturally, he had brought her and the others into the Kryptonian Empire with him. To them, it was supposed to be a vacation. Tifa looked at him with concern. The expression he had worn moments ago carried a kind of lonely sadness that made her chest ache. Drex asked with a smile as he pulled her into his arms. Every civilization in the universe possessed something different. That was what made travel worthwhile. Drex knew his own views on love were deeply flawed. The only thing he could do was try to give them the best things possible. I'm still not really used to it, Tifa admitted awkwardly. Mostly because aliens came in every shape imaginable. Unlike Lyra Yin, who found absolutely everything interesting, Tifa struggled to adapt to some of the stranger sights. Drex nodded. Then he simply held her quietly. The two leaned against each other in silence, listening to each other's heartbeat. For a while, the distance between them felt impossibly small. In a dark corner of the universe, aboard the flagship Sanctuary I, sat the being known as Thanos. Though technically an Eternal of Titan, he appeared little different from an enormous purple-skinned humanoid ape. He sat motionless upon his throne. His expression never changed, but the veins bulging across his clenched fists said enough. The Earth invasion had failed. The fleet station there had been annihilated completely. The modified hive had been destroyed, and the final report stated that the portal had been closed. Loki, you useless bastard. Months ago, Thanos had encountered Loki drifting through a spatial storm like an abandoned stray dog. To be honest, Thanos had found him interesting. There was obsession in Loki's eyes. Hatred. Ambition that still burned fiercely even after absolute defeat. Thanos appreciated people loyal to their own desires, and Loki's identity made him even more intriguing. A frost giant, raised as an Asgardian prince. That alone had made Thanos mildly interested in Asgard. Still, Thanos never stopped moving forward. Whether Asgard mattered could be decided later. In the meantime, there was no harm in developing Loki into a useful subordinate. Earth, despite still looking primitive by galactic standards, clearly possessed several things worth paying attention to. Since Thanos intended to return eventually anyway, he had decided to let Loki handle things first. So he left behind an entire auxiliary fleet. He even disguised a Mind Stone and handed it over to Loki, partly because he wanted to see what someone fueled by hatred could accomplish. And then, everything collapsed. Chapter 264. The portal had opened successfully. The invasion had not. The biomechanical leviathans produced by the fleet, along with the endless swarms of soldiers pouring through the gateway like locusts, had been shredded before they could properly establish a foothold on Earth. Then even the flagship, the Hive, had been destroyed. And through the entire disaster, Loki had vanished after his little stunt in Germany. Thanos sat there in silence, wearing the cosmic equivalent of a deeply offended expression. He had provided Loki with troops, resources, an Infinity Stone, and in return, not only had Loki failed to retrieve the Space Stone, he had somehow lost a Mind Stone too. That was not failure anymore. That was fraud. Still, beneath the anger, Thanos also understood something. If Loki had obediently followed the script from beginning to end, then all the ambition and hatred Thanos had sensed in him would have been fake. No, this felt more deliberate. Perhaps Loki had planned from the beginning to exploit him. Through the darkness before him, Thanos could almost picture Loki standing somewhere across unimaginable light years, choosing Earth over him, choosing betrayal. Then Thanos smiled. His voice echoed through sanctuary like distant thunder. The smile vanished. There was no doubt in Thanos' mind. Once his affairs with the Shi'ar Empire concluded, he would personally crush Loki alongside the primitive little world he had chosen to protect. Of course, that did not mean Thanos intended to sit idle in the meantime. Orders had already been issued. Whether Earth could survive what was coming remained to be seen. New York's new headquarters, massive reconstruction efforts had begun. The outer perimeter had first been reinforced with a steel wall over 6 feet thick and nearly 16 feet tall, encircling what had once been New York City. Everything inside was now classified at the highest possible level. Ordinary civilians knew almost nothing about what was happening there. Even most extraordinary people only knew fragments. What they did know was that the number of third-generation war machine units, massive Decepticon-like combat platforms, seemed to be increasing continuously. The first-generation war machine units, meanwhile, were gradually being transferred into police departments across various nations rather than military use. Mostly because the technology evolved too quickly. Fighter jets did not become obsolete this fast. War machines had replaced tanks and aircraft almost overnight. Then they had started replacing themselves. Only smaller countries still treated first-generation war machines as strategic weapons comparable to nuclear deterrence. Los Angeles. Stark Tower was still undergoing large-scale reconstruction. At the top floor, Tony Stark sat staring at unfinished blueprints with exhausted frustration. Nearby, Peter Parker quietly played games while trying very hard not to attract attention, like a nervous kid pretending not to exist while his father worked. Every so often, Peter glanced sideways at Tony before sneaking a look at messages on his phone. The messages came from Harry Osborn, Peter's wealthy best friend. Though recently, Harry's life had been spiraling downhill, both personally and professionally. Oscorp's headquarters had been located in New York too, which meant the damage from the invasion had been catastrophic. Then again, considering the entire city had basically ceased to exist for a while, Harry figured he was hardly alone in suffering. Still, his own problems remained, which was why he finally decided to contact Peter. The moment Tony became distracted, Peter slipped out unnoticed. Ever since Peter became Spider-Man, things with Gwen had escalated fast. Very fast. The two of them had fallen into each other with almost ridiculous intensity. Every time they looked at one another, it felt like the universe itself was pushing them together. Eventually, Peter found himself thinking less and less about Mary Jane. It was not intentional. Being around Gwen simply felt different, stronger, more real. And Gwen was also his superhero senior, the famous Spider-Woman herself. A married pair of spider heroes somehow felt weirdly perfect. Neither of them realized the attraction had probably been intensified by the mutated spider itself. At the moment, though, they were far too deep in love to question it. Harry looked terrible, pale, exhausted. His usual confidence and energy were gone, which shocked Peter immediately. What happened? Harry shook his head slowly. Peter blinked. HRV. Harry hesitated before continuing. The bitterness in his voice was hard to miss. Norman Osborn had spent nearly all his time obsessed with business. He had even sent Harry away to boarding school when he was 11 years old. Only after Harry's symptoms began worsening had Norman finally told him the truth about the hereditary disease. And the disease only got worse over time. There was no cure, no resistance, no miracle. During the Battle of Manhattan, Harry had briefly wondered whether cybernetic conversion might allow him to survive as some kind of machine-human hybrid. But deep down, nobody wanted to abandon being human. And Harry lacked that kind of technology anyway. Still, OS Corp's research had shown him something important. Spider genetics contained regenerative properties, which naturally made him think of Spider-Man. Of course, Harry admired Spider-Man, but he had no idea whether Spider-Man would actually help him. Harry was not selfish enough to assume heroes treated everyone equally just because they saved people publicly. And asking for Spider-Man's blood was a huge request. Still, trying was better than waiting to die. Peter froze, because the problem was not simple. If his blood could definitely save Harry, Peter would hand it over without hesitation. But he was terrified it might kill him instead. Of course, Norman had not expected Harry to overthink the issue this much. Even if Norman had drifted away somewhat from the World Serpent Organization, Umbrella Corporation still existed. All he really needed to do was request additional suppressant doses from the boss each month. But Harry did not know that. "I'll try," Peter said carefully. Then an idea suddenly hit him. Harry's eyes lit up instantly, then dimmed again. After all, who was Drex Valen? The discoverer of two entirely new elements. The man scientists already expected to enter history textbooks the moment he died. The father of new elements, new weapons, new materials, a figure operating on a completely different level from ordinary people. Chapter 265. On top of everything else, Drex Valen had also developed effective treatments for AIDS and cancer. At that point, calling him a genius barely covered it. Umbrella Corporation's financial scale exceeded OS Corp by hundreds of times over. The two companies were not even remotely comparable anymore. In many ways, Umbrella had already become a superpower equal to a sovereign nation, especially considering they openly possessed strategic-class weapons like new element warheads, a corporation selling weapons comparable to nukes. The idea still sounded insane. Still, it was worth trying. Harry made up his mind to talk to his father once he got home. Maria Hill pushed through the office doors carrying a mountain of files. 3 hours ago, satellite systems picked up massive tidal disturbances. There's also unidentified electromagnetic interference affecting nearby Hawaiian regions. Nick Fury turned toward her silently as Hill continued reporting at rapid-fire speed. At the moment, we don't have enough evidence to confirm whether this is a large-scale disaster event or simply piracy. She took a breath. Recent technological breakthroughs had given Fury more confidence than before. The leftover alien equipment from the Battle of Manhattan had dramatically accelerated reverse engineering efforts, as current instruments were generations beyond what humanity had previously possessed. Fury dragged a hand across the holographic screen. A field of energy data expanded before him. Then his expression stiffened slightly. The wavelength patterns looked disturbingly familiar. Too familiar. They resembled the fluctuations produced by the Tesseract. Fury asked calmly. His face barely changed, though with his complexion, it was difficult to notice subtle shifts anyway. "Tell her to wrap it up immediately." Hill nodded. "Agent Romanoff will understand the situation once she arrives." Fury's gaze hardened. Rumors about underwater civilizations had existed for over a century, and by now, some of them had already been confirmed. Atlantis alone proved advanced oceanic civilizations existed, especially after the Deep Sea Clan had forced the Atlanteans onto the surface near Wakanda. The underground world was much the same. Just because humanity had not explored it fully did not mean it was empty. First Asgard, then Raditz, then the Chitauri. At this point, Fury would not even blink if Earth suddenly turned out to contain hidden races, monsters, or entire civilizations buried beneath reality itself. For a long time, he had solved problems through experience, manipulation, and sheer paranoia. But supernatural disasters and cosmic invasions had gradually rendered those methods obsolete. And if this new anomaly turned out to be another dimensional gateway, Fury genuinely felt like smashing his head into a wall. "Prepare the new helicarrier," he ordered. "Gather the superheroes and Agent Romanoff." Most superheroes reacted to the emergency summons with tired familiarity. Honestly, why did aliens seem so obsessed with Earth? They already spent enough time dealing with monsters. Now, the universe apparently wanted a turn too. Abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected in the Central Pacific near Hawaii. The briefing continued. Tony Stark stared at the report in confusion. Wait. He immediately activated Stark's satellites and redirected them toward the Pacific. A moment later, the live footage appeared. Tony's expression changed. On screen, the ocean churned violently. Towering tidal waves rolled outward in every direction while a massive whirlpool formed near the epicenter. Several damaged warships drifted helplessly nearby. Jarvis zoomed in helpfully. Two submarines, caught in the violent currents, slammed into each other head-on. But that was only the beginning. Another colossal wave exploded upward. Then something emerged from beneath the sea. The creature's body was dark gray, vaguely reptilian, almost dinosaur-like in appearance. Its axe-shaped skull smashed directly into a cruiser before the monster vanished beneath the ocean again. Elsewhere across the same stretch of water, another beast surfaced. This one possessed a blade-like head that carved straight through a submarine rising toward the surface. "My God," one arriving superhero muttered. Even Drex paused when he saw the monsters. This definitely was not his doing. Then again, did Marvel even have creatures like this? Or had the timeline gone completely insane? To be fair, Drex knew Marvel technically possessed its own monster universe continuity, complete with things like Godzilla. But these particular creatures? He had absolutely no idea what they were. What he also did not know was that this was Thanos' revenge. Analyst explained during the emergency briefing. There are no major trenches near the Central Pacific Zone, close to Hawaii. Creatures of this size would require impossible amounts of food and territory. The analyst pointed toward the energy data. In other words, that conclusion immediately drew the attention of every major world government. Because unlike previous invasions, this battlefield was in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, meaning this time, the world could respond without restraint. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 266-266. After all, Drex Valen had already developed a new elemental warhead capable of perfectly replacing nuclear weapons, the Spear of Longinus. Nota Diasgen. Greater destructive power. At the center of the blast, temperatures could reach 5 billion degrees Celsius, creating a zone of absolute annihilation that lasted for 10 full minutes. As Drex watched the emerging monster, a vague sense of familiarity surfaced in his mind. Pacific Rim. He'd seen the films before. The first one had genuine heart behind it. The sequel felt more like a studio-built demolition ride wrapped in expensive CGI. Other than the novelty of giant monsters attacking Japan, the story itself hadn't left much of an impression on him. Well, except for the absurd name Kaiju. The universe was vast beyond comprehension, filled with alien civilizations warped by their own evolutionary paths. Some civilizations specialized in physics and machinery, like the Chitauri. Others leaned entirely into biotechnology. The monsters from Pacific Rim belonged firmly to the latter category. Alien invasions always came with motives. Resource shortages, expansionism, survival, fanaticism. The reasons changed, but the outcome rarely did. The creatures in Pacific Rim were living war machines engineered through biological science, giant monsters designed specifically for planetary conquest. And honestly, compared to the Chitauri's cybernetically enhanced infantry, these things were far more terrifying. Their destructive capacity was enormous. Against a technologically weaker civilization, even disposable kaiju could become extinction-level threats. Cheap to mass-produce, easy to weaponize. The only real ways to stop them were simple in theory. Destroy the dimensional breach the monsters used to enter Earth, or kill the beings directing them from behind the scenes, the precursors. Otherwise, no matter how many kaiju humanity killed, stronger ones would keep coming. Meanwhile, out over the ocean, the situation was already spiraling. The Navy had deployed submarines the instant the creature appeared. All of them were destroyed. 2 cruisers sent afterwards suffered the same fate. Humiliating as it sounded, neither ship-launched torpedoes nor missiles fired from Quinjet fighters could penetrate the monster's hide. Weapons capable of reducing ordinary life forms to vapor barely managed to scorch its skin. Headquarters, tension thick in the air like wet concrete. Fury asked, "One prototype exists," a researcher answered quickly, "but it's unfinished and uncalibrated." He hesitated before continuing. "But do we really have to let the monster make landfall? Based on its trajectory, the scythe-headed one doesn't appear interested in Hawaii." That came directly from the director, another researcher explained. Scans detected toxic compounds in the creature's blood. Nick Fury's expression darkened. "Marine contamination? What about the Atlanteans?" Fury snapped. "The Atlanteans have already deployed military forces," the researcher replied while typing rapidly across the holographic interface. Another analyst spoke up immediately. "The best-case scenario is killing the creature the moment it reaches land." Banner stood nearby gripping a steel railing. The metal groaned, then crumpled effortlessly in his hand. Even now, he still only carried a toothbrush in his travel bag. "Large-caliber artillery can't hurt the thing," Banner said flatly. He released the mangled railing with visible irritation. "And why exactly am I here?" He cracked his knuckles. "For the record, I'm a scientist." Banner glanced toward Fury. The Hulk had become far more stable recently. Even under stress, Banner no longer worried about losing control at the slightest spike in emotion. Still, he considered himself a researcher first. Unless the world was truly on fire, he preferred staying out of combat whenever possible. Fury remained silent for a moment, staring at the satellite feed displaying the approaching kaiju. Then he pointed toward several highlighted coastal cities on the digital map. Fury turned toward Banner. "Dr. Banner." Before Banner could respond, another voice interrupted. The screen shifted. The earlier readings were incomplete. Everyone in the room froze. A second image appeared beside it, and the axe-headed one. Fury's eye widened. One monster was already catastrophic enough. 2 bordered on insanity. For the first time in years, Fury genuinely considered deploying the Spear of Longinus. Even a new helicarrier lacked weapons designed for targets on this scale. The appearance of the kaiju had exposed a brutal truth. Humanity's conventional arsenal was nearly useless against them. Outside of nuclear warheads and Drex Valen's elemental weapons, mankind had almost no answer to creatures like this. A pause. At this point, Fury could only hope Tony Stark, one of humanity's greatest minds, had some solution hidden away. Maybe an anti-kaiju armor? Unfortunately, Tony Stark was currently wishing the exact same thing. Standing along the evacuated coastline, Tony scrolled through his armor schematics with growing disbelief. Nope. No anti-monster armor. No skyscraper-sized emergency suit. No, in case giant aliens crawl out of the Pacific Ocean contingency file. For once, even he felt unprepared. That one-eyed bastard really knows how to ruin a day, Tony muttered. Thankfully, civilian evacuation required very little effort. The moment the dragon-level alert sounded, people fled like the apocalypse itself was sprinting behind them. Tony had barely finished speaking when the ocean exploded upward. A colossal shadow burst from the sea. Towering waves crashed across the shoreline as the monster launched itself partially into the air, its massive silhouette blotting out the sun. The stench hit seconds later. Rotting flesh. Salt water. Something chemical and wrong. Tony wrinkled his nose inside the helmet. He stared up at the creature. Liquid metal surged across his symbiote armor. The suit expanded rapidly, layer after layer forming around him until a 5-meter-tall anti-Hulk armor stood on the beach. That was his current limit. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward, alone, directly into the monster's path. Chapter 267. The appearance of the kaiju triggered global panic almost instantly, especially in Japan. But the moment giant mechs appeared alongside the monsters, an entirely different section of the population practically lost their minds with excitement. For lifelong tokusatsu fans, this was reality colliding headfirst with childhood fantasy. Sure, everyone understood that unknown monsters meant catastrophe. That didn't stop them from screaming like they were watching the greatest live-action crossover event in human history. Humanity had officially entered the age of giant monsters and giant robots. Coulson's hands were moving fast enough to blur as he coordinated with Japanese authorities. Civilian evacuation was the top priority. According to Drex Valen's assessment, the kaiju needed to be killed on land to avoid contaminating the ocean. Even under the most optimistic projections, the coastline would still become a biological hazard zone afterward. If civilians came into contact with kaiju blood or any of the toxic compounds leaking from their bodies, the death toll would skyrocket. Out at sea, massive waves surged upward as the axe-head kaiju slowly rose from beneath the surface. Even the visible portion of its body rivaled an aircraft carrier in size. Then it moved. The monster exploded from the water in a storm of foam and shattered waves, launching itself toward Tony Stark. Its colossal body blocked out the sky. Compared to the monster, Tony's 5-meter symbiote armor looked hilariously outmatched. Back in the United States, there were still Atlantean forces, Wakandan support, and plenty of superheroes available to assist. That was the only reason Tony had rushed to Japan in the first place. Now, he was starting to suspect he'd dramatically overestimated his odds. A creature weighing several thousand tons should not have been capable of moving with this level of speed and agility. Even Drex found it strange. These kaiju were clearly operating on an entirely different level from their movie counterparts. Tony fired first. Particle cannons roared. Explosions ripped across the axe-head's armored hide, blasting chunks of hardened flesh apart and carving horrific wounds into its body. Blue blood erupted into the air like toxic rain. But the creature never changed direction. The kaiju kept falling straight toward him. A monster weighing thousands of tons crashing down from above would flatten almost anything. Even Tony wasn't sure the symbiote armor could survive the impact. Jarvis immediately activated the combat prediction system. The armor shifted sideways. Tony twisted his torso, narrowly avoiding the direct collision while the suit's clawed hand latched onto the kaiju's massive arm. Every thruster ignited simultaneously. Using rotational force and leverage instead of raw strength, Tony redirected the creature's momentum. Human martial techniques weren't designed for monsters, but physics still worked. The enormous kaiju lost balance mid-impact and slammed into the city instead. Buildings collapsed like sandcastles beneath its body. Concrete shattered. Steel screamed. The kaiju's blue blood flooded the streets, rapidly contaminating the entire area into a lethal biohazard zone no human should ever enter again. Fortunately, the evacuation had already begun. Most civilians were either gone or in the process of escaping. No one was caught beneath the falling monster. A 3-meter blade extended from the symbiote armor's wrist. No hosetashjin. Tony slammed his right hand down onto the kaiju's skull, pinning it in place while the high-frequency particle sword carved downward in a blur. Jarvis highlighted skeletal weak points across the monster's anatomy. The silver-white armor moved with terrifying precision, almost assassin-like. Stab, slice, dissect. The vibrating blade tore through muscle and bone before shoulder-mounted cannons unfolded from the armor plating. The new element reactor surged with power. A brilliant white beam erupted forward. The blast punched straight through the axe-head's torso, leaving behind a crater. Nearly a meter wide, blue blood sprayed everywhere, splattering across the armor and staining the silver plating with eerie streaks of glowing cobalt. But even pinned down, the kaiju was still monstrously strong. Tony could suppress its head. He could not suppress the rest of it. The creature thrashed violently, smashing the ground apart beneath them. Then one of its legs connected with the armor. The impact launched Tony backward. Raw strength still favored the kaiju by an absurd margin. The symbiote armor possessed greater mobility, versatility, and weapon systems. In direct physical confrontation, it was losing. The fact that a 5-meter-tall suit could even wrestle a monster weighing thousands of tons was already absurd enough. That achievement came from two things: Tony Stark's genius and the advanced materials Drex Valen had provided. Without the liquid secondary kryptonite alloy, the old gold titanium armor would have been crushed instantly. Without the new element reactor, the suit wouldn't have possessed enough output to even contest the monster physically. Unfortunately, none of that changed the current reality. Tony Stark was still getting dragged across the battlefield like a chew toy. Then a voice suddenly echoed through the armor systems. "Stock!" Tony froze. He recognized the voice instantly. Drex Valen. Tony mentally added upgrade firewall security to tomorrow's to-do list. The fact that Drex could infiltrate his systems silently was deeply irritating. The technological gap between them was becoming harder to ignore. "Not exactly," Drex replied casually. There was amusement in his voice. A pause. Tony blinked. Then realization hit him. The spear of Longinus? Tony disengaged from the kaiju instantly, half running and half rolling away from the creature. Then the sky lit up. A blinding crimson aurora split the heavens apart. The beam descended from orbit like divine judgment itself. It struck the axe head directly. Tony watched in stunned silence as the monster evaporated. Not exploded, not burned, erased. The red death light vaporized thousands of tons of biological mass in seconds. Nothing remained. Drex's voice returned calmly through the comms. A brief pause. For Tony Stark, it was probably fair to call the moment psychologically traumatic. At his core, Tony had always been proud, arrogant even, but not delusional. He understood his own capabilities better than anyone. And after repeated encounters with beings far beyond normal human limits, cracks had already begun forming in that confidence. Seeing Drex's orbital cannon only made it worse. Tony suddenly felt like he'd spent years building expensive toys while someone else had quietly started constructing the future. Could Tony eventually develop orbital weapons himself? Absolutely. That wasn't the problem. The problem was vision. Drex Valen always seemed to be looking further ahead than everyone else. War Machine, the Spear of Longinus, now orbital satellite weaponry. Every invention felt like something pulled from the next era of human civilization. And for the first time in a very long while, Tony Stark felt frustrated. Drex's voice echoed one last time through the comm channel. A faint chuckle followed. Chapter 268-268. Tony Stark might once have been nothing more than an arrogant billionaire playboy. But after Afghanistan, after building the first Iron Man suit in a cave with scraps and desperation, he learned what responsibility actually meant. He knew exactly what he should do. The difference was that Tony lived honestly with his own desires. What he wanted, what he hated, what he could do, what he refused to do. No matter how reckless he looked from the outside, Tony Stark understood himself better than most people ever would. "Yeah, shut up," Tony muttered irritably. He refused to admit defeat. If the problem was vision, then he'd just force himself to think bigger. Far bigger. Out over the ocean, the helicarrier and its deployed Decepticon units continued bombarding the approaching scythe-head kaiju with everything they had. Heavy artillery, missiles, energy cannons. Nothing worked. Even their highest-yield weapons failed to properly penetrate the monster's defenses. If someone converted the damage into a game-style health bar, the entire assault would probably look like an endless stream of floating damage numbers reading. -1, force chip damage. Meanwhile, the kaiju's regeneration would be ticking at something ridiculous like plus 10,000 HP/SSC. Eventually, the Decepticons disengaged. The units closest to the kaiju retreated toward the coastal city, while only 5 remained circling the monster at a distance. Compared to the Axehead kaiju that had already been vaporized, Scythehead honestly looked far more intimidating. Its crescent-shaped skull resembled a massive bladed scythe. Rows of shark-like fins jutted from its back. Its forearms weren't really hands at all, more like gigantic blunt cleavers built for crushing ships apart. Unlike Axehead, which had died almost immediately, Scythehead had actually been one of the more dangerous kaiju in Pacific Rim lore. In the original film timeline, it had nearly destroyed Gypsy Danger. Tony hovered above the coastline, sorting through combat playlists while studying the creature below. "Jarvis, prioritize combat data collection," he ordered. Tony ascended higher. The reactor in his chest blazed brighter. Then the V-shaped emitter on the armor fired. A concentrated beam of energy slammed directly into Scythehead's skull. The kaiju roared loud enough to shake the clouds. Smoke and seawater exploded outward. But when the haze cleared, Tony saw exactly what he expected. The attack hadn't fully penetrated. "Thought so," Tony muttered. Only next-generation weapons could hurt this thing. Several nearby heroes immediately looked at him like he'd lost his mind. General Ross spat his cigar aside, then charged forward. Red Hulk launched himself at Scythehead and drove a punch into its leg. The result was deeply disappointing. A multi-thousand-ton kaiju was not something Red Hulk could casually overpower. Scythehead simply lifted one foot and stomped him into the ground. Around the battlefield, the other heroes were beginning to realize the same thing. Most of their powers were built for human-scale combat. Enhanced strength, mutations, martial skill. None of it mattered much against a living mountain. Discovered that his vibranium claws could pierce the kaiju's armor. Unfortunately, the claws were measured in centimeters. The kaiju was measured in stories. Atlantean energy weapons performed slightly better. Blue blood burst from the creature's body as several blasts finally penetrated its outer hide. The moment the blood hit seawater, glowing blue contamination rapidly spread through the surrounding shallows. Someone shouted over comms. Kaiju blood was catastrophically toxic to Earth's ecosystem. Even diluted in seawater, it remained dangerously persistent. The attack had only broken the creature's skin, but the surrounding coastal waters were already effectively poisoned. "No one on Earth has real experience fighting something this large," another voice said grimly. "No," another corrected immediately. A pause. All they needed to do was survive until the next orbital strike. Personnel had already heard about Drex's weapon from Tony Stark, and honestly, nobody even knew what to say anymore. Drex Valen's foresight bordered on terrifying. Inside the Helicarrier Command Center, Nick Fury stared at the battlefield footage with a deepening frown. Governments around the world were already losing their minds. No one had expected Drex to quietly place a weapon like this in orbit above the planet. Back in Japan, the previous shot from the Sword of Damocles hadn't merely erased Axehead. It had punched nearly a kilometer into the Earth's crust. Sections of the surrounding region were currently experiencing seismic instability, structural collapse, and aftershock tremors. The name Sword of Damocles suddenly felt painfully appropriate. Some world leaders were even convinced Drex had chosen the name intentionally. A reminder, a warning hanging over everyone's heads. Fury asked sharply. Maria Hill answered immediately. 30 minutes. Fury nodded once. Back on the battlefield, another massive explosion shook the coastline. The ground trembled hard enough that nearby cities felt the shockwave. Windows shattered across entire districts. Cracks spread through reinforced concrete buildings. Near the epicenter, a massive crater over 100 meters wide tore through the urban coastline. Kaiju flesh and blue blood splattered across the area like toxic paint. Seawater rushed inward, carrying contaminated blood back into the ocean. Ironically, the explosion hadn't even come from a special weapon. During the battle, someone had accidentally ruptured an underground natural gas line. The resulting detonation looked spectacular. In reality, it barely mattered. Scythehead emerged from the flames, and smoke almost completely unharmed. Blue biological fluids burned across its body, producing thick toxic smoke that spread into the atmosphere. Tony frowned as environmental readings flooded across his HUD. These monsters weren't just hard to kill. They were walking ecological disasters. Even if humanity managed to bring one down conventionally, disposing of the corpse afterward would become another nightmare entirely. Thankfully, Drex Valen's orbital cannon solved that problem rather elegantly. There wasn't much pollution left when the target got vaporized at the molecular level. Then every hero on the battlefield received the same warning. Clear the area immediately. The Sword of Damocles was ready to fire again. This time, Drex had replaced the cannon barrel with a vibranium-lined version to prevent overheating. Then the sky turned red. A beam of death descended from orbit at a speed Scythehead couldn't possibly evade. The kaiju was struck head-on. Every hero watching froze in shock. Even General Ross, a man absurdly proud of his own power, stared in stunned silence. If he got hit by something like that, he'd die too. Scythehead screamed, then disintegrated into ash. This time the energy output had been adjusted far more precisely. After erasing the kaiju completely, the beam only drilled around 10 meters into the ground before dissipating. Compared to the previous shot, that counted as restraint. Chapter 269. Destroying the two kaiju hadn't solved the real problem. According to Drex Valen, familiar energy fluctuations had been detected deep within the Pacific Ocean. The readings strongly resembled the spatial distortions created by the Chitauri portal technology. Except this time, the wormhole was underwater. And when it came to the deep sea, Atlantis was the undisputed expert. The monster's initial appearance point should be close to the breach, Drex said calmly over the conference channel. He continued without pause. A brief pause. Creatures that large should leave visible impressions across the ocean floor. Satellite imagery from earlier had already mapped portions of the kaiju movement paths. That would make the search easier. The moment Drex finished speaking, Nick Fury turned toward Tony Stark. Tony immediately took half a step backward. "I don't have time for this," he said flatly. "That monster damaged my armor." Fury raised a hand, stopping Tony before he could leave. Then he pointed toward the ocean footage filled with drifting blue contamination. What about the pollution from the kaiju blood? Scythehead had died near the shoreline. Most of its body had been vaporized, but fragments still remained. Combined with the injuries inflicted during the battle, kaiju tissue and blue blood had scattered across several kilometers of coastline. The city's long-term condition remained uncertain, but the ocean contamination was unavoidable. The blue blood would eventually dilute into seawater, but how long that process would take, or whether it would trigger mutations in marine life, was anyone's guess. Tony rubbed his forehead. "I need to analyze the biological composition first before I can propose a solution." Then he pointed at Fury. "And stop asking me about everything." Fury's expression seemed to say, "Aren't you people supposed to be good at everything?" After all, Drex Valen increasingly looked less like a genius scientist and more like a civilization operating in human form. The Orbital Satellite Canon, D, has issued a humanitarian statement regarding the tsunami activity and seismic damage caused in Hokkaido. Authorities have also confirmed that the blue blood contained within the kaiju possesses highly dangerous toxic properties. Both the landing zones and nearby coastal waters may be contaminated. D was already burning through manpower and resources at a terrifying rate. The organization still hadn't fully recovered from the Chitauri invasion. New York headquarters remained under reconstruction, and now the suspected portal location was somewhere beneath the Pacific Ocean. Technically, the United Nations had agreed to cooperate. Warships, submarines, research teams, everyone contributed something. But the Pacific was unimaginably vast. Finding a hidden alien wormhole at the bottom of the ocean was like trying to locate a single spark in an abyss. And naturally, every participating nation had its own agenda. Atlantis deployed large-scale deep-sea search forces almost immediately. Humanity, meanwhile, mostly sent submarines as a symbolic gesture and quietly hoped the Atlanteans handled the hard part. People had thought the world might finally enjoy a brief period of peace after the Chitauri incident. Instead, things somehow got worse. For once, the agent's trademark professional smile was completely gone. His face looked pale. Even his voice carried tension. D. Coulson wiped sweat from his forehead before continuing. Then his tone tightened. In the region where scythe heads' footprints disappeared, a beat of silence followed. Fury's brow tightened again almost instantly. Coulson shook his head grimly. He exhaled slowly. We already know the invaders are using wormhole technology to transport monsters into the Pacific Deep Sea. Coulson paused. Drex Valen's voice suddenly cut into the conversation. His tone remained calm, analytical. Fury immediately asked the obvious question. There's only one sword of Damocles. Drex replied evenly. Coulson began. Relax, Agent Coulson. Drex interrupted smoothly. His voice carried the composed confidence of someone solving a puzzle rather than facing an extinction-level crisis. He paused briefly. The room fell silent. Drex continued. Another pause. There was faint amusement in Drex's voice, as though the entire situation had become genuinely interesting to him. Chapter 270. The invaders are still hiding somewhere unknown, Drex Valen said calmly. Inside the command room, no one interrupted him. Drex's tone remained steady, analytical. D only has so many resources. The holographic map of the Pacific rotated slowly in front of the room. He tapped the display lightly. That forces Earth defenders into constant reaction mode. Exhaustion, delayed response times. And if one particularly dangerous kaiju appears somewhere isolated, silence fell across the room. Phil Coulson and Nick Fury both stood motionless in their black suits, but despite the cold spring weather, sweat had already soaked through their shirts. The terrifying part wasn't that Drex's theory sounded dramatic. It was that it sounded logical. This was exactly how an intelligent invader would think. Identify the enemy's weakness. Exploit it mercilessly. Everyone looked toward the speaker system. No one in the room accepted that explanation for even a second. Betting humanity's survival on the enemy being stupid would itself be stupidity. Far beyond Earth's understanding, the creators of the kaiju moved through dim, organic corridors, pulsing with alien biotechnology. The precursors, masters of engineered monsters, servants of Thanos. I didn't expect Lord Thanos to care this much about such a primitive little planet, one precursor said in their distorted language. This operation had been assigned personally. Destroy Earth. Locate the Asgardian called Loki. Eliminate him. Simple orders. Which meant Thanos trusted the precursor's capabilities. We cannot underestimate this world. Another precursor replied, while adjusting the breathing apparatus attached to its body. 2 kaiju had already been destroyed. That alone was alarming enough. But what truly unsettled them was Earth's weaponry. That crimson beam, descending from orbit, the energy output had genuinely frightened them. A civilization that hadn't even escaped its own solar system should not possess weapons like that. Still, the precursors had also learned something important. The orbital cannon required downtime between shots. The delay between the destruction of the first 2 kaiju had exposed a weakness, which was why they escalated immediately. 6 kaiju, 6 different attack vectors. The monsters themselves were essentially mass-produced biological weapons. Creating larger numbers simply required more cultivation time. To the fleets serving Thanos, kaiju were considered advanced, disposable troops. But against a low-level civilization like Earth, even a single kaiju possessed catastrophic destructive potential. Several deployed simultaneously would overwhelm almost any planetary defense system. The precursors had already erased multiple civilizations using these methods. They had experience. More importantly, they had inherited intelligence gathered from the Chitauri's failed invasion. Earth possessed powerful, enhanced individuals, the beings responsible for crushing the Chitauri assault. But that wasn't a major concern. No matter how strong a super soldier became, unless they individually rivaled a starship, there were countless ways to deal with them. What truly baffled the precursors was something else entirely. Earth's strongest protectors willingly risked their lives to save weaker members of their species. It made no sense. From the precursors' perspective, a civilization possessing numerous superpowered warriors should elevate those individuals above everything else. Their value exceeded entire populations. Tens of thousands of ordinary lives could never compare. Yet Earth's heroes still threw themselves into danger for people far beneath them in capability. Primitive, irrational, wasteful. As the precursors connected a new spatial wormhole, the six kaiju, already moving through the Pacific, accelerated towards separate destinations. They had learned from the failures of Axehead and Scythehead. This generation had enhanced mobility. Unlike the earlier kaiju, which had clumsily walked along the ocean floor, these ones could swim, and swim fast. The entire objective was escalation. Chaos. Force Earth's limited defenders to split apart. Any military vessels or submarines encountered along the way were immediately destroyed. Meanwhile, coastal cities along the Pacific Rim had already begun spotting massive tidal disturbances on the horizon. The monsters were coming. The moment he finished speaking, every screen in the command center was swallowed by brilliant golden light. The glare lasted nearly 15 seconds before fading. Then the image resolved. Natasha Romanoff's pupils contracted instantly. Even Fury looked stunned. For a moment, his expression resembled a fish staring blankly from a dinner plate, because rising slowly into the atmosphere was something enormous. A warship, pure white. Its sleek structure resembled an oversized execution blade pointed toward the heavens. As control, the scale became clearer, nearly 300 meters long, comparable in size to a helicarrier. And at the bow, a massive primary cannon. The room collectively felt its scalp go numb. Hey, someone muttered weakly. No, not a conventional battleship. This thing had clearly been designed for space warfare. Drex Valen had quietly built a floating interstellar warship. Drex asked lightly. Raditz invaded Earth. The Chitauri invaded Earth. Shi'ar forces showed up. A pause. Then he deliberately added. Tony's face darkened instantly. Without another word, he cut the communication feed. The bastard was doing it on purpose. Tony Stark had focused almost entirely on upgrading the Iron Man armor line. And honestly, he still believed he could build a ship like that himself. Eventually. But once again, Drex had gotten there first. And annoyingly enough, Drex was right. Earth had already suffered multiple alien invasions. Why hadn't Tony seriously considered large-scale space combat platforms? In the end, it wasn't really an issue of intelligence. It was environment. Tony Stark grew up in America, a culture obsessed with individual heroism. As a once-in-a-generation genius, he naturally pushed that mindset to its absolute extreme. Spaceships? Were they cooler than Iron Man armor? Clearly not. Meanwhile, near the Bering Strait, another kaiju was beginning to emerge from the shallows. Seawater cascaded from its dinosaur-like body as it stepped toward land. Above it, targeting systems quietly locked on. Chapter 271. The moment Drex Valen gave the order, the warship's AI locked onto the kaiju. For blazing energy pillars erupted from the vessel's primary batteries. The atmosphere itself seemed to ignite. The ocean split apart beneath the beams, carving 4 massive trenches through the sea surface like some twisted reenactment of Moses parting the Red Sea. The kaiju, moments away from reaching the coastal district, was struck head-on. The beams punched through its enormous body instantly. Flesh exploded into clouds of shredded gore. Its roar shook the heavens. Then a thinner crimson laser slashed in from the side. As the mutilated kaiju tried to turn toward the attack, the beam pierced straight through its skull. The result looked absurdly disproportionate to the size of the laser itself. The creature's head exploded like a smashed watermelon on a beach carnival game. Blue blood rained across the surrounding region, contaminating everything it touched. The second kaiju resembled a gigantic gorilla, except it had no fur. Its body was covered in thick keratinous armor plating, and its hanging forearms resembled enormous warhammers. A deep blue crystalline glow pulsed from its forehead. Its movement speed matched its size, slow, heavy, unstoppable. But in exchange, its raw power and defensive capability surpassed every kaiju Earth had encountered so far. It was currently tearing through the Philippines. The warship arrived seconds too late to prevent the damage. And through the hive consciousness linking the kaiju, the precursors already knew what had happened to the first monster. Impossible. Wasn't Earth supposed to be a civilization trapped inside its own solar system? How could they possess a super battleship like this? Without aerial kaiju, every monster they deployed would become nothing more than target practice for that ship. Accelerated particle cannon. A section of the warship unfolded. Then the weapon fired. Drex had perfectly replicated the Angel-class accelerated particle cannon, possibly improved it. A beam moving faster than lightning tore across the battlefield. The gorilla-like kaiju never even had time to react. The instant the shot connected, its head and upper torso vaporized completely. The blast continued onward, shredding buildings behind the target into collapsing debris. The resulting shockwave pulverized the ground across several hundred meters. Concrete, steel, and stone erupted skyward like volcanic debris. Only after countless layers of atmospheric scattering did the beam finally dissipate in the far distance. Then the white warship changed course. Destination: Shenzhou. Drex stood at the very front of the ship's deck while violent winds screamed around him. Ahead, the coastline of Shenzhou gradually emerged into view. A kaiju had already reached the shore. Military forces were actively engaging it, limiting its movement. And from the looks of things, someone was fighting it directly. Drex narrowed his eyes slightly. The Spear? D. Operated as a global organization under the World Security Council. But Shenzhou had its own counterpart, the Spear Bureau. Though strangely enough, the organization barely appeared in the cinematic universe at all. If Drex remembered correctly, parts of the comic continuity suggested the Spear Bureau rose to prominence after Thanos' invasion. Still, the existence of local superhumans in Shenzhou wasn't surprising. No matter the universe, the country always carried an aura of mystery around it. A convenient place for hidden monsters and hidden heroes alike. The sunset-painted sea churned violently beneath the approaching warship. Under normal circumstances, it would have been beautiful. Right now, no one had the luxury to appreciate scenery. Not with kaiju marching towards civilization. Shanghai City sat along the central coastline of Shenzhou, facing the Western Pacific. A major economic hub, a tourism center, a coastal city connected to international trade routes across the East Sea toward Kyushu. Under ordinary conditions, it was lively and prosperous. Now it was drowning, beneath panic. As long as the kaiju remain alive, a shadow would continue hanging over the city. Kaiju came in endless biological variations. Crab-like, simian, reptilian, mutated nightmares stitched together from alien genetics. Every specimen possessed different body structures, metabolisms, combat traits, and biological weapons. But even mass-produced kaiju carried distinct specialties. Knifed possessed immense offensive capability. Leatherback carried devastating durability. Odachi wielded corrosive biological attacks. And the creature attacking Shanghai City had its own terrifying advantages. It resembled an evolved crocodile, crossed with a streamlined reptilian predator. Its enormous body was covered in metallic scales that gleamed beneath the setting sun. Unlike the bizarre, awkward body structures of many kaiju, this one possessed an optimized, aerodynamic form. Fast in the ocean, fast on land. In a strange way, it resembled a dinosaur straight out of a blockbuster movie. D designated it Swiftclaw. Swiftclaw had already entered Shanghai City and was advancing deeper into the urban districts. Its scales were so durable that most of the city's deployed heavy weapons barely slowed it down. And its size alone turned movement into catastrophe. Buildings shattered beneath its weight. Roadways collapsed. Even without actively attacking, the creature resembled a walking natural disaster. Under normal logic, hoping for a lone savior to appear and defeat a kaiju in single combat sounded ridiculous. Far more realistic to pray that the orbital cannon showed up again. Naturally, no miracle hero descended from the sky. But this was Shinjo, and in every world, there was always one universal truth. Hidden experts existed everywhere. Sometimes the guy delivering takeout, food, secretly knew 17 martial arts, and 2 forbidden breathing techniques. So when people realized their city was about to be destroyed, a few of them finally stopped staying quiet. As Swiftclaw pushed into the Bun district, several strange figures suddenly broke away from the fleeing crowds. Facing a kaiju head-on took courage bordering on insanity. Still, they charged anyway. Not that it seemed to matter much. Forget pedicures, one man muttered bitterly after getting blasted backward again. That's not true. Another argued while gripping a steel spear. The first man stared at him. The group had only met minutes ago. Now these armed, enthusiastic citizens of Shanghai City regrouped awkwardly after being driven back once again. Technically speaking, they hadn't even been repelled. Swiftclaw simply ignored them completely. Their attacks landing against its armored scales felt less like combat and more like toothpicks poking a tunnel through a mountain. Several of the volunteers were already debating whether they should retreat to the city's second defensive line and wait for reinforcements that might never arrive. Because with the level of power they currently possessed, fighting a kaiju felt utterly meaningless. Chapter 272, 272. To be blunt, modern weapons can't penetrate this thing's scales, one of the volunteer fighters muttered while staring up at Swiftclaw. Unless some hidden monster stronger than us suddenly appears. Maybe we should request a nuclear strike, another suggested weakly. Great idea. A phone was shoved into his hand. Then the kaiju roared. The sound exploded across the sky hard enough to shake the clouds apart above Shanghai City. For a brief moment, sunlight pierced through the gloom hanging over the city. Then everyone saw it. Something enormous moving at terrifying speed through the opening clouds. Wait, the hell it is. That thing's a flying warship, and definitely not one built here. One of the volunteers stared upward with widening eyes. The more I think about it, the more I feel like Shinjo really needs its own organization for stuff like this. The others looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Meanwhile, nobody had time left for jokes, because the descending warship suddenly began glowing at the bow. The moment the civilians saw energy gathering inside the massive cannon, every single one of them turned and ran. They fled so quickly, even the artillery vehicles retreating through the streets couldn't keep up. Then the warship fired. A radiant beam of destructive energy erupted downward. Swiftclaw's distorted howl shook the city. The sheer pressure of the blast shattered windows throughout entire districts. But the kaiju reacted instantly. The moment it sensed danger, Swiftclaw ripped an entire high-rise building in half with one forelimb and hurled the remains into the sky. A second later, the accelerated particle cannon vaporized the building midair. Flames, dust, and debris exploded across the skyline. Using the brief obstruction, Swiftclaw curled its streamlined body and rolled violently sideways. The edge of the beam barely missed it. As a speed-type kaiju, dodging the first strike wasn't impossible. Drex Valen stood calmly aboard the warship, gazing down at the damaged city and the still-living monster below. Shanghai City really does have terrible luck, he remarked quietly. Granted, this wasn't his Shanghai City. Still, the sight carried an odd sense of familiarity. Then he looked at Swiftclaw again. Interest flickered across his expression. A faint smile appeared. The warship's AI responded instantly. Dozens of golden particle streams erupted simultaneously. Brilliant light transformed into a rain of destruction as the barrage descended toward the kaiju like divine punishment. Every object Swiftclaw attempted to throw into the air detonated instantly beneath the incoming fire. Then the bombardment swallowed the monster whole. The explosions that followed looked apocalyptic. Entire sections of the ruined city, within a kilometer radius, suffered a second round of devastation. The ground shattered apart beneath the concentrated energy strikes. Blue blood, metallic scales, chunks of flesh. Everything blasted outward through the smoke before being completely erased by the expanding energy shock waves. Nothing remained, not even debris. One of the surviving civilians stared blankly at the battlefield. His voice trembled. The darkness hanging over Shanghai City finally began to clear alongside the kaiju's death. Smoke dispersed beneath violent winds. What remained resembled the scarred surface of the moon. The monster that had moments ago filled the population with despair no longer even retained a recognizable shape. Its skeleton itself had been blown apart. The entire attack had happened quickly. The kaiju barely had time to inflict large-scale destruction before being annihilated. But none of that changed the emotions spreading through the city. Relief. Pure, overwhelming relief. The feeling of surviving a disaster that should have killed everyone. For the precursors, this was no longer simply an invasion. It had become revenge. After the humiliation suffered during earlier failures, they understood both their strengths and weaknesses much more clearly. As long as the precursors remained alive, kaiju production could continue endlessly. But transporting them to Earth was another matter entirely. Creating stable wormholes required immense effort. Even with the planetary beacon established on Earth, the 3 precursors dispatched by Thanos were already stretched thin producing kaiju while simultaneously constructing multiple spatial gateways. And if a wormhole was discovered before it could be safely closed or destroyed, the precursors themselves might die. Headquarters, Drex glanced sideways toward him. No, he corrected calmly. Most people in the room were only pretending to pay attention. Some played with pens. Others stared blankly into space. Only Bruce Banner seemed genuinely engaged. Realistically, he was probably the only person besides Drex who actually understood the science being discussed. Wormholes are composed of atomic structures, Drex explained. He manipulated the holographic display. The deep-sea probes were equipped with my modified detection systems. Tony frowned slightly. Drex continued. A brief pause. Tony quietly decided he needed to upgrade his own detection systems again. Immediately. My current theory is that the wormhole's energy source was tied to tectonic activity beneath Earth's crust, Drex said. He enlarged several electromagnetic graphs. He folded his arms. The room grew colder. Nick Fury didn't understand most of the technical explanation, but the final sentence landed perfectly. His expression darkened immediately. Fury had originally assumed the solution was simple: find the wormhole. Let Drex Valen and Tony Stark do something absurdly genius. Problem solved. Now, that optimism was dead. This is an invasion, Drex said matter-of-factly. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. A faint smile formed. The room froze. Then every single person turned to look at Drex simultaneously. Drex blinked once, then immediately raised both hands in protest. His expression remained perfectly serious. No one believed him for even a second. Chapter 273. There existed a planet called Antiverse. Its skies were permanently buried beneath dark storm clouds. The land was barren and lifeless, stripped down to endless layers of jagged rock without rivers, forests, or signs of natural vitality. Even the atmosphere itself carried a sickly yellow tint. And beneath those desolate stone formations lived a species known as the Precursors. The Precursors were a colonizing race. They survived by invading and consuming other worlds. Masters of biochemical engineering, toxins, and hyperspace technology, they specialized in constructing wormholes capable of bridging planets across impossible distances. Once a connection formed, they infiltrated worlds from within. The kaiju were their soldiers, living bioweapons engineered directly from precursor genetic material. Earth was not their first target. Hundreds of millions of years ago, during the Triassic period, the precursors had already established a wormhole linked to Earth. But the invasion failed. Back then, Earth's atmosphere contained oxygen concentrations too high for the kaiju to survive properly. The advanced forces couldn't adapt. Colonization collapsed before it ever truly began. Now, things were different. Industrial civilization had polluted Earth's atmosphere, increasing carbon dioxide levels until the planet became suitable for kaiju deployment. And with Thanos issuing direct orders, the precursors invaded again. "This place somehow looks worse than the moon," someone muttered. A group of superheroes wearing sealed combat suits stood inside the alien world, courtesy of Drex Valen's very reluctant spatial gateway technology. Because if there was one thing superheroes excelled at, it was teleporting directly into the enemy's headquarters and causing catastrophic property damage. That's because you haven't seen the moons from Tsukihime or Assassination Classroom. Drex's voice replied casually over comms. The other heroes blinked. Nobody got an answer. Because the kaiju arrived. The creatures surged toward the intruders in endless waves, completely fearless, driven entirely by hive instinct aggression. Fortunately, everyone had expected to be dropped directly into hostile territory. Preparations had been extensive. Otherwise, facing this many kaiju simultaneously would have become a nightmare. Stark's symbiote armor is absurdly good, one hero admitted while blasting apart a charging kaiju. Every hero present now wore upgraded silver-white symbiote combat armor developed by Tony Stark. After confirming the assault plan and helping eliminate 9 invading kaiju on Earth, Tony had massively increased production of the liquid symbiote alloy. That was the beauty of the technology. The armor could form instantly around the user. Now every hero marched through antiverse inside 5-meter combat suits. Tony had even upgraded the systems further, making them significantly stronger than the original anti-Hulk armor models. And leading the assault at the front was Tony himself, inside a 20-meter-tall, heavy assault armor. He was extremely pleased with the design. Sure, even at 20 meters tall, he was still shorter than most kaiju. But the oversized weapon systems attached to the suit carved through monsters effortlessly. Without environmental restrictions to worry about, the battle felt less like war and more like industrial-scale monster slaughter. Not all kaiju were mindless, disposable creatures. However, higher-tier specimens possessed intelligence. As they watched their kind being massacred, several level 5 and level 6 kaiju retaliated immediately. Blue organs embedded inside, their forelimbs unfolded outward. Glowing tendril-like blades extended from the flesh like biological beam sabers and swept across the battlefield. Somewhere amid the endless explosions and impacts, a faintly annoyed click of the tongue echoed out. Then the sky exploded with gold. Crimson lightning wrapped in blazing fire descended from above at impossible speed. Before the kaiju's energy blades could even finish swinging, the attack punched straight through the torso of a level 6 kaiju. The remaining lightning columns continued onward, piercing countless monsters lined up behind it. Then Drex detonated the energy remotely. Thunder and flame erupted simultaneously from every wound. But this was Antiverse, the invaders' homeworld, and the one thing the precursors would never lack was kaiju. More monsters poured into the battlefield endlessly. Drex stepped forward. Fire exploded outward from his body. Towering pillars of flame erupted skyward, staining the sickly yellow atmosphere blood red. It looked like a god of fire had unleashed divine wrath upon the planet itself. The kaiju closest to the inferno screamed as their flesh ignited instantly. Then, from within the center of the firestorm, a cry rang out, sharp, majestic, like the call of a mythical phoenix. A colossal bird composed entirely of flame emerged from the inferno. Its wingspan stretched over 100 meters, blotting out massive portions of the sky. Then it descended. The flaming phoenix dove directly toward the Precursor Command region, carrying enough force to shatter continents. The impact was apocalyptic. The earth collapsed beneath the strike. The battlefield transformed into something resembling a volcanic eruption zone as entire layers of rock shattered apart. Cracks spread across the ground, glowing with molten fire. An instant later, pillars of flame erupted upward like exploding volcanoes. It looked like the end of the world, and it wasn't over yet. Countless beams of light rained down afterward, triggering a second wave of destruction. One precursor's voice trembled. Another stared blankly at the devastation. And unfortunately, the attack's thermal energy alone was catastrophic. But even without the heat, the initial impact force exceeded 100 million tons. Anything inside the strike zone that survived the temperature would have been pulped by shockwaves alone. Fortunately for the precursors, emergency spatial transit gates created by their technology allowed them to barely escape the center of the blast. Even so, the heat alone nearly boiled the moisture from their bodies. Burn marks spread across their exoskeletons. One asked desperately. Another answered grimly. Even if we have. Then someone emerged from the flames. A humanoid figure wrapped in fire walked slowly through the burning wasteland. Eventually, the flames receded enough to reveal a young man. Human, barehanded, a faintly infuriating smile resting casually on his face. The precursors stared at him in fear. Despite being invaders themselves, survival instincts still existed. So they immediately attempted negotiation. Drex observed them calmly. 4 arms, semi-transparent wings, bodies resembling aquatic arthropods crossed with crustaceans. Interesting biology. The kaiju engineering technology looked promising too. Maybe he should throw these creatures into the Kryptonian Empire's research division later. Behind him, Tony Stark stared in disbelief. Tony muttered. A long pause followed. Chapter 274, 274. Drex Valen looked down at the surviving precursors calmly. That was the only question he truly cared about. The alien creatures exchanged uneasy glances before answering immediately. Even now, they didn't dare lie. Not because they thought Earth understood who Thanos was. Most likely this remote little planet had never even heard his name before. But fear still outweighed deception. Drex narrowed his eyes slightly. Thanos? He genuinely hadn't expected the Mad Titan to be behind the kaiju invasion. Compared to the films, this universe's Thanos was clearly making far more aggressive moves. Drex folded his arms. If someone sent monsters to Earth, basic courtesy demanded a response in return. We don't know. A precursor answered quickly. That part was true. Thanos had too many enemies. Across the galaxy, countless survivors dreamed of dragging him into mutual destruction. Some civilizations wouldn't hesitate to fire planet-killer weapons the instant his location became known. Star annihilation cannons, gravitational collapse bombs, dimensional weapons. Without the Infinity Stones, Thanos remained only a being on the lower end of Skyfather-class existence. Terrifying individually, yes, but against civilization-level superweapons? Still vulnerable. Even if he survived personally, his armies would not. That was why Thanos possessed no permanent homeworld, no stable headquarters. The Black Order's reputation spread across the cosmos, but in reality, they were wandering destroyers constantly on the move. Even resupplying required secrecy. Most merchants only dealt with them for absurd profits and suicidal levels of risk. Drex sighed lightly. Meanwhile, behind him, the superheroes had already entered the familiar phase of every large-scale mission, destroying absolutely everything in sight. And just like that, the precursor civilization collapsed. To be fair, when superheroes were allowed to unleash themselves without worrying about collateral damage, they became terrifyingly efficient. Eventually, the heroes returned to Earth, and Earth returned to crisis management. Kaiju toxin clouds still lingered over damaged cities. Blue blood flowed through sewers large enough to drive race cars through before spilling into the deep ocean. Mountain-sized corpses lay scattered across quarantine zones. The mobile natural disasters that had attacked Los Angeles were dead. But because there had simply been too many kaiju, nobody could afford precision during the fighting. The city had suffered catastrophic damage. At this point, Los Angeles genuinely needed rebuilding from the ground up. Fortunately, civilian casualties remained far lower than expected. Under the circumstances, the survival numbers almost counted as miraculous. Still, Tony Stark was furious. First, Stark Tower in New York had been wrecked during the Chitauri invasion and the Monster Association conflict. Headquarters. So Tony relocated back to Los Angeles. And now, his rebuilt tower had collapsed again. Sure, Tony Stark could afford to build 100 more towers without blinking. That wasn't the point. He was still unbelievably irritated. And Los Angeles wasn't the only casualty. Coastal cities across the United States and the rest of the world had all suffered varying degrees of destruction. The third kaiju wave, consisting of 9 monsters, had appeared less than a day after the second wave was eliminated. And these newer kaiju were worse in every possible category. Larger, faster, stronger, more durable. Some even possessed electromagnetic attack capabilities capable of crippling human weapon systems. Using the Pacific Rim classification scale, every single one of them ranked above Category 6. New York's condition remained especially terrible. The city was still burning in places due to toxic contamination. Entire regions had been sealed off from neighboring cities. Quarantine lines stretched across surrounding waters because of the kaiju blue blood pollution. Large-scale civilian relocation had already become unavoidable. And if reconstruction began, the required resources would be astronomical. Humanity's sense of helplessness deepened further. To be fair, recent months have been utterly insane. Alien invasions, kaiju attacks, monsters, the Monster Association, science supposedly coming in even greater numbers later. Kept winning, humanity still suffered psychological damage from the constant disasters. Every invasion meant more evacuations, more economic collapse, more destruction. Casualties might remain relatively low, but financial devastation alone was enough to shake nations. Ironically, this time humanity actually owed Drex Valen. If not for the repeated crises he'd already dragged Earth through, global evacuation systems would never have become this efficient. People had learned to run immediately the instant alarms sounded. Without that experience, the Chitauri and kaiju invasions would have caused casualties thousands of times worse than what Earth had actually suffered. And then, while global morale sat near rock bottom, Drex stepped forward. The statement left everyone stunned. Then Umbrella Corporation unveiled its newest product. The mass-production multi-purpose mobile suit, Zaku units. 20 meters tall, armed primarily with a 200mm electromagnetic machine cannon, entirely coated in secondary kryptonite alloy armor. Propulsion systems capable of generating 50 tons of thrust. Powered by second-generation new-element fusion reactors capable of sustaining combat operations continuously for an entire month. Technically, the machine gun was closer to an artillery cannon, but because it used electromagnetic acceleration instead of chemical explosives, the weapon maintained absurd muzzle velocity and range. No propellant, no convencionales. The ammunition consisted of preformed solid kinetic penetrators. Effective range, 3 kilometers. Projectile velocity, 1,800 meters per second. Against kaiju-sized targets? Complete overkill. The arrival of the Zaku units effectively announced the beginning of the end for traditional aircraft carriers. Drex openly stated the mobile suits possessed full amphibious, aerial, and terrestrial combat capability. Their firepower, mobility, and defensive systems surpassed every conventional weapon humanity currently possessed. Of course, they were expensive, $300 billion per unit. Even so, demand exploded instantly thanks to the kaiju crisis. Even Shinjo began large-scale procurement operations. The Spear Bureau's enhanced operatives simply weren't effective against kaiju-scale threats. If monsters were attacking humanity, then humanity needed monsters of its own. Honestly, people considered Drex surprisingly merciful. If not for the superheroes constantly standing nearby, keeping him vaguely ethical. He could have made incomprehensible amounts of money by deliberately prolonging the crisis through wormhole monopolies and wartime scarcity. Meanwhile, on the other side of Earth, London, Jane Foster was unhappy. As an astrophysicist, she had always loved observing celestial phenomena and exploring the mysteries of the universe. That passion was what led her to Thor in the first place. Back when Odin exiled the god of thunder to Earth, Jane met him beneath the stars. Eventually, they fell in love. At the time, it had all felt wonderfully romantic. But after Thor destroyed the Bifrost Bridge, seeing him became incredibly difficult. Even after the Battle of New York, Thor had only briefly returned to Earth long enough to take Loki back to Asgard. Since then, he still hadn't found time to visit his girlfriend. Chapter 275. Because Thor had returned to Asgard and seemingly vanished from Earth entirely, Jane Foster became obsessed with studying the Bifrost, especially after the Battle of New York. Thor had returned to Earth during the invasion, yet never came to see her. That hurt more than she wanted to admit. Lately, she'd even started wondering whether she should just find a new boyfriend. Jane didn't know the full story. When Loki tried using the Bifrost to destroy Jotunheim, Thor had been forced to destroy the Rainbow Bridge to stop him. Jotunheim survived, but the destruction of the bridge also severed Asgard's control over the Nine Realms. Chaos followed almost immediately. Afterward, Odin paid a tremendous price just to send Thor briefly back to Earth. Thor's appearance during the Battle of New York had actually been an accident. His real objective had been retrieving Loki and recovering the Tesseract. Only the Tesseract's power could fully repair the Bifrost. And only with the Bifrost restored could Asgard rapidly travel across the Nine Realms to suppress the growing wars spreading everywhere. Unfortunately, the Tesseract disappeared afterward. Heimdall knew it was currently in Drex Valen's possession. Odin knew too. Neither of them told Thor. Mostly because Drex had already become far too dangerous to provoke casually. The man had defeated Gladiator, the Shi'ar Empire's strongest warrior. Even Odin himself wasn't confident he could handle someone like that directly. So Thor remained trapped, dealing with crisis after crisis across the Nine Realms. That was why he hadn't returned to Earth. But from Jane's perspective, he'd simply disappeared for far too long. Long enough that she finally tried moving on. Unfortunately for her attempted date night, Darcy Lewis arrived carrying a strange anomaly scanner and a deeply suspicious expression. "These readings are weird," Darcy said. "Why?" Darcy knew all about Jane and Thor, and whether intentionally or not, she absolutely sabotaged the date. Within minutes, the evening was dead. So instead of romance, Jane ended up heading out with Darcy and Darcy's intern, Ian, to investigate the gravitational anomaly readings. On the way, Jane tried calling Dr. Selvig. No answer. She could only leave a voicemail. In reality, Selvig wasn't ignoring her. The British police had detained him. After studying the Tesseract, Selvig had developed some unusual theories regarding cosmic space. To test them, he'd gone to Stonehenge to gather measurements. For reasons nobody fully understood, he had also apparently decided clothing was optional during the experiment. Stonehenge, one of the world's most famous prehistoric monuments located on Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, was not the ideal place for public nudity. So his arrest had been swift and predictable. Jane and Darcy, however, knew none of this. They simply followed the instruments toward the anomaly. The readings led them to an abandoned industrial site. The sky above the area looked wrong somehow. Darker. Heavy clouds pressed low overhead as if a storm was about to break at any moment. Even the scattered shipping containers felt unnatural. Many stood vertically balanced in impossible positions. The abandoned factory grounds were eerily quiet. And when Jane's group entered deeper inside, they discovered people already there. Jane immediately tensed. "Same," Darcy agreed instantly. Thankfully, the strangers turned out to be 3 kids. 2 boys and a girl. They discovered the gravitational anomalies earlier and had basically turned the place into a playground. After some conversation, the children led them toward a large warehouse. Inside, they found something impossible. A cement mixer truck weighing over 10 tons floated silently in midair. One of the kids casually pushed it with 2 fingers, causing the entire vehicle to slowly rotate weightlessly through the air. Everyone stared. Darcy blinked several times. The young black boy grinned. That's not even the weirdest part. He led everyone up to the 4th floor of a half-finished building. Nearby, at the exposed stairwell, he picked up an empty glass bottle and dropped it into the open center shaft. The bottle fell, but before hitting the ground, it vanished, like it had submerged into invisible water. Jane stared in disbelief. The little girl pointed upward. A second later, the bottle suddenly reappeared high above them and continued falling again. Just before impact, it vanished once more, then reappeared overhead. Again and again, looping repeatedly until the boy finally caught it. Jane looked genuinely stunned. She grabbed a soda can herself and tossed it downward. The can vanished immediately. Then, nothing. Everyone waited and waited. No reappearance. Jane frowned upward. Okay. The little girl shrugged, while Darcy and the others became increasingly distracted, throwing random objects into spatial anomalies like children discovering a physics-breaking arcade game. Jane noticed something else. The readings on her device matched the same energy signatures she'd recorded years ago in New Mexico, back when Thor first appeared. Realizing that, Jane decided to trace the anomaly to its source herself. She followed the readings deeper into the structure alone. Eventually, she reached a dark corridor. The scanner in her hands began emitting rapid warning beeps. Jane checked the display. She murmured. The corridor was almost completely dark. She could barely see. After taking only a few more steps, an icy gust of wind swept across her back. Then a tremendous force seized her body. The pull was overwhelming, completely irresistible. Before Jane could react, she was dragged forward violently and swallowed whole by the anomaly. Darkness, cold silence. Jane suddenly found herself standing in a vast abyss-like space, illuminated only by faint traces of dim light. She stood near the edge of a cliff overlooking a bottomless void. The dead world around her was filled with colossal broken stone pillars. Closest to her were 2 massive rectangular columns collapsed tightly together. And behind them, something red floated in the darkness. Tiny crimson crystal particles drifted like liquid mist, swirling in hypnotic motion. Neither fully solid nor fully fluid. Dreamlike, unreal. The strange red substance slowly wrapped itself around Jane's body. Then her consciousness faded away. Far away in the depths of space, massive asteroids drifted around a gigantic black warship. And then, suddenly, small points of crimson light began flickering to life across the vessel's surface. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Com Uzishar. Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 276. Inside the warship, a thin figure stood motionless at the central command platform. A fully enclosed helmet covered his head, connected to a strange life support apparatus that pulsed with dim energy. Slowly, the helmet unfolded from both sides. A pale, gaunt face emerged beneath it, bloodless and sharp-featured. His ears tapered into points, and glowing blue eyes shimmered in the darkness, revealing at once that this humanoid being was no human at all. A dark elf, an ancient race that had once wielded the Reality Stone in an attempt to drown the entire universe in eternal darkness. And the one standing here was their ruler, Malekith himself, a being who had survived for countless millennia. Something had awakened him. Malekith stepped out from the life support chamber and moved toward the observation deck, staring silently into the endless sea of stars. He focused on the distant energy signature that had stirred him from hibernation. Then his eyes widened. Ecstasy flooded his expression. One after another, dark elves emerged from their dormant chambers. Without a word, They assembled into perfect ranks, clad in uniform black armor. Endless rows stretched across the interior of the vessel like a tide of shadow. Cold, silent, oppressive. The darkness has called to us. Our king has awakened at last. The ether has found a new host. Darkness will reclaim this universe. No force can stop the turning of the age. Their voices echoed through the ship like a funeral hymn. After slumbering for ages untold, the Dark Elf army had finally awakened the moment the reality stone resurfaced. The dormant warship roared back to life. Guided by the ether's unique energy signature, Malekith set a course for the planet where it had appeared once again, Earth. At the same time, far away in Asgard, Thor had finally finished leading the warriors of Asgard in suppressing the rebellions across the 9 realms. Peace had been restored. For generations, Asgard had protected the 9 realms, and as far as Thor knew, that duty would never end. The victory feast in Asgard should have been glorious. Instead, Thor barely touched the food. Even the endless rivers of ale failed to tempt him. The reason was simple. There was someone on Earth he could not stop thinking about. Jane Foster. The moment the wars ended and order returned to the realms, the only thing Thor wanted was to return to Midgard and see her again. Everything else felt unimportant. Ever since Thor had destroyed the Bifrost, Asgard's connection to the other realms had been crippled. Worse still, it exposed how dependent Asgard had become on the Rainbow Bridge itself. With instantaneous travel available for centuries, Asgard had neglected large-scale spacecraft and spatial transport technology almost entirely. Once the Bifrost was gone, moving between realms became painfully difficult. And after the Battle of New York, Thor had failed to return the Tesseract to Asgard, leaving the Bifrost impossible to fully repair. As a result, Odin had been forced to expend enormous amounts of divine power, personally sending Thor and the Asgardian warriors across the 9 realms to put down the uprisings. Every use of that power accelerated Odin's decline. Thor approached the observatory where Heimdall stood watch. The Guardian didn't turn around immediately. It wasn't a question. A faint smile appeared on Thor's face. Normally, Heimdall would have answered with calm certainty. Instead, his expression changed. For the first time in a very long while, he saw nothing. His eyes, capable of observing nearly all things across the realms, could no longer find Jane Foster. Darkness concealed her completely. If Heimdall had known where Jane had been, and that the ether itself had merged with her body, he might not have found it so surprising. The reality stone carried the lingering influence of its former master, steeped deeply in darkness. But as things stood, Jane had vanished from his sight entirely. "I have lost her," Heimdall said gravely. Thor's face changed instantly. Without hesitation, he went to Odin and begged permission to return to Earth. If Jane was in danger, he could not wait another second. Odin was visibly displeased. To him, Thor's obsession with a mortal woman remained a profound disappointment. Still, he eventually revealed a hidden passage connecting Asgard to Midgard. His body could no longer withstand the strain of sending Thor through divine force again. Thor crossed the perilous path between worlds with greater urgency than ever before. And finally, he found Jane, unconscious. Relief crashed into him so hard he immediately pulled her into an embrace. The movement stirred her awake. Jane stared at him in disbelief. Then, without warning, her expression shifted. Smack! Her hand whipped across Thor's face with enough force to make even an Asgardian blink. Thor froze, completely stunned. Jane looked almost apologetic afterward. "Sorry." Thor rubbed his cheek helplessly. "Right? Jane!" Before he could finish, she slapped him again. Harder this time. "Where the hell have you been? Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you?" Her eyes had already gone glassy with emotion by the end of it. At first, Thor had been annoyed. He crossed worlds to reunite with his girlfriend, not get punched in the face. But those 2 slaps hit harder than Mjolnir ever could. Jane had missed him just as desperately as he had missed her. That realization silenced every complaint in his mind. Not long afterward, Darcy and her intern finally arrived, breaking the painfully awkward atmosphere hanging between the reunited couple. Darcy immediately rushed over to hug Jane, while Thor quietly exhaled in relief. The two had forgiven each other, more or less. Still, getting slapped in front of witnesses was another matter entirely. Jane looked mildly embarrassed afterward. Thor, meanwhile, felt like his dignity had been run over by a frost giant. That made things awkward in a very specific way. Trying to salvage his image, Thor explained what had happened. The Bifrost was destroyed. War broke out across the 9 realms. Jane listened quietly. Knowing Thor had essentially been busy saving entire worlds softened her anger considerably. "That's fair," she admitted. "But I saw you on TV during the New York attack." Thor coughed awkwardly. Then, clearly attempting to change the subject, he added, "Heimdall couldn't see you." Jane was just about to answer when the sound of police sirens echoed nearby. Several London police vehicles pulled into the area. After Jane had disappeared earlier, Darcy and the others had understandably reported her missing. None of them had expected Jane to suddenly reappear, reunite with Thor, and casually turn the god of thunder into a human punching bag in the same afternoon. Chapter 277. As expected, the problem had technically already resolved itself by the time the police arrived. Late, loud, and thoroughly confused. Several London police vehicles screeched to a halt nearby as officers poured out and established a perimeter. The lead officer raised a megaphone. "This is private property." Jane stepped forward immediately. "We're leaving," she said quickly. "We weren't doing anything illegal." Thor asked as he walked over, Mjolnir resting casually in one hand. The moment the officers noticed the hammer, several of them visibly stiffened. The lead officer shouted, "Put down the weapon immediately." Thor's expression cooled. Mjolnir wasn't just a weapon to him. Asking Thor to abandon, it was somewhere between an insult and a declaration of war. For a brief second, he genuinely considered launching the officer into orbit. Fortunately, he had matured since arriving on Earth. Barely. Unfortunately, the police weren't helping the situation. The officers ignored Jane's explanation entirely and moved to restrain her first. The moment one of them grabbed her arm, the dormant power inside her body reacted violently. A pulse of dark red energy exploded outward. Boom! The shockwave blasted every nearby officer off their feet. Patrol car windows shattered instantly, spraying glass across the street. The officers scrambled back up, now drawing batons and firearms in panic. Thor immediately rushed to Jane's side and helped her up. She rubbed her head weakly. "I think so." By then, the officers had completely surrounded them. The lead officer barked while aiming his pistol. Thor didn't even look back. Thor's voice dropped into something colder. "No." The atmosphere tightened instantly. One wrong move, and the entire scene was seconds away from becoming an international disaster. Then another figure appeared. "All right, Drex Valen stepped forward wearing his newest combat armor, a black cape swaying behind him in the wind. Unlike before, the helmet remained open, leaving his face fully visible. The moment people recognized him, tension shifted again. Drex Valen. The police certainly knew who he was. At this point, anywhere with internet access or newspapers knew who he was. Was involved, the officers backed off without argument. Nobody wanted to stay anywhere near a superhuman incident. Thor stared at Drex warily. They had met twice before. The first time, Thor had only seen him in armor after arriving on Midgard. The second had been during Loki's invasion of Earth, where Thor had witnessed Drex's terrifying power firsthand. Honestly, Thor wasn't confident he could beat him. And right now, every instinct in his body was screaming that this man meant danger for Jane. Drex suddenly paused and glanced upward, a gaze from beyond dimensions. Not Heimdall. After Drex warned him once, Heimdall had become far less eager to spy on him. So this was probably Odin. If the old king was really that worried about his idiot son, maybe he should have come himself. Thor demanded. Drex ignored him completely. Instead, his eyes settled on Jane. Then he moved. There was no warning. No build-up. One instant, he stood several meters away. The next, His hand had pierced straight through Jane's chest. Thor hurled Mjolnir with all his strength. Without even turning around, Drex backhanded the hammer aside. The impact sent Mjolnir ricocheting backward directly into Thor, launching the god of thunder through walls, debris, and half the surrounding structure before he finally crashed to a stop. At the same moment, Drex extracted the ether from Jane's body. Dark crimson energy twisted violently in his grasp. For someone at Drex's current level, even an infinity stone could be forcibly separated from its host. What surprised him more was how little resistance the ether showed toward him. With a thought, corks assembled around his hand, forming a black version of the infinity gauntlet. The space stone glowed blue. The power stone burned purple. The mind stone shimmered gold. 3 cosmic lights pulsed against the darkness of the gauntlet. Jane, barely conscious, stared at the stones in shock from only a few feet away. Then Drex pressed the ether into the gauntlet as well. Red energy spread across the black metal instantly. The reality stone's corrosive force tried to consume him, but the black hole singularity cells within Drex devoured the invading energy effortlessly. It vanished before it could even damage his skin. Thor staggered back into view, still dazed. This was the first time in his life he had ever seen someone casually swat Mjolnir away. The sheer absurdity of it left him speechless. But Drex had already lost interest in him. Now that he possessed the ether, Thor simply wasn't important enough to waste time on. Drex vanished. The ether, one of the most incredible creations in the Marvel Universe. The reality stone could grant virtually any desire its wielder imagined. It rewrote reality itself. Natural laws, physics, matter, energy, cause, and effect. All of it became optional in the presence of the reality stone. And for scientists like Drex Valen, that made it irresistible. After several experiments, however, he quickly discovered the price behind its power. Life force. Every wish demanded vitality from the user. Not stamina, not energy, life itself. And the process was irreversible. The consumed lifespan could not be restored or regenerated in any way. Even someone like Deadpool would eventually be drained dry and die permanently. Not even death-defying immortality could resist it completely. Drex rotated the reality stone casually between his fingers. To him, though, lifespan had long since become meaningless. Through mastery of electromagnetism, he had effectively transcended aging and conventional death. As long as even a single quark remained, he could reconstruct himself completely. Life expectancy had become little more than fuel. Still, this thing is practically a character creation engine, Drex muttered. He snapped his fingers. A portion of his life force vanished instantly. Then a man appeared before him. Tall, silver-haired, inhumanly handsome. The reality stone reconstructed him perfectly, including his abilities. Sephiroth, the legendary soldier from Final Fantasy VII, one of the most iconic villains in gaming history. The silver-haired warrior slowly opened his eyes and looked toward Drex. Drex studied him carefully. Whether the reality stone had truly recreated the exact Sephiroth he knew was impossible to determine from appearance alone. Still, the result was impressive. Remember this, Sephiroth, Drex said calmly. Chapter 278. Umbrella Corporation's newest masterpiece had arrived. A super soldier created through Compound 1. Umbrella's #1 special operative, Sephiroth. Drex Valen had conveniently arranged a perfect debut for him by unleashing a dragon-level monster in public. Before a global audience, Sephiroth effortlessly cut the creature apart with a single execution technique so fast most cameras barely captured it. 8 flashes of silver. Then the monster collapsed into pieces. The entire world was stunned. But shortly afterward, Drex publicly clarified that Compound 1 would never be sold commercially. It would only be awarded internally to Umbrella Corporation's most exceptional personnel. That single announcement ignited worldwide obsession. Previously, many people had joined Umbrella because of its overwhelming influence and power rivaling entire nations. Now, after witnessing Sephiroth in action, Countless people were willing to devote themselves to the company for one simple reason: power. Real power. Naturally, that also attracted less desirable attention. Governments, intelligence agencies, corporations, and black market organizations all immediately began trying to uncover the truth behind Compound 1. Unfortunately for them, there were no samples to steal. Every dose had supposedly been personally formulated by Drex Valen himself, and no one besides him possessed the knowledge required to recreate it. Of course, Compound 1 didn't actually exist. It was simply a convenient explanation for why Umbrella Corporation kept producing terrifying superhumans. Before light existed, there was darkness. And from that darkness, the Dark Elves were born. Thousands of years ago, the cruel ruler Malekith sought to plunge the universe back into eternal night. To accomplish that goal, he wielded the Ether, an ancient weapon capable of destroying all things. At the time, the 9 realms were approaching convergence. Once the realms aligned, Malekith intended to unleash the Ether completely and erase all light from existence. But Asgard intervened. Leading the armies of Asgard was Bor, father of Odin and grandfather of Thor. Using the Bifrost's unmatched mobility, the Asgardians struck directly at the Dark Elves and seized the Ether before Malekith could complete his plan. Without their ultimate weapon, the Dark Elves collapsed under the assault of Asgard's holy armies. Still, Malekith had never been a noble ruler. He understood one principle better than anyone. As long as he survived, hope survived with him. He sacrificed his soldiers without hesitation, whether to delay the Asgardians or die alongside them. The loss of his people meant nothing compared to vengeance. Asgard had stolen his weapon. Blood would repay that humiliation. The war had not truly ended. It had merely paused. Asgard later proclaimed that the Ether had been destroyed. In reality, it had only been hidden somewhere no one could find it. Until now, deep within the solar system, a forgotten flagship drifted silently through space. Darkness filled the void around it, but faint lights slowly flickered back to life within the ancient vessel. Rusted reactors warmed for the first time in thousands of years. Something was waking up. Not humans. Never humans. Dark Elves. Long ago, Asgard had shattered their dream of eternal darkness through the overwhelming strategic advantage of the Bifrost. Malekith escaped into deep space after sacrificing countless followers to evade pursuit by Asgard's armies. But survival had never been surrender. The Dark Elves had endured all this time for one reason: to finish what they started. And perhaps they owed some gratitude to the fool who had broken the seal hiding the Ether. Malekith emerged from darkness once more. The first thing he saw was light, and he hated it. "Damn Asgard," he snarled softly. Around him, surviving Dark Elves awakened one after another from their ancient stasis chambers. Malekith looked across the warriors preserved since the old war, and a thin smile spread across his aged face. These survivors were enough to rise again. But first, he wanted to return home. Svartalfheim. Even knowing what remained, there was likely nothing but ruin. He still longed to see it again. It was their world. "The continuation of our race is the legacy we leave behind," Malekith declared to the assembled Dark Elves. "My fearless warriors, I will make the Asgardians suffer a fate crueler than anything we endured. But first, we reclaim our homeland. We are darkness." His voice echoed through the flagship like a war hymn. The Dark Elves listened in silence, their blood heating with renewed purpose. Before the soldiers could respond, Malekith's lieutenant stepped forward. Algrim. He bowed slightly beside his king. Dark Elf customs were cold and severe, but absolute loyalty radiated from his voice. "I will lead the assault," Algrim continued. Soon after, the Dark Elf flagship returned to Svartalfheim. Ruins stretched across the dead world, a graveyard left behind by the ancient war. Though the Dark Elves themselves had helped destroy their homeland, none of them blamed themselves for its current state. Standing amid the shattered remains only deepened their hatred for Asgard. "Algrim," Malekith said darkly, staring across the wasteland. At this moment, He could barely suppress his desire to destroy Asgard immediately. Algrim nodded. It has been confirmed. Malekith narrowed his eyes. He found it strange that the ether wasn't in Asgard's possession, but ultimately, that made things easier. Recovering it from Midgard would be far simpler. And once the ether was his again, he could prepare properly before annihilating Asgard. Make the arrangements, Algrim, Malekith ordered. We will need an infiltrator within Asgard. Despite failing to fully wield the ether before Asgard stole it long ago, Malekith was far from incompetent. As a warrior, he might not rival Algrim directly, but where Malekith truly excelled was command, strategy, patience, and hatred sharpened across thousands of years. Chapter 279, 279. Malekith had no intention of charging blindly into war. Thousands of years ago, the Dark Elves had paid a horrific price in their failed attempt to reclaim the universe through darkness. The warriors who still survived aboard the flagship were the elite remnants of an almost extinct race. Malekith would not waste them carelessly. That said, perfect preparation was impossible. After sleeping for millennia, the Dark Elves possessed limited knowledge of the modern galaxy and its civilizations. Worse, the materials required to create curse warriors had become dangerously scarce. Even so, Malekith made his preparations carefully. Agents had already been dispatched toward Asgard to prepare for future chaos there. At the same time, a vanguard force would head to Midgard first, gathering intelligence and adapting to the battlefield before the main assault began. Naturally, Malekith possessed methods for tracking the ether. The three curse warriors sent ahead weren't just scouts. They were also tasked with identifying the unknown being who had extracted the ether from Asgard's seal. If the target proved weak enough, killing them immediately was acceptable. A monstrous roar erupted through the darkness. One of the curse warriors burst forward like a maddened beast, smoke pouring from its body. The creature slammed into the ground hard enough to fracture the earth before launching itself skyward again, molten patterns glowing across its oversized fists like cracks in volcanic stone. Inside the flagship, Algrim suddenly frowned at the tactical display. Malekith's eyes narrowed. At this point, nothing mattered more than reclaiming the ether, especially since their tracking systems showed the ether moving closer toward them by the minute. After thousands of years asleep, Malekith could feel his blood burning again. The universe's return to darkness was finally within reach. Still, he wasn't reckless. During the ancient wars, Malekith had primarily served as strategist and commander. While Asgard's absurd Bifrost strike tactics had blindsided him in the past, his control over battlefield operations remained exceptional. Unless, of course, the enemy was the type that ignored strategy entirely and simply rushed forward like lunatics. From what the Dark Elves had observed, Midgard's technology was mediocre by galactic standards. Only its stealth systems were remotely comparable to Dark Elf capabilities. In every other field, humanity lagged far behind, and according to their intelligence, Midgard possessed very few truly powerful warriors. If the current wielder of the ether represented the planet's highest combat level, then the rest of the planet's military forces amounted to little more than disposable infantry. Even considering the Dark Elves' reduced numbers, Malekith saw no possibility of defeat against such a primitive world. A stealth-capable interstellar flagship directly over the enemy's planet. How would they possibly lose? Still, caution remained necessary. Malekith had no interest in sacrificing the last surviving foundation of his race before the Dark Elves reclaimed their place as rulers of the Dark Universe. And above all else, he had to remain wary of Asgard. Those self-appointed cosmic police officers never knew when to mind their own business. The cloaked flagship slowly revealed itself. A colossal black warship emerged over Earth's atmosphere, its massive frame casting shadows across entire cities. The vessel resembled a giant iron cross hanging in the sky like an omen of extinction. Metallic gears rotated thunderously. Rows of enormous cannons unfolded from the ship's underside. Then came the bombardment. Energy blasts screamed downward toward Earth. Truthfully, Drex Valen could have destroyed the Dark Elf fleet the moment it entered orbital range. One wave from satellite cannons would have erased them, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Earth needed reminders. Humanity had grown far too comfortable with the idea that alien invasions always ended in heroic victories. Better to let them see how brutal the universe really was. And Umbrella Corporation permanent relevance. In wartime, authority became wonderfully flexible. Anyone trying to obstruct him could simply disappear. And if direct execution became inconvenient, well, monster attacks happened every day. Once the Dark Elves invaded Earth, they suddenly lost all tracking signals connected to the ether. After some deliberation, Malekith decided on a simpler approach. Force the people of Midgard to surrender whoever possessed it. As superheroes slammed directly into them head-on, the result was not what Malekith expected. He snarled in disbelief. The massacre he envisioned never happened. Instead, Dark Elves were the ones getting slaughtered. Across the world, humans watched the battle unfold live. Seriously, after so many invasions, this was the first time Earth appeared overwhelmingly dominant from the start. The deployment of Zaka mobile suits only worsened things for the Dark Elves. Their ships rapidly lost aerial superiority against Umbrella's mechanized forces. Left with no better options, Malekith finally gave the order. Algrim would become a Curse Warrior. There were two types of Curse Warriors: mass-produced Curse Warriors and elite Curse Warriors. The mass-produced versions were the enhanced Dark Elf soldiers who fought against Boar's ancient Asgardian super warriors thousands of years ago. Even as expendable infantry, they had been terrifying. Back then, ordinary Asgardian soldiers possessed combat abilities roughly comparable to an unarmed Thor, and it still took 5 of them working together just to kill a single Curse Warrior. By rough comparison, a standard Curse Warrior possessed around twice Thor's physical strength. But Algrim was different. The elite version. The same monster from the original timeline that had completely overwhelmed Thor in direct combat. According to external commentary from the battle records, this version of the Curse Warrior possessed approximately 4 times Thor's combat power. 4 times Thor. That level of strength was monstrous. Even an enraged Hulk would lose head-on. The battlefield changed instantly. One moment, Earth's superheroes were tearing through the Dark Elf invasion force. The next, a nightmare entered the fight. Algrim transformed. Black smoke erupted from his body as his form expanded violently into something enormous and demonic. Molten cracks spread across his skin while raw power distorted the air around him. Then he attacked. The Green Hulk was sent flying with a single blow. The Red Hulk suffered the same fate moments later. Tony Stark barely avoided having his symbiote armor punched straight through by a fist that hit like a collapsing building. Tony shouted over comms as he watched Hulk get swatted through another structure hard enough to spit out teeth. The Curse Warrior tore through the battlefield like an unstoppable siege weapon. Its strength completely overwhelmed most superheroes present. Its durability was slightly less absurd, but the regeneration compensated immediately. Wounds closed almost the instant they appeared. Even concentrated attacks barely slowed it down. Watching the battle unfold, Drex's eyes brightened slightly. Interesting. His mass-produced Hulk army probably wouldn't match even the standard Curse Warriors. Still, the Curse Warriors possessed a fatal weakness. Their power burned through life itself. After all, they were super soldiers created using fragments of the Reality Stone, and every second they fought pushed them closer to death. Chapter 2, 8280. Thor still hadn't returned to Asgard, which meant he ended up joining the siege against the Dark Elves and the Curse Warrior, and promptly got beaten senseless. Watching from a distance, Drex Valen nodded thoughtfully. No wonder ancient Asgard had relied so heavily on Bifrost boarding tactics during the Old War. Back then, the Dark Elves hadn't possessed just one Curse Warrior. They'd had an entire legion. Forget conquering the 9 realms. With a force like that, the Dark Elves probably could have carved out a massive empire across the galaxy. In truth, No race in existence was more compatible with the Reality Stone than the Dark Elves. And the reason wasn't merely because they had been born alongside it. It was something most people overlooked: their lifespan. Dark Elves lived for absurd lengths of time, practically forever. From the earliest recorded era of their species until now, it had always been the same generation of Dark Elves. They barely died naturally. Back then, Odin's father had fought them. Now Odin himself was nearing death. The Dark Elves were still alive. That terrifying longevity was precisely why Curse Warriors were so monstrous. Their transformation consumed life force in exchange for overwhelming power. In theory, a Curse Warrior should eventually burn through its own existence and die. In practice, most of them were killed long before their lifespan actually ran out, because the amount of life they possessed was simply ridiculous. While Thor and the superheroes struggled desperately against the Curse Warrior, a blonde woman quietly approached the battlefield. She looked almost unreal. Delicate features like a porcelain doll, long golden curls, a faint smile resting calmly on her lips. And strapped across her back was a massive sword completely at odds with her appearance. Tony Stark noticed her immediately. "Ma'am," he called while flying down toward her, "this is a combat zone." The woman ignored him completely. She simply continued walking forward. Not running, not rushing, walking. Yet somehow, she passed Tony and the other superheroes at impossible speed while still appearing leisurely. The contradiction between slowness and overwhelming velocity left everyone instinctively uncomfortable. The Curse Warrior roared and swung a molten fist directly at her. "Well, she's dead," Tony muttered. The other heroes silently agreed. Then the blonde woman passed by the Curse Warrior. Just passed by. Nothing dramatic. No explosion. No visible attack. The Curse Warrior froze in place. A second later, its enormous body split apart into dozens of perfectly clean fragments before collapsing onto the battlefield. The blonde woman never even looked back. She simply continued walking away. Tony stared blankly. "Sir," Jarvis replied immediately, "Umbrella Corporation has just updated its personnel database." A holographic screen appeared before Tony. Name: Teresa. Rank: Number 1 position. Special Operative, Umbrella Corporation Super Soldier, created using Compound 1. She's one of Umbrella's operatives. Tony looked at the shredded remains of the Curse Warrior. Then he remembered how an entire army of superheroes had just spent the last several minutes getting brutalized by the thing. Teresa had killed it effortlessly. For the first time in his life, Tony briefly considered applying for a job at Umbrella Corporation. Teresa's overwhelming strength came from multiple sources. Part of it was her Kryptonian military genetics. But Drex had also used the Reality Stone to integrate Scion DNA into her body as an experiment. Whether the replication was perfect remained unclear. Still, the results were more than satisfactory. At minimum, she could already perform techniques resembling the high-speed sword. As for her weapon, Drex had commissioned the dwarves to forge it personally. URU metal, vibranium, adamantium, and Kryptonian alloys. The resulting blade possessed subatomic cutting properties capable of slicing through almost any known material. On top of that, it was virtually indestructible, perfect for Teresa. The surrounding superheroes exchanged complicated looks after hearing Tony's explanation. Umbrella Corporation had casually produced a single operative stronger than most of them combined. So what exactly was the point of all their effort? Of course, not every hero cared. Some simply accepted reality and moved on. With the Curse Warrior dead, the remaining Dark Elves were captured. Humanity immediately began eyeing their technology with naked greed. The Dark Elf black hole grenades alone had nearly wiped out multiple superheroes. Then there were the Harvester-class ships and their stealth systems. Every major world power wanted everything. Drex looked toward Teresa as she entered the room. She would probably become the strongest subordinate he ever created, a fusion of Kryptonian and Scion genetics. The Curse Warrior was powerful, Teresa said calmly. Drex nodded slightly. Teresa naturally settled into his arms afterward. At 180 centimeters tall, She towered over most women effortlessly. Her long legs alone looked borderline unreal. But with Drex standing over 190 centimeters himself, the height difference barely mattered. She fit against him comfortably regardless. Meanwhile, Sephiroth had already been dispatched elsewhere by Drex to deal with the dimensional distortions caused by the convergence of the 9 realms and the monsters leaking through from other worlds. D would handle some of it too, though honestly, Drex was already considering resigning as director. Running Umbrella Corporation as a world-dominating megacompany sounded much more entertaining. The Dark Elf invasion didn't terrify ordinary civilians as much as expected. But world governments? They were panicking. Earth had only recently survived one alien invasion. Now another catastrophic extraterrestrial war had erupted almost immediately afterward. No one knew what kind of disaster would come next. As a result, the World Security Council urgently pushed forward the InSight program. The so-called InSight program was effectively the second phase of the Helicarrier initiative. First, 3 InSight satellites will be launched into orbit to create a planetary surveillance and targeting network. Then 3 next-generation InSight helicarriers would take to the skies. The helicarriers possessed enough firepower to eliminate thousands of targets per minute, while the satellites would monitor potential threats across the globe. The concept was simple: destroy danger before it could act. If aliens invaded again, humanity would make them regret it. Unfortunately, plans like that were always vulnerable to abuse. Because the InSight program was never truly S.H.I.E.L.D.'s project. It was Hydra's. At a hidden, temporary Hydra headquarters, rain poured endlessly from the night sky. A black Mercedes rolled to a stop outside the facility. The new leader of HYDRA, America, stepped out calmly. Agent Sitwell immediately opened an umbrella and guided him deeper into the underground complex. Inside the elevator, the new Hydra leader removed his glasses and cleaned the lenses casually. Sitwell answered immediately. It's approximately 80% complete. The man nodded in satisfaction. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 281, 281. Agent Sitwell nodded immediately. Together, the 2 men descended deeper into the underground facility. The true purpose of the InSight program had never been public knowledge. Officially, it was presented as a planetary defense initiative designed to identify threats before they emerged. In reality, it was something far more terrifying. By analyzing a person's entire life history, the system attempted to predict whether they might someday become a threat to social stability. And if the answer was yes, the helicarriers would eliminate them before they ever acted. The program processed everything. Books someone had read, music they listened to, films they watched, organizations they joined, social media posts they shared, liked, or reposted, emails, phone calls, text messages, employment records, educational background, medical history, blood type, psychological patterns, even seemingly meaningless behavioral details. Modern society left data trails everywhere. Satellites watched from above, while cameras observed nearly every public space on Earth. That was the true horror of big data. The Lemurian star, meanwhile, wasn't just a ship. It was a satellite launch vessel, a critical component of the InSight program. The real core of the project was the 3 InSight satellites. The launch ship existed specifically to deploy them efficiently into orbit. Why launch from the ocean? Because positioning near the equator required less fuel to achieve orbital insertion. It was faster, cheaper, and allowed the satellites to remain operational longer. D. Successfully launched 2 of the 3 satellites into orbit. Drex Valen never interfered. After all, this was Hydra's final carnival. Now, the 3rd and final satellite was preparing for launch. Agent Sitwell arrived personally to oversee the operation. He had waited a very long time for this moment. The operative and a Hydra infiltrator, Sitwell carried an extremely important mission: inject a hidden program into the satellite network itself. That code was the true foundation of InSight. Hydra's future depended on it. The assignment had come directly from the new leader of American HYDRA, and because of its sensitivity, Sitwell had to complete it himself. Only after he personally watched the final InSight satellite disappear into the atmosphere did he finally relax. Still, even Hydra understood that now was not the ideal time to activate the system, because Drex Valen still existed. No one genuinely believed the InSight helicarriers could kill him. If that had been possible, the Chitauri invasion would have finished the job already. And then, Drex announced something that shocked the entire world. Something that delighted Hydra beyond belief. The United Nations was stunned. Why? Everything had been running perfectly. No one had even pressured him politically. If anything, Drex had spent most of his tenure making world leaders miserable rather than the other way around. Representatives from Atlantis and Wakanda both strongly urged him to reconsider. They were serious. The director might treat them. But despite worldwide appeals, political concessions, and endless negotiations from the UN, Drex refused every offer. To him, the role had already outlived its usefulness. Umbrella Corporation was becoming a global superpower in its own right. Compared to playing superhero administrator, building the world's most powerful corporate empire sounded much more interesting. Besides, he'd already sold Zaka mobile suits to governments worldwide. Earth could survive without him babysitting it constantly. Hydra reacted instantly. Director carried unimaginable authority. Frankly speaking, even the President of the United States couldn't compare. It was arguably the single most powerful office on Earth. Naturally, Hydra wanted it desperately. Unfortunately for them, Drex moved faster. Before anyone fully understood what was happening, he made another announcement. Captain America had been found alive. And moments later, Steve Rogers himself appeared before the public once again. The living legend. The war hero frozen for over 70 years. Hydra was blindsided. Completely. There was no time to react. Originally, they had prepared political strategies for opponents like Nick Fury, Tony Stark, or possibly General Ross. Instead, a dead man from World War II suddenly returned and took the position effortlessly. And somehow, everyone accepted it. Even though Drex Valen had completely eclipsed Steve's popularity by now, Captain America still occupied a unique place in the American psyche. Entire generations had grown up listening to stories about him. Aside from Tony Stark, who might complain on principle, almost nobody objected to Steve's appointment. Most superheroes were also perfectly willing to follow his leadership. That was partially Drex's doing. The version of Captain America he had cultivated over time was practically engineered for this role. Steve represented integrity, fairness, sacrifice, and absolute devotion to humanity. No selfish ambition, no corruption, no personal agenda. And with Nick Fury remaining as deputy director while Tony Stark continued serving as the loudest professional critic in the room, the organization's leadership structure became unexpectedly stable. A three-way balance. Hydra could only watch in disbelief as the position slipped through their fingers, and there was nothing they could realistically do about it. After settling the transition, Drex shifted his attention elsewhere. Specifically, the shattered remains of the Curse Warrior. Now that the Reality Stone was in his possession, replicating Curse Warriors suddenly seemed possible. Naturally, Hydra and several world governments strongly opposed allowing Drex to take custody of the corpse. But Drex's influence still loomed too large. In the end, the United Nations quietly approved the transfer. After all, humanity had already captured numerous living Dark Elves. Most believed they could eventually extract the necessary technology from them anyway. Unfortunately, they misunderstood how Curse Warriors were created. The transformation required fragments of the Reality Stone itself, and Malekith had already used the final Curse Stone on Algrim. After studying the remains, Drex quickly understood the underlying principle. The so-called Curse Stone was essentially created through a wish granted by the Reality Stone itself. A super soldier fueled by catastrophic life force consumption. Even Dark Elves couldn't maintain that state forever. Eventually, The user would burn through their own existence completely. Fortunately for Drex, that weakness barely mattered, because he possessed the Power Stone. Among the Infinity Stones, the Power Stone served as the perfect energy source for the others, dramatically reducing strain on the wielder during activation. Drex himself already possessed enough raw power to sustain the Infinity Stones independently. Still, having the Power Stone share the burden was convenient. Chapter 282, 282. Drex. Wanda froze the moment she pushed open the office door. The scene inside hit her like a truck. Teresa, Umbrella Corporation's #1 operative, was sitting directly on Drex Valen's lap with both arms looped around his neck. Her long legs, wrapped in white thigh-high stockings, rested casually against him. The dress she wore had a slit running scandalously high up the side, revealing enough to make the entire room feel dangerously overheated. For a second, nobody moved. Then Drex coughed lightly and pushed Teresa off him with practiced calm. He grabbed a tissue and wiped the bright lipstick mark off his face like nothing unusual had happened. He asked with complete seriousness. Teresa only smiled. Bright, confident, dangerously beautiful. She rose from Drex's lap in elegant high heels and strolled toward the exit with the smooth grace of a hunting cat. Her narrow waist swayed slightly with every step, drawing attention to the impossible combination of white stockings, endless legs, and towering heels. The effect was devastating. Wanda stood there in total defeat. Teresa was nearly 180 centimeters tall, with proportions that looked surgically engineered to ruin weaker minds. Standing next to her felt less like competing with another woman and more like encountering a prehistoric apex predator. The gap was too overwhelming. Wanda covered her face and burst into tears before running out of the office. Drex watched her leave and shook his head helplessly. He understood exactly what she wanted. The girl thought growing up meant she finally had a chance with him. Naive. At this point, Drex's interests leaned far more toward the women he personally created than the heroines from the original timeline. Besides, plenty of Marvel's female heroes came packaged with enough romantic history to resemble unresolved multiverse incidents. His creations were simpler, beautiful, powerful, loyal, and, perhaps most importantly, they fulfilled every impossible fantasy he'd once only been able to admire from a screen. The office door opened again. Ada Wong walked inside, then casually locked the door behind her. Drex raised an eyebrow. At this rate, his office was starting to feel less like a workplace and more like public transit. Ada smiled faintly. Several highly educational office-themed films later, Drex casually set down the completely exhausted Ada Wong. Amateur tactics. Trying to challenge him on his own battlefield was practically suicidal. Not even a wrinkle remained on his clothes. The moment he stepped outside his office, however, he encountered Urd waiting nearby. In return fully to Umbrella Corporation, women like Urd, Emma Frost, Wanda, and Ada had become noticeably more enthusiastic. Apparently, they were all trying to compensate for lost time. Handling Urd took Drex less than an hour, and afterward, he finally decided it was time for Wanda's powers to awaken properly. Fortunately, explaining them would be easy enough. Compound 1 could conveniently take the credit. The only real question was whether Wanda's future abilities would attract the influence of Sidorak. Not everyone understood Drex's resignation. Tony Stark, for example, directly called him to ask what the hell he was thinking. Drex ignored him. Thor, meanwhile, had become increasingly unwilling to return to Asgard after the Dark Elf incident. Conveniently, the Bifrost still wasn't fully repaired, giving him an excuse to remain on Earth. Odin was furious. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do about it. First, Earth itself was a special location, especially while the Ancient One still lived. Second, the Kryptonian Emperor was currently on the planet, and Odin genuinely suspected that if he descended personally and Drex developed hostile intentions, he might never leave Earth alive again. If Drex had heard that thought process, he probably would have mocked Odin for paranoia. After all, by intercepting the ether himself, Drex had diverted the Dark Elves toward Earth instead of Asgard, which meant Frigga survived. Loki remained imprisoned, and countless Asgardians avoided death during the invasion that originally devastated their world. Publicly or privately, Drex had practically saved Asgard. Of course, the Nine Realms remained unstable. Thor's military campaigns had suppressed the rebellions temporarily, but without the Bifrost, maintaining long-term control would become increasingly difficult. Worse, Odin had finally been forced into the Odin sleep. No one knew when he would awaken again. Meanwhile, Drex answered the endless stream of questions regarding his resignation before locking himself inside Umbrella's laboratories. The Reality Stone truly was absurd. Using it, Drex had already recreated things that should have remained fictional. Rigimaru, Granzord, Super Sentai technology, Chausian systems, entire Lantern Ring core, and every creation functioned exactly as it had in the worlds he remembered. Originally, the only price had been life force. But now, with the Power Stone supplying energy, even that cost disappeared. Drex turned a glowing transformation device slowly in his hand. A universal wish engine, he murmured. The future direction of the Kryptonian Empire's military had finally become clear to him. After all, what better soldiers for cosmic warfare than Ultramen? Gigantic bodies, planetary combat capability, minimum destructive output measured in meteor-level devastation. They were essentially humanoid super battleships. Combined with Kryptonian physiology, the results bordered on insanity. And thanks to the Reality Stone, even transforming beings into giants of light became trivial. There was no need for ancient stone statues like Tiga's race had required. Drex could simply create them directly, though another thought crossed his mind briefly. For a moment, he considered the aesthetics of the alien Emperor line, then dismissed the idea. Darkness was stylish, but light looked far more impressive. Soon afterward, several worlds under Kryptonian Imperial control noticed something strange. The standard occupation forces stationed across their planets quietly withdrew. In their place remained only 2 or 3 soldiers. The resistance movements immediately became restless. Sure, the Kryptonian Empire was infamous across the galaxy for its biotechnology and super soldier programs. General Darius alone had become a nightmare throughout multiple star systems, wielding his black cleaver axe like a god of slaughter. But no matter how terrifying they were, 2 or 3 soldiers were still just 2 or 3 soldiers, right? The 3 Imperial soldiers stared blankly at the approaching rebel forces. One of the alien-looking soldiers let out a cold laugh. His Majesty predicted this perfectly. Not all Kryptonians resembled humans. To demonstrate the Empire's inclusiveness, Drex had created countless unusual life forms among his handcrafted population. Officially, they were simply another branch of Kryptonian racial diversity. The rebels charged, hoping to overwhelm them through sheer numbers. Then light exploded across the battlefield. The 3 soldiers transformed instantly. 3 colossal giants over 100 meters tall towered above the planet's surface. Silver, blue, red. The resistance fighters looked up at the enormous beings staring down at them and nearly lost control of their bladders on the spot. One of the giants spoke calmly. Chapter 283, 283. The resistance fighters watched in horror as the 3 giants struck bizarre poses. Then came the light. Blinding beams erupted outward. After that, nobody remembered anything. The Ultramen Drex Valen created were practically idiot-proof. The moment someone transformed, instinctive combat knowledge flooded their minds automatically, including how to unleash beam attacks and combat techniques. No transformation device was required. They simply transformed directly. The Ultraman and the host were one and the same. Drex also hadn't mass-produced identical units. Each Ultraman possessed a unique appearance and traits. Besides, a single Ultraman was already more than enough to suppress an entire planet. There was no need to create millions of them. At the moment, the Kryptonian Empire only ruled several thousand inhabited worlds anyway. Resource planets weren't even included in that count. 3 Ultramen per world amounted to less than 10,000 total. Compared to the Land of Light's legendary 60 million Ultra Warriors, Drex's creations barely counted as imitation products. Those originals had undergone formal training. His were closer to high-end replicas. Still, even replicas were terrifying. Breaking news: Kryptonian Empire develops new super soldiers, giants. Breaking news: Kryptonian giants destroy dozens of Skok civilization warships. New Kryptonian weapon revealed. Ultraman information traveled fast across interstellar civilization. Quantum entanglement communication made sure of that. Before long, the entire galaxy knew the Kryptonian Empire had unveiled a new class of war unit: 100-meter-tall giants. Several ancient civilizations nearly mistook them for celestials. The resemblance was genuinely unsettling. Ultramen shared certain visual similarities with Marvel's Celestials, especially to species unfamiliar with either. The Celestials were often referred to as star giants, precisely because of their overwhelming size. Whenever they appeared, they wore immense armor-like exoshells, and no one truly knew what existed beneath them. Even their armor designs varied wildly from one celestial to another. From an outsider's perspective, Drex's Ultramen could easily resemble another branch of celestial constructs, which wasn't entirely unreasonable. The Celestials were among the most mysterious races in existence. Their abilities varied enormously between individuals, and even now, most civilizations barely understood them. To be fair, ordinary Celestials were far larger than Ultramen. Most stood over 2,000 feet tall, roughly 600 meters. Still, Celestials differed dramatically in size, and many possessed the ability to alter their dimensions at will, so 100-meter variants weren't impossible. At first, most civilizations dismissed the comparison. The Celestials were cosmic entities capable of terrifying universe-level feats. The Kryptonian Empire was powerful, yes, but challenging the Celestials sounded absurd. Then people saw the beam attacks. That changed things. The Celestials famously manipulated cosmic energy, and energy projection techniques were one of their signature combat methods. And soon, battle footage began flooding the galactic network. Videos of Ultramen fighting entire fleets alone. Previously, only monsters like Isdeath, Dueling Sword, or perhaps Darius of Noxus had demonstrated that kind of outrageous combat capability. Now, the Ultramen were doing it casually, and somehow even more efficiently. Against them, battleships looked less like war machines and more like stationary targets waiting to be vaporized by beam attacks. In a vacuum of space, Ultramen maneuvered effortlessly around incoming fire. Most starship weapons were laughably slow by comparison. Until now, galactic civilizations viewed the Kryptonian Empire as dangerous but manageable. After all, they lacked conventional fleets and relied heavily on Bifrost-style rapid deployment assaults. Terrifying, but limited. The Ultramen changed everything. One Ultraman could potentially rival entire fleets. And through Bifrost deployment, they could descend directly onto enemy worlds and begin planetary destruction immediately. Very few beings could reliably defeat one. Even base-form Thanos at the Skyfather threshold would struggle badly. After all, Thanos possessed roughly 1,500 tons of single-arm strength. An Ultraman's grip strength alone exceeded 100,000 tons. The Precursors once conquered dozens of civilizations using giant monsters and ecological warfare. Compared to that, Ultramen were vastly worse. Damn it, a planet bathed in rainbow-colored Bifrost light suddenly witnessed the arrival of 2 colossal giants. The civilization below panicked instantly. Even though they already knew about Ultramen from the galactic network, seeing 200-meter scale gods standing above their cities in person was another matter entirely. Still, many fighter pilots launched desperate counterattacks to defend their homeworld. One of the Ultramen, a blue-type giant, casually raised his hand. A shockwave burst outward from his palm, detonating the incoming fighters instantly. Beside him, A red-type Ultraman gathered energy in his right hand before unleashing a barrage of destructive light projectiles. Each blast that struck the surface released energy equivalent to roughly 3 terawatts. For comparison, the positron cannon used by EVA Unit 01 only generated around 1 terawatt. Entire cities disappeared beneath the bombardment. Just as the civilization approached total collapse, a streak of golden light shot across the sky toward the Ultraman. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Not the square-jawed, cinematic version. This Carol was a devastatingly attractive blonde whose combat presence burned like a living star. Back when she confronted the Kryptonian Empire's Grey Knights, she'd suffered badly against their absurdly durable materials and overwhelming technology. After that humiliation, Carol had deliberately avoided involving herself with the Kryptonian Empire again. Their technological level was ridiculous. Even their standard troops had been difficult for her to handle. Unfortunately, avoiding problems didn't make them disappear forever. Carol happened to be on this planet conducting one of her usual Save the Galaxy operations when the Ultramen arrived. And once she watched them massacre entire cities, she stopped running. Carol inhaled sharply, then charged. The golden streak slammed directly into one of the Ultramen. Under normal circumstances, a being with over 100,000 tons of mass was nearly impossible to move. Carol Danvers was not a normal circumstance. An absurd scene unfolded before the entire planet. The colossal Ultraman was knocked off balance and hurled backward by a single golden figure vastly smaller than himself. Chapter 284, 284. The remaining Ultraman barely had time to react before Captain Marvel came flying straight at him. This time, the giant saw her coming. Light ignited across his palm as he swung an ultra-slash downward like a glowing blade. Boom! The instant they collided, Carol caught the strike with both hands. Then, with impossible leverage, she pivoted and hurled the 100-meter giant over her shoulder hard enough to crater the landscape. The first Ultraman had already climbed back to his feet. Crossing both arms into a firing stance, he unleashed a destruction ray. A blinding beam roared toward Captain Marvel. Carol didn't dodge, didn't even flinch. She stood there and absorbed the attack head-on. The energy vanished in her body like water pouring into a star, and her aura surged even higher. Golden photon energy erupted across her hands before she slammed both palms forward. The blast exploded outward without restraint. Space itself twisted under the pressure, warping into spiraling distortions around the beam path. The Ultraman struck by the attack screamed as explosions and electrical arcs detonated across his body. Sparks burst from every inch of his armor-like skin before he crashed violently to the ground. The second Ultraman fired another destruction ray. Carol snorted coldly. Photon energy condensed around her hand like a blade, slicing the incoming beam apart as casually as cutting silk. Then she accelerated. Instantly, her fist screamed through the atmosphere toward the giant's face, the compressed force around it distorting space itself. The Ultraman panicked and threw a punch of his own. Boom! The collision detonated like a stellar impact. Two overwhelming forces slammed together, unleashing shockwaves in every direction. A pressure wave stretching kilometers outward pulverized half a nearby city instantly beneath billions of tons of kinetic force. Boom! White air currents swept across the battlefield moments later. Carol hit the ground first. The instant she landed, overwhelming momentum exploded outward from her body like a volcanic eruption. Hurricanes spread in all directions, snapping stone pillars apart and ripping debris into the sky. The Ultraman crashed backward through a mountain range. Carol chased him relentlessly. Photon energy gathered around both fists as she unleashed a savage barrage of punches, each strike hammering the giant deeper through solid rock. One punch, then another, and another. Under the constant eruption of photon power, she drove the Ultraman entirely through the mountain before finally blasting out the far side. The giant let out one final unwilling roar before collapsing. Then his body dissolved into drifting particles of light. The remaining Ultraman saw that and immediately chose survival over pride. He ran. Carol's expression changed. There was no way she could allow him to escape. If he got away, the next person arriving would probably be one of the Kryptonian Empire's true monsters. Isdeth, Dueling Sword, or Darius. All three were infamous throughout the galaxy. Even among the countless powerhouses scattered across the cosmos, they ranked near the top. Carol was confident, not suicidal. But before she could catch the fleeing Ultraman, rainbow-colored light descended from the sky once again. A familiar figure stepped out from the Bifrost. The Kryptonian Empire didn't possess someone like Heimdall naturally, so Drex Valen solved that problem himself. Using the Reality Stone, he simply created a Kryptonian equivalent, a superior version, in his opinion. Her name was Galatea, and when the two Ultramen ran into trouble, Galatea noticed immediately. Naturally, Drex preferred creating an impossibly beautiful woman over copying Heimdall exactly. After receiving the report, Darius declined to come because he was busy slaughtering enemies elsewhere. Dueling Sword refused because he was currently stationed defending Krypton itself, which left Isdeth. Carol immediately recognized her. White military uniform, ice blue hair reaching down to her waist. The overwhelming presence of someone who stood above entire civilizations by force alone. Stories about Isdeth spread everywhere across the galaxy. Whenever a world refused surrender, she often exterminated the entire civilization personally. A genuine psychopath. Granted, the universe had no shortage of people like that. Isdeth, meanwhile, looked thrilled. Ever since Drex upgraded her with Psion genes alongside her Kryptonian physiology, her power had exploded upward again after stagnating for years. And now, she finally had an opponent worth testing herself against. Both women vanished simultaneously, then reappeared inches apart. The impact that followed shook the planet. From deep space, the collision looked like a miniature star igniting across the surface. Boom! The force of their punches ripped across the crust like planetary artillery. At the center of the impact zone, gigantic trenches several kilometers long split across the landmass. The aftershocks peeled away layers of the planet's surface. Molten lava erupted from ruptured fault lines while distant volcanoes awakened one after another, spewing black smoke into the darkening atmosphere. The crust itself began trembling continuously. A global catastrophe had become inevitable. Heat waves spread worldwide. Storm clouds thickened overhead. Explosions erupted randomly across the horizon, while strange-colored lightning flickered inside the clouds like fractured veins of energy. Isdeth climbed out a river of magma, grinning wildly. Kryptonian biology combined with her bioforce field made her body nearly indestructible. Extreme heat, freezing temperatures, lightning, radiation, toxins. None of it mattered much anymore. Laughing, she slammed a fist into the ground. Terrifying force surged deep into the planet's crust. The Earth exploded upward. Carol had just reappeared when endless smoke, molten rock, and firestorms swallowed her whole, blasting her backward through a chain of detonations. Yet she emerged completely unharmed. In binary form, Captain Marvel had already crossed into something far beyond human. Defeating her wouldn't be easy even for Isdeth. Carol stabilized herself in midair and unleashed another massive golden photon beam at full power. The attack distorted the atmosphere around it so violently that mirror-like fractures appeared across nearby space. Isdeth burst into laughter. Then she thrust one hand directly into the incoming beam and stopped it, bit by bit. She physically forced the golden energy backward. Carol stared in disbelief. Monster! This was the first time she had ever seen someone suppress her photon energy with raw strength alone. Blue, gold, purple. Beneath the darkened sky, three colors collided endlessly, flooding the battlefield with violent light. Every impact sent ripples through space itself. The air screamed. Electrical arcs flashed everywhere like superheated blades carving through reality. Plasma storms detonated around the two women like artillery bombardments. Isdeth ignored everything completely. Her bioforce field and Kryptonian body protected her so thoroughly that even her clothes remained undamaged. Carol wasn't bothered either. She simply absorbed the excess energy. Chapter 285, 285. Isdeth formed an energy sphere in her palm. Psions and Kryptonians were fundamentally different species. Psions were practically battle mages. Their energy output was absurdly powerful, but their bodies themselves were comparatively fragile. Even Super Scion gods could get killed by a lucky laser shot if caught off guard. Captain Marvel drove a punch into the energy sphere. Instead of absorbing it, the attack blasted straight past her and detonated in the distance. The shockwave carved a massive trench through the landscape before erupting into a towering cloud of smoke and debris. Plasma discharges and cosmic energy projectiles scattered wildly across the battlefield. Explosions erupted non-stop around the planet's surface, blooming into chains of miniature mushroom clouds. "We surrender." The planet's inhabitants finally rushed out in desperation. At first, they believed Captain Marvel was their savior. She had killed an Ultraman and driven back the Kryptonian Empire. But now, this wasn't salvation. It was apocalypse. The battle between these two women had nearly destroyed the entire planet. If they'd known things would escalate this badly, they would have surrendered to the Kryptonian Empire from the beginning. Isdeth ignored them completely. Carol heard them, but she couldn't disengage. Isdeth pressed her relentlessly, refusing to give her even a second to breathe. With a sharp shout, Isdeth unleashed another eruption of power. Golden energy expanded outward in waves like a raging tidal surge. The pressure alone distorted the surrounding atmosphere. The civilians who had approached were instantly vaporized. Energy storms twisted violently across the battlefield. Magnetic fields inverted chaotically while nearby space cracked apart under the strain. The planet's end had arrived. The continents and oceans shook simultaneously as tsunamis, hurricanes, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions detonated across the world all at once. The crust split apart piece by piece. Some tectonic plates rose upward while others collapsed into the mantle below. Lava surged through the fractures, flooding everything in molten fire. Rumble. Thunder exploded across the sky as the entire planet descended into chaos. Space itself shattered. Then gravity and cosmic forces violently corrected the damage, dragging Isdeth, Captain Marvel, and a massive section of planetary crust into fragmented extra-dimensional space. A second later, Isdeth tore free through sheer force alone and charged directly at Carol again. The two collided mid-flight and crashed back into the already ruined planet. Then they faced each other once more. Their auras slammed together. The ground trembled beneath them, while grains of dust floated upward under the influence of their energy before being crushed into nothingness. Carol's entire body erupted with golden radiance. Her photon energy doubled, then doubled again. Violent shock waves burst outward like collapsing oceans, blasting Isdeth backward. Or at least they should have. Isdeth slid less than a meter before stopping completely. Carol stared. "You freak." In all her years crossing the universe, she had never encountered someone like this. No, that previous incident with the Kryptonian Empire's technology didn't count. This was different. This was raw individual power. Even Thanos, the mad titan of the Black Order, had once been chased down and beaten senseless by her. And yet Isdeth had fought her this entire time without a single visible injury. Even her white uniform remained pristine. Carol herself wasn't badly hurt either, but her suit was torn and battered from the exchange. She was in binary form, and instead of overwhelming Isdeth, she was evenly matched. The Kryptonian Empire's genetic engineering was insane, far beyond Kree science. Isdeth's white military uniform might have looked thin, but it was woven from adamantium fibers and vibranium fibers layered together. Combined with her overwhelming bioforce field, Even Thanos wielding Infinity Stones would struggle to penetrate her. Defenses. When Carol looked around and saw the shattered remains of the planet she tried to save, rage finally drowned out restraint. She lunged at Isdeth recklessly. Isdeth sneered. Her ki erupted violently as twin streams of heat vision fired from her eyes. Carol ignored the attack completely and smashed a fist directly into Isdeth's face. Isdeth didn't move, not even a centimeter. Instead, the recoil shattered every bone in Carol's hand. Even though the damage regenerated almost instantly, the pain still made her grimace. More than that, she couldn't understand why she couldn't move Isdeth at all. Isdeth mocked. She drove a punch into Carol's stomach. Carol absorbed the kinetic impact itself, but the ki wrapped around Isdeth's fist still tore into her internally. And then, someone appeared. Captain Marvel's eyes widened. She hadn't sensed his arrival at all. Drex Valen stood there casually, as though he'd always been part of the battlefield. He looked Carol up and down. "Huh, you don't look anything like that round-faced movie version," he said thoughtfully. Isdeth snapped immediately. "If you keep going," Drex replied calmly, "she'll eventually beat you." Isdeth clicked her tongue in annoyance, but didn't argue further. Meanwhile, Carol's instinct screamed. In Drex's hand floated a black hole singularity. Infinite gravity erupted outward instantly, locking onto her body. Then the pull began. Space, time, matter. Everything around the singularity twisted apart and collapsed inward under its gravitational force. Carol watched entire sections of reality distort and disintegrate around it. There was no room for optimism, no delusion that she could survive being dragged inside, because she realized something horrifying. The mass of this singularity exceeded every black hole she had ever encountered in the cosmos. This wasn't merely a black hole. It was something denser, heavier, a gravitational anomaly beyond the normal laws of the material universe. How could matter like this even exist? Shouldn't something with that mass instantly destroy everything nearby the moment it appeared? Carol couldn't comprehend it. Then Drex reached toward her. Suddenly, all the power in her body vanished. Every ounce of strength disappeared instantly. She collapsed onto the ruined ground, staring at the man before her in disbelief. Drex Valen held the black hole singularity casually in one hand. In the other, he grasped the power he had forcibly extracted from Captain Marvel. He hadn't permanently stolen her abilities. She would recover eventually, but he had stripped away enough energy that rapid regeneration was impossible for now. Carol looked up at him unwillingly. A being like this, a monster like this, an existence that embodied destruction itself. How could the material universe even permit someone like him to exist? There was no one in existence who could defeat him. Drex answered without hesitation. Carol closed her eyes bitterly. Deep down, she had already known the answer, but hearing it spoken aloud still hit differently. No wonder the Kryptonian Empire had risen so fast. With a ruler like this, how could they possibly fail? Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 286, 286. A being like Drex Valen had never existed anywhere in the Marvel Universe before. Matter denser than a black hole should have only two possible outcomes. Either it would be expelled from the physical universe outright, or it would collapse reality around it into oblivion. But Drex possessed something far stranger, a Kryptonian biofield powerful enough to restrain his own mass. Even carrying density beyond comprehension, he remained stable inside normal space without triggering universal catastrophe. Under ordinary circumstances, a creature like him would have become a disaster greater than Galactus. At his current level, Drex didn't even need to act. Simply existing was enough to erase everything within trillions of light years. Matter, energy, time, space, all of it would eventually be consumed by his presence, converted into more mass, more power, more hunger. A self-sustaining cosmic extinction event. And technically speaking, that was his evolutionary path. Consume, adapt, ascend. As long as he kept devouring universes, there would eventually come a day when he reached true multiversal status. No nox, no hidden limits. Just an endlessly escalating trajectory that would make countless cosmic entities seethe with envy. Death crossed her arms as she looked toward Captain Marvel. To be fair, this version of Carol Danvers was far more striking than the one from the films. And lately Drex had been getting increasingly excessive with his creations. The man had literally assembled an entire angelic legion. Drex glanced at her. He had little interest in ordinary women. Collectible doll-like beauties were another category entirely. Golden light bloomed from the Mind Stone. Captain Marvel suddenly collapsed to her knees, clutching her head as psychic pressure flooded her consciousness. Drex sounded mildly surprised. Still, resistance meant very little in front of him. With the Power Stone amplifying its output, the Mind Stone unleashed its full force. In an instant, Captain Marvel's will shattered beneath it. Another hound added to the Kryptonian empire. Captain Marvel rose smoothly to her feet, her expression completely calm. Death shrugged. Still, she couldn't deny the practical side of it. With Captain Marvel under their control, there were even fewer beings left in the universe capable of opposing Krypton. Drex looked toward the ruined planet below them. The world was already dying. Its core had been destabilized during the clash between Death and Captain Marvel. The planetary gravitational field was collapsing rapidly. Before long, the nearby star would capture the remains, tearing the planet apart and feeding on its debris until nothing remained. Drex narrowed his eyes. Forget it. He didn't care much about individual lives. Planets were different. Habitable worlds were renewable resources. Every life-bearing planet was valuable. As for whether the Ancient One would agree, Drex suspected she would. After all, he no longer feared the Infinity Stones. On Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme was enjoying a peaceful day of fishing. Or rather, fishing for dimensional gods. Every so often, another unfortunate entity took the bait and got violently beaten back into its own dimension. As usual, the process earned her a fresh round of curses. Repay your debts. Among the furious cosmic voices was an especially aggrieved Dormammu. The Ancient One remained perfectly composed, ignoring them all as background noise. As for the ownership of her soul after death, that discussion could be taken up with eternity. With the Vishanti behind her, and one of the cosmic abstracts effectively serving as an even greater shield, the dimensional gods were little more than noisy pests in her eyes. Then something arrived, something comparable to a dimensional god. The newcomer tapped lightly against Kamartaj's barrier. The action immediately drew the attention of the barrier's original creator, Agamotto himself, child of Ashtar, one of the legendary Vishanti, creator of the Eye of Agamotto and among the earliest wielders of the Time Stone. In the age of the prehistoric Avengers, Agamotto had been known as the All-Seeing Eye, a being whose wisdom bordered on omniscience. And the prehistoric Avengers themselves were absurd monsters. Astrophone, for example, had once shattered the complete Phoenix Force with a single punch. Odin had also been one of their members. At first, Agamotto assumed some arrogant dimensional entity was trying to provoke him. Then he looked closer. Not a dimensional god, a true single-universe level entity from the physical plane, outside his jurisdiction. More importantly, the visitor had actually knocked first. Polite enough, Agamotto chose not to interfere as Drex casually opened a hole in the barrier and stepped into Kamartaj. The Ancient One froze for a fraction of a second. The barrier hadn't failed. He had simply bypassed it. Without actively using the Eye of Agamotto, she hadn't looked into the future today. Otherwise, she might have anticipated Drex's arrival. Then again, after Drex reached his current level, even the Time Stone could barely perceive his future anymore. Been a while, Sorcerer Supreme, Drex said with a faint smile. The Ancient One studied him carefully. Every future she had previously observed lacked this meeting entirely. Indeed, Mr. Drex got straight to the point. I need a favor. The Ancient One frowned slightly. I have no hostile intentions, Drex replied evenly. As he spoke, the Mind Stone glimmered faintly, allowing her to directly perceive the sincerity behind his thoughts. The eye of Agamotto cannot leave Kamartaj, she said. Drex said nothing, though inwardly he was highly skeptical. Strange had literally worn it around his neck halfway across the universe. The Ancient One blinked. However, a few moments later, Drex opened a portal with the Space Stone and brought her to the dying planet. The Ancient One stood calmly in the void. Her hands formed intricate seals. The eye of Agamotto hanging around her neck slowly opened, revealing the glowing green time stone within. Chapter 287, 287. Drex watched the shattered planet rewind before his eyes. Continents stitched themselves back together. Molten cracks sealed shut. The planet's collapsing core stabilized as time reversed the destruction layer by layer. In only a few moments, the dead world had completely returned to its original state. "Thank you for your help, Ancient One," Drex said with a faint smile. The Sorcerer Supreme shook her head. Without wasting time, Drex opened a wormhole for her. He truly had no interest in the Time Stone itself. Even if Thanos managed to gather every Infinity Stone, it still wouldn't be enough to threaten him anymore. The restored planet, meanwhile, retained its memories. Its people remembered the sky breaking apart. They remembered the planet dying, and they remembered who had restored it. The surrender came quickly and without resistance. Drex had barely returned to the Kryptonian Empire before receiving the report. Before deploying Ultraman units, the Empire always performed extensive scans to confirm whether a planet possessed meaningful resistance. Captain Marvel had been an unexpected anomaly. More importantly, Galatea had been monitoring the operation personally. An incident like this should have been nearly impossible. "I was watching the area the entire time," Galatea said uneasily. Then suddenly, Drex didn't blame her. Very few civilizations even knew the Kryptonian Empire possessed someone like Galatea. Her sensory range covered enormous portions of the universe itself. Still, against sufficiently powerful enemies, slipping past her awareness wasn't impossible. Drex leaned back slightly. It wasn't surprising someone had targeted the Ultramen. The Ultramen Drex created were absurdly effective war machines. 100 meters tall, strength measured in tens of thousands of tons, capable of unleashing nuclear-level beam attacks barehanded. Most importantly, one Ultraman could fight an entire fleet alone. Before their appearance, there were certainly powerful individuals across the galaxy capable of similar feats, but those beings were rare exceptions. Then the Kryptonian Empire started mass-producing Ultramen. Thousands became tens of thousands, and production still hadn't stopped. The rest of the galaxy looked at the growing numbers and collectively realized something horrifying. If all of those Ultramen deployed together, who could possibly stop them? Eventually, curiosity and greed won out. Someone wanted the technology behind them, so they captured an Ultraman squad. Unfortunately for their captors, the interrogation results only made things worse. First, the Ultramen themselves knew nothing about the transformation process. Subjects lost consciousness during modification and awakened afterward with their powers already integrated. Second, Ultramen were not Celestials, nor were they based on celestial technology. Third, the total number of Ultramen had likely surpassed 1 million. They were steadily replacing the Kryptonian Empire's standard military forces, meaning both the Burning Legion and the Space Knight Corps were becoming obsolete. Fourth, Ultramen varied significantly between individuals. Not all of them stood 100 meters tall. Under certain conditions, some could enlarge themselves to nearly 1,000 meters. Fifth, their physical power differed drastically as well. Tens of thousands of tons was merely the baseline. Some possessed strength reaching hundreds of thousands of tons. Many also had specialized abilities including spatial movement, time reversal, telepathy, mind control, and telekinesis. Sixth, describing their beam attacks as merely nuclear level was laughably incomplete. Some weaker variants fit that description, but stronger Ultramen possessed attacks capable of destroying planets outright. The highest-tier units were likely even more dangerous. The civilizations analyzing the information felt their blood run cold. 1,000,000 living superweapons. At that point, resisting the Kryptonian Empire sounded less like bravery and more like collective suicide. Even the Skrull Empire's elite Super Skrulls couldn't replicate Ultraman abilities. In theory, Super Skrulls could perfectly duplicate a target's powers and memories. Ultramen somehow existed outside those rules. The more Drex used them, the more satisfied he became with the design. His Ultramen could freely alter their size anyway, so their giant forms posed no disadvantage against smaller opponents. Eventually, Drex located the missing squad himself. He also found the ones responsible. Then he exterminated all of them. Afterward, he quietly left. But by then, the secret was already spreading throughout the galaxy. The Kryptonian Empire was mass-producing superweapons, and the universe was beginning to panic. If this continued, no civilization would be capable of resisting Kryptonian expansion. Unfortunately, the galaxy's major powers were in no condition to unite against him. The Skrull Empire and the Kree Empire were still locked in a brutal war. The Shi'ar Empire was struggling to survive simultaneous invasions from Thanos' Black Order and multiple hostile civilizations. No one had the spare resources to confront Krypton. In the past, the Kryptonian Empire's biggest weakness had been manpower. Conquering worlds was easy. Holding them was the difficult part. Now that problem no longer existed. A handful of Ultramen stationed on a planet could suppress virtually any resistance. Several civilizations attempted to intercept Kryptonian fleets before things escalated further. They failed catastrophically. The Kryptonian Empire had already strengthened security across its territories. Ultramen equipped with planet-killing beam attacks obliterated most enemy fleets before conventional combat even began. The surviving ships didn't last much longer. Fortunately for the rest of the galaxy, Drex had no immediate plans for further expansion. Managing territory was exhausting enough already. He'd seen what happened to the head of the Assassinorum from the Warhammer universe after taking responsibility for 1,000,000 planets. The man had practically driven himself insane from overwork. Drex still had the Black Queen handling most administrative duties, but even she wasn't comparable to the Kree Supreme Intelligence. Eventually, she would fall behind too. For now, the Empire was large enough. Drex sat casually inside the Imperial Palace. Hushi rested at his left. Morgana sat at his right. Angelian stood behind him, slowly kneading his shoulders. Isdeth had already disappeared again after briefly returning earlier. No one knew where she had gone this time. The Black Queen appeared before him and began her report. The Shi'ar Empire is close to losing its homeworld to the Black Order, she said. Drex raised an eyebrow. The Black Queen paused. That explosion had nearly killed Thanos himself. Only a rapid retreat saved him. But detonating a supernova within their own territory came with catastrophic consequences for the Shi'ar Empire. Thousands of planets vanished. Gamma radiation spread across more than half their territory. Countless newborns either died from radiation exposure or developed severe mutations. At least they hadn't accidentally created another Hulk. The Mkron region must have been affected too, Drex said thoughtfully. A supernova on that scale would have impacted the Shi'ar core systems no matter how distant they were. Chapter 288. Mkron is gone, the Black Queen reported. The Shi'ar Empire had gone completely ruthless with that move. Not only had Thanos' Black Order been devastated, but countless civilizations that had invaded Shi'ar territory to profit from the chaos or settle old grudges had been erased alongside them in the supernova. That's why gravitational collapse bombs are terrifying, Drex said calmly. If he were personally present, he wouldn't care. But if he wasn't, even the Kryptonian Empire could suffer catastrophic losses. The destructive force of a supernova was difficult to overstate. Realistically, only Gladiator could survive something like that head-on. The man had literally endured the center of a supernova explosion in the comics without dying. Almost everyone else will be vaporized. I'll increase Ultraman patrols, the Black Queen said. There wasn't much else she could do. Weapons like gravitational collapse bombs were essentially the galactic equivalent of doomsday-level nuclear arms. Still, using one effectively wasn't easy. To recreate the Shi'ar Empire's results, the attacker needed access to a star, and most stars important enough to weaponize were heavily monitored. After what happened to the Shi'ar Empire, the rest of the galaxy would be far more cautious as well. As for Thanos, Drex doubted he cared much about the losses. If anything, the Mad Titan was probably satisfied. The supernova had killed far more people in an instant than he could have slaughtered personally in the same amount of time. Thousands of planets erased in moments. Even Thanos would have needed ages to achieve that body count manually. After resolving the Captain Marvel situation, Drex returned to Earth. Wanda Maximoff had willingly undergone enhancement through Compound 1. She desperately wanted the power to help him. After placing her into a deep sleep, Drex used the Mind Stone to fully awaken the power hidden inside her. Wanda's abilities originated from Thawne, a true Elder God. Among dimensional entities, there are clear levels of hierarchy. At the very top stood beings like Sidorak, ruler of the Crimson Cosmos. At his peak, while within his own domain, he could contend with cosmic abstracts and even challenge the living tribunal itself. Even the Ancient One treated entities of that caliber with caution and respect. Then there were the Vishani, frequently overlooked, but arguably the most powerful magical trinity beneath eternity itself. The Sorcerers Supreme throughout history had operated with such confidence not only because of their personal strength, but because their backing was absurdly powerful. Any dimensional entity attempting to extend influence into the main universe had to think carefully before provoking them. Lower on the hierarchy sat figures like Mephisto and Dormammu, though in Dormammu's case, it wasn't a lack of potential that held him back. He'd originally been nothing more than a sorcerer who stumbled into the dark dimension and somehow became its ruler. Like a beginner player accidentally maxing out their character overnight. The result was a dimensional god with overwhelming raw power, but comparatively poor mastery over it. In short, the lower limit for dimensional entities was already Skyfather level. The upper limit reached all the way to Omniversal. And Wanda, empowered by Thawne's chaos magic, had become something exceptionally dangerous. A reality warper. Someone capable of reshaping existence itself according to thought and emotion alone. The best example was still the infamous phrase she would one day speak. A single sentence capable of erasing powers across the planet, including abilities that technically had nothing to do with mutants at all. Fortunately, Drex wasn't worried. Whether as Doomsday Superman or Black Hole Superman, he was already powerful enough to overpower almost anything. Even beings above single-universe level would still get beaten into dust if they stood in his way. Meanwhile, the public had become fascinated with Umbrella Corporation's newest operative. Her code name was the Scarlet Witch. People immediately started asking the obvious question. Witch? Did that mean she actually used magic? Wanda herself was confused. She had assumed Compound 1 had simply awakened telekinesis. Not exactly, Drex explained. Your power is far more dangerous than simple telekinesis. Wanda blinked. Her eyes lit up instantly. That explanation she understood perfectly. Then she looked at Drex's face and abruptly blushed bright red. Drex frowned. Something had just attempted to tamper with his mind. The effect had lasted less than a fraction of a second before being crushed and devoured by the black hole force permeating his body. He looked at Wanda thoughtfully. Did she just accidentally use chaos magic on him? This power adapted fast. Very fast. Wanda fled the room not long afterward. As she walked through the city, she gradually began realizing what kind of power she had truly received. When she felt thirsty, a glass of water suddenly appeared in front of her. When she wanted to see her brother, Pietro dropped from the sky. Literally, he slammed into the ground hard enough that he nearly broke his spine. That was the moment Wanda realized her powers weren't simply miraculous. They were dangerous. Wish fulfillment didn't distinguish between good outcomes and disastrous ones. Based on her situation, Drex recommended that she study at Kamartaj. The Ancient One accepted Wanda with a pleasant smile that looked entirely genuine on the surface. Privately, she was almost certainly cursing Drex's existence. He didn't particularly care. Then there was Thor. The god of thunder had essentially settled down on Earth. At some point, he'd apparently decided that if he couldn't return to Asgard easily, then he simply wouldn't bother trying. Odin eventually lost patience and sent Sif to retrieve him. Honestly, Thor's life was a little tragic. Most of his stories amounted to him cleaning up disasters created by Odin during his younger years. Loki was only one example. Eventually, there would also be Hela, Surtur, Jormungandr, even the Celestials themselves. Some ancient cosmic nightmare or forgotten godlike enemy was always climbing out of the shadows looking for Odin. And Odin, perhaps because of age, tended to react to every major threat by muttering things like Ragnarok is coming or everything is over. Then Thor inevitably had to charge into battle and clean up the mess himself, sometimes at the cost of his own life. Chapter 289. After hearing enough stories about Thor's family history, even Drex occasionally felt the urge to ask Odin a question himself. I don't care that you keep leaving disasters for your son to clean up, but could you at least provide the full list of ancient god-level enemies you pissed off while you were young? It'd help everyone prepare mentally. That was exactly why Drex didn't mind Thor staying on Earth with Jane for a while. The poor bastard had plenty of suffering waiting for him in the future anyway. When Sif finally arrived, the most awkward person in the room turned out to be Jane. Human mythology painted Sif as Thor's destined wife, after all. No. Thor said quickly when he saw Jane's expression. Sif and I are just comrades. Unfortunately, the moment he said it, Sif's expression dimmed noticeably. Even Jane picked up on it immediately. Sif forced herself back into professional mode. Thor, the All-Father, has entered the Odin sleep. The 9 realms are becoming unstable again. Thor scratched the back of his head. Part of him was absolutely pretending to be clueless. As far as he knew, he'd already stabilized the 9 realms after the destruction of the Bifrost. Things should have calmed down by now. Sif's tone turned firm. That instantly killed any remaining resistance. Thor and Loki alike had always been helpless against Frigga. Once he heard his mother wanted him home, he could only look apologetically toward Jane. Jane asked softly, grabbing his arm. Thor sounded confident. He didn't think this would become some permanent farewell. Even without the Bifrost, Asgard still possessed hidden pathways connecting the 9 realms. Slower than the Rainbow Bridge, sure, but still usable. Jane couldn't stop him. All she could do was tell the giant idiot to come back alive. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, Tony Stark had problems of his own. Several months had passed since the monster invasion incident. On the surface, Los Angeles appeared to be recovering. Reconstruction efforts were progressing steadily, and life was beginning to normalize. Underneath that fragile calm, however, terrorist attacks had become increasingly frequent. The timing coincided perfectly with the ongoing presidential campaign season. Official reports claimed the victims were random civilians. That wasn't true. Every major bombing had targeted wealthy elites, influential businessmen, or political supporters tied to specific candidates. Normally, Tony wouldn't have cared much about political violence. Unfortunately, after Stark Industries rolled out its clean energy initiative, government contracts flooded in. Tony had reluctantly offered limited financial support to certain campaigns because, at the end of the day, money was money. Now those same political circles were being targeted, which meant Stark Industries was likely next. If someone came directly after Tony himself, he wouldn't be worried in the slightest. His symbiote armor wasn't a joke. Between the Chitauri invasion and the kaiju attacks, Tony had already realized that future threats would only become more insane. He'd been obsessively upgrading his armor systems and autonomous combat technology ever since. At this point, his suits were practically evolving into a genuine Iron Legion. But if the attacks bypassed him entirely, if the target became Pepper instead, that was different. The first warning came from Rhodey. According to Colonel Rhodes, a terrorist calling himself the Mandarin had been openly provoking the president through a series of increasingly brazen attacks. Rhodey had been assigned to investigate. The problem was that the bombings made no sense. No explosive residuo. No conventional triggers. Nothing. Every explosion looked physically impossible. For assistance, but this technically fell outside their jurisdiction. Eventually, he settled on asking Tony for help instead. Tony agreed immediately, which only made him worry about Pepper even more. The problem was that Pepper absolutely hated seeing him throw himself into danger wearing the armor. Even if he built additional suits for her protection, there was no guarantee she would actually use them. So, eventually, Tony went to Drex. "Honestly, I doubt you'll personally get involved," Tony said after finishing his coffee and wiping his mouth with his thumb, "but I can't provide much information. Every bombing so far has left behind zero explosive residue." Drex wasn't surprised. Killian might still be frozen somewhere, but advanced idea mechanics had never truly belonged to him in the first place. The oversized floating head with no neck. K and Tony Stark were practically destined to become enemies. In Marvel wasn't some harmless scientific institute. Its full name was Advanced Idea Mechanics, a terrorist organization born from Hydra during World War II. They specialized in advanced weapons development and supplied Hydra with absurd amounts of experimental technology before eventually splitting off due to political conflicts. Had evolved into a massive, independent terrorist organization dedicated to world domination. Officially, it didn't exist. Unofficially, everybody important knew they existed. Hydra knew. The Hand knew. Half the underground knew. Somehow remained embarrassingly behind the curve. As for Aldrich Killian, a volatile narcissist like him could never have climbed that far without powerful backing. From the beginning, he'd merely served as the organization's representative during its cooperation with the Ten Rings, which explained why Advanced Idea Mechanics possessed extremist soldiers and related technology. What puzzled Drex was something else entirely. Killian launching terror attacks against Tony made sense. Personal grudges were easy to understand. Care enough to do the same? Drex looked at Tony thoughtfully. His expression practically screamed money is an issue. Tony wasn't stupid. He already knew Drex would never sell Compound 1 or allow outside enhancement programs. Fine. He didn't need the technology itself. Hiring Umbrella personnel was enough. "My operatives are expensive," Drex said calmly. Tony nodded immediately before adding. Drex gave him a knowing look. Tony pointed at him. Chapter 290. Tony Stark understood perfectly well that Drex was doing him a favor. Under normal circumstances, no amount of money would be enough to hire Umbrella Corporation's special operatives. "I'll help Rhodey investigate the attacks," Tony said. The operative assigned to Pepper Potts was Claire, a tall blonde woman carrying an enormous claymore across her back. Honestly, it was absurd overkill. Sending her to protect Pepper meant any extremist soldier foolish enough to approach would likely die before realizing they'd been detected. Unfortunately, Umbrella's roster was still limited. Sephiroth was immediately disqualified for one obvious reason. He was male. Tony would never allow Sephiroth anywhere near Pepper, partly because the man was outrageously handsome. His popularity had already reached international celebrity levels, rivaling movie stars at this point. The only person consistently ranking above him in public attention was Drex himself, and partly because of the height difference. Even wearing the Iron Man armor, Tony still wasn't as tall as Sephiroth. That bothered him more than he liked admitting. As for Wanda, absolutely not. She was still undergoing training, and her chaos magic remained dangerously unstable. Sending her to protect Pepper sounded like the fastest possible route toward catastrophic collateral damage. Los Angeles had largely returned to normal after Reconstruction. The streets were crowded. The nightlife was alive again. People behaved as though the alien invasion from months earlier had already become distant history. If the catastrophe had changed society at all, it was probably the explosion in people suddenly dressing like superheroes and wannabe vigilantes. The city itself had healed surprisingly fast. The fear underneath it hadn't. Pepper asked with a slightly awkward smile. She glanced sideways at Claire. Tall, blonde, beautiful enough to make Hollywood actresses nervous. Built like someone sculpted specifically to trigger American beauty standards. Pepper suddenly understood why Tony had insisted on female bodyguards instead of male ones. Still, there was one thing she really wanted to complain about. Claire was openly carrying a gigantic sword through downtown Los Angeles. Not hidden, not disguised, just strapped to her back in plain sight. Thankfully, Earth's standards for weird had changed dramatically after Drex's rise to prominence. Superheroes, enhanced humans, alien tech, and bizarre costumes had become increasingly common. A few years ago, the LAPD would have arrested her instantly. Now, people mostly just stared and took pictures. It's fine, Claire replied with a faint smile. We accepted the job. $100 million per day. Only Tony Stark would casually spend money like that. Granted, Drex himself didn't care about money either. Realistically, someone at Claire's level should have cost far more. Pepper laughed awkwardly. She tilted her head slightly. Claire asked. I tried boxing lessons, Pepper admitted. The instructor hit me so hard I couldn't get out of bed the next morning. Learning to endure pain is the first step toward becoming stronger, Claire said calmly. Pepper immediately shook her head. No, absolutely not. That's why warriors are rare, Claire answered with a small smile. Then she vanished. One moment she stood beside Pepper. The next, she appeared behind a man several meters away. She never even drew the sword. The man split cleanly in half from head to groin. Blood sprayed across the pavement. People nearby erupted into screams. Before panic could fully spread, Claire disappeared again. This time she appeared beside another man, trying to move closer to Pepper. Again, the sword remained sheathed. Again, the target died instantly. His skull separated into two perfectly smooth halves. She was so fast it barely looked like she'd attacked at all. Pepper stared in stunned disbelief. What? People with killing intent toward you, Claire said pleasantly. Extremist soldiers were dangerous. If their central nervous system wasn't destroyed properly, their bodies destabilized and exploded with devastating force. A single detonation could demolish an entire building. That was why Claire chose immediate lethal strikes instead of capture. Her gaze swept across the street. More than 50 hostile targets. Gunfire erupted. Rifle rounds screamed through the air toward Claire. The bullets stopped inches from her body, as though they'd slammed into invisible steel before dropping harmlessly to the ground. She looked mildly disappointed. Honestly, in Earth's current military environment, conventional rifles were becoming increasingly obsolete. Heavy-caliber weapons and anti-armor systems were far more common now, thanks to the spread of powered armor and mechanized infantry. Against modern war machines, ordinary firearms barely slowed anything down. Then Claire sensed it. 50 heat signatures, each one burning at extreme temperatures. The attackers charged forward wrapped in blazing heat like living furnaces. Extremist soldiers. Claire's eyes narrowed. Technically, she could have ended the entire fight instantly with freezing breath. She simply didn't like fighting that way. Instead, she drew the claymore. The sound of steel leaving its sheath echoed through the street. Then she disappeared. When Claire reappeared, she had already passed through all 50 extremist soldiers. A heartbeat later, their bodies exploded apart into severed limbs and burning chunks of flesh. The heat generated by the extremist virus melted through the newly rebuilt road beneath them. Asphalt liquefied into glowing rivers of molten rock. The street looked like the aftermath of a volcanic eruption. Meanwhile, Tony wasted no time tracking down advanced idea mechanics directly. M might publicly masquerade as a scientific corporation, but its resources and territory rivaled those of major global powers. Much like Hydra, the organization had quietly embedded itself across governments, industries, and private sectors throughout the world. Most countries on Marvel's Earth were secretly influenced by one hidden organization or another. Some were controlled by several simultaneously. S problem, however, was simple. They were scientists. not soldiers. K himself was fundamentally a researcher at heart, and researchers generally had no idea how to fight a war against Tony Stark. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 291-291. Tony didn't come alone. Affiliated superheroes. Combat personnel died so quickly they barely understood what was happening. Most of them were vaporized by energy weapons before they could even establish defensive formations. The battle became a complete rout almost immediately. Managed occasional resistance thanks to their advanced weaponry and bizarre experimental technology, but it wasn't enough to stop the momentum. The superheroes tore through their facilities like a divine army descending from the heavens. As primary headquarters. That was where things finally became difficult. The outer facilities had been research outposts and secondary installations. This place was different. As strongest soldiers and the culmination of decades of stolen and developed black technology. The heroes launched another aggressive assault like before. This time, they got punished for it. Lightning bombardments exploded across the battlefield, while long-range energy cannons opened fire from every direction. The initial charge collapsed almost instantly under overwhelming defensive firepower. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The heroes participating in the assault had already survived alien invasions, monster outbreaks, and battles that would have shattered ordinary armies. Was dangerous, but nobody here was inexperienced. Still, this final fortress was a nightmare to crack. Every bizarre prototype weapon imaginable started appearing. One stray projectile landed in the middle of the squad and detonated into something resembling a miniature black hole, shredding everything nearby into spiraling fragments. An orange distortion beam fired from a tower behind the main gate, suddenly altering local gravity and slamming several heroes into the ground hard enough to knock teeth loose. The heroes hadn't even reached the entrance before paying a brutal toll in blood and broken bones. Worse, when they retaliated, every attack was blocked. Bullets, energy blasts, heavy weapons, everything slammed into a translucent blue energy barrier surrounding the facility. The concentrated bombardment looked like a hurricane crashing against an invisible ocean. Endless ripples spread across the shield's surface, but the barrier itself remained completely stable. Energy shield technology was still considered cutting-edge on Earth. Only a handful of organizations possessed anything similar, and each version worked differently. Baron Strucker's facilities used shield systems derived from data gathered through experiments on the Tesseract. Wakanda protected its capital through vibranium-based force field technology. Tony's own armor incorporated miniature repulsion field shielding systems. Different principles, different weaknesses, unless someone simply smashed through the barrier with raw force. That required even more absurd power, which meant it was finally Tony's turn to shine. Inside the Iron Man armor, his HUD rapidly analyzed the shield's operating structure, frequency patterns, energy flow, generator placement, structural instability points. 30 seconds later, he adjusted his repulsor frequency to directly counter the shield's energy signature. Iron Man and Red Hulk attacked simultaneously. Tony unleashed a concentrated repulsor blast that destabilized the barrier structure, while Red Hulk smashed directly into the disrupted section with overwhelming force. The shield shattered apart in less than a minute. Nick Fury had predicted years ago that the next global arms race wouldn't revolve around conventional militaries. It would revolve around superhumans. The age of enhanced individuals had already arrived. Traditional armies still mattered, but Fury firmly believed future warfare would depend heavily on elite superpowered operatives capable of breaking impossible battlefields open. Now understood exactly what he meant. They had spent years building this fortress, accumulating weapons, developing advanced technology, and two superheroes had ripped it apart almost casually. That alone proved how terrifying powerful superhumans had become. Had no choice but to face the heroes directly. After the Battle of New York, the reputation of superheroes had become legendary. Fought an alien invasion head-on was enough to terrify 90% of humanity by itself. As soldiers were no exception. The moment some of them realized exactly which heroes were attacking the base, their hands started shaking so badly they could barely hold their weapons. And these weren't ordinary heroes. Ever since Drex helped standardize the disaster classification and response ranking system, superheroes had gradually gained a far clearer understanding of their own limits and combat roles, which meant the heroes deployed here were all genuine heavy hitters. Red Hulk, Abomination, The Thing, Juggernaut. The five monsters simply charged straight through the battlefield in a line. Gunfire, explosions, energy blasts. None of it slowed them down in the slightest. They tore open a bloody path through the facility while the others followed behind. Above them, Johnny Storm, Iron Man, and Rhodey in his Decepticon armor provided aerial bombardment support. As defensive positions exploded apart, the heroes genuinely looked like an unstoppable army of gods. Layer after layer of outer defenses collapsed. The defensive perimeter shrank rapidly. S' massive face twisted with fury as he screamed nonstop at terrified subordinates who didn't even dare raise their heads. The heroes encountered the extremist soldiers at the third defensive line. The battlefield shifted into a residential district filled with apartment-style structures. The extremist soldiers used the buildings and terrain to launch ambushes, relying on their superheated bodies and enhanced physical capabilities to catch several heroes off guard. It worked briefly, very briefly. Tony alone had managed to deal with extremist soldiers in other timelines. Now the battlefield included some of the strongest heroes on Earth. There was never any real chance of failure. Tony shouted as he blasted an extremist soldier's head apart mid-flight with a repulsor cannon. They can generate body temperatures over 3,000 degrees. They've got accelerated healing and enhanced physical abilities, so you need to destroy the brain or heart, or before he could finish, Hulk grabbed one extremist soldier and crushed him into paste against the ground. Red Hulk ripped another apart barehanded. Abomination smashed two more through a building. Juggernaut simply ran straight through several at once like a freight train made of violence. Tony paused. At this point, even self-detonation probably wouldn't do much beyond covering the Hulks in dust. The assault advanced with terrifying efficiency. Soon, the heroes smashed through the final defensive perimeter and entered the core of the facility itself. Resistance intensified dramatically. It didn't matter. Mechanical combat drones, photon tanks, and elite defense systems were systematically destroyed one after another. Within 30 minutes, the entire base had fallen. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you could give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 292. K didn't escape. There really wasn't much he could do about it. A man with a head that gigantic couldn't exactly disguise himself and slip away unnoticed. None of the standard evacuation uniforms even fit him. K and Tony Stark were longtime rivals. Their technological levels constantly hovered around the same tier, and their battles usually ended with victories split evenly between them. This version of Tony Stark had access to something far more terrifying than advanced technology. Friends. A lot of extremely dangerous friends. Ever since Drex stepped down from public office and shoved the title of Superhero Oversight Director onto Tony, Stark's popularity within the hero community had actually become pretty decent. Mostly because he restrained himself from talking too much. Operation officially concluded. The organization's facilities were seized completely. Its scientists surrendered. Its stockpiles of weapons and experimental technology were confiscated. K himself was left with nothing but a prison sentence likely measured in decades. Only Drex knew the situation wasn't truly over. The 10 Rings still existed. The Mandarin was still out there. But honestly, he'd already removed several major enemies from Tony's future problems. The rest could stay Tony's responsibility. Besides, the symbiote armor had already evolved into something absurdly powerful. Outside of monsters like the anti-celestial armor, Infinity Stone armor, or Excalibur armor, Tony probably couldn't build anything significantly stronger anymore. Even the bleeding edge armor from the Infinity War era would get crushed by the symbiote armor in a direct comparison, because the symbiote armor could grow endlessly as long as it received sufficient energy. Under Drex's observation, Tony had already solved the scaling problem and created a version capable of expanding to nearly 50 meters in height. After the battle, Tony returned to Umbrella Corporation headquarters. He asked. The more Tony thought about it, the more convinced he became. Drex always looked further ahead than everyone else. Orbital rail cannons, super battleships. Every major technological shift had been anticipated by him years in advance. And while the entire world obsessed over giant warships and mechanized armies, Drex had quietly created Compound 1. Nobody fully understood what Compound 1 actually was yet, but the existence of Umbrella's enhanced operatives already proved how revolutionary it had become. Drex rolled his eyes. Don't start spreading nonsense. Tony blinked. Drex wasn't joking. Umbrella Corporation had already evolved into something far beyond the version from games or movies, but Drex's interest in it remained relatively restrained. He had no desire to create a literal Raccoon City disaster scenario just to match the brand aesthetic. Although, he was currently investing in constructing an entire city owned directly by Umbrella Corporation. The kind of megaproject required either national-level infrastructure or absurd corporate wealth. Umbrella now possessed both. Tony leaned back slightly. He wasn't wrong. Compared to mobile suits, aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines suddenly looked vulnerable and outdated. The countries suffering most from the current military transition were ironically the strongest nations on Earth. Thankfully, Drex had heavily restricted sales. Smaller nations couldn't purchase Zaku's no matter how much money they offered. Major powers at least understood restraint. Smaller countries? Drex trusted them far less. Give certain governments giant humanoid war machines, and somebody would inevitably try starting World War III for fun. That night, Drex sat in his office with Tifa in his arms. The atmosphere was getting increasingly dangerous for entirely non-combat-related reasons. Then every light in the building suddenly died. Not just the office, the entire Umbrella headquarters. If someone zoomed out far enough, they would have seen the same thing happening across Los Angeles. Then America, then the entire planet. Global. Power systems failed simultaneously. The television flickered to life inside the darkness. Static filled the screen. Not just there. Every display device on Earth capable of receiving a signal suddenly activated at once. A distorted voice emerged through the noise. You are. The static stabilized gradually. A figure in black Kryptonian armor appeared on the screen. As he spoke again, the transmission became crystal clear. The entire planet went silent. We come from the distant world of Krypton. He looks human. Then the armored figure stared directly into the camera. His voice became cold. The transmission ended instantly. Power returned across the globe. But the damage had already been done. Who was Kal-El? There was an alien hiding on Earth? What the hell was Krypton? Humanity collectively lost its mind. Even the United States, which had somehow developed a terrifying habit of surviving alien invasions every few months, felt genuine panic this time. Tifa slowly stopped moving her hand from Drex's belt. Drex looked just as confused as she did, because this absolutely was not his doing. He immediately lifted his gaze towards space. A genuine Kryptonian ship floated in orbit. Then his phone started exploding with incoming calls. Even retired, Drex was still humanity's default emergency contact whenever aliens showed up. Unfortunately for everyone else, he ignored every single call. A moment later, he vanished. Deep inside the Kryptonian ship, Drex appeared instantly through teleportation. The familiar atmosphere of Kryptonian environmental systems washed over him. Not that it mattered anymore. At his current level, air composition was practically irrelevant. General Zod immediately turned toward him in alarm. Every Kryptonian soldier in the chamber entered combat readiness instantly. Drex frowned. You seriously don't recognize me? Blank stares. General Zod. Farah. Every Kryptonian present remained fully hostile. That was when Drex realized something was deeply wrong. Back on Krypton, he had intentionally built good relations with General Zod's faction, specifically because he'd planned to recruit them later after arriving on Earth. There was no way they shouldn't recognize him. Unless these weren't his General Zod and Farah. Back on Earth, nearly an entire night had passed since Zod's ultimatum began. Faced with the threat of extraterrestrial annihilation, governments worldwide immediately folded and began desperately searching for any trace of a hidden Kryptonian. Humanity didn't exactly have many alternatives. The temporary blackout alone had already caused catastrophic global economic losses. And that was before the invasion had even started. If war actually broke out, the cost would be unimaginable. Chapter 293. In the end, Earth's governments chose cooperation. It was humiliating. It was also the only intelligent decision available. If negotiations failed and war broke out, Earth would be the one paying the price. Humanity still lacked reliable interstellar warfare capabilities. Against a spacefaring civilization, they could only endure attacks passively. That didn't mean Earth surrendered quietly. While diplomats searched desperately for the missing Kryptonians, the planet simultaneously accelerated military preparations in case those same Kryptonians suddenly turn hostile. Humanity had already survived multiple alien invasions by this point. Fear still existed, but helplessness didn't. Tony Stark, meanwhile, spent half his time cursing Drex for being unreachable again. The guy disappears every time something important happens. Still, the superheroes were prepared. The battle against Gladiator from the Shi'ar Empire had taught Tony something valuable. Earth's greatest advantage wasn't conventional military strength. It was concentrated superhuman force. Stark had already developed spacecraft capable of launching direct assaults into orbit if necessary. Aboard the Kryptonian ship floating in deep space, General Zod, former military commander of Krypton, colleague and superior officer to Jor-El. One of the few people who had recognized Krypton was dying long before its destruction. When the Science Council refused to act, Zod launched a coup to save the planet. He failed. He and his followers were imprisoned within the Phantom Zone, forced to watch helplessly as Krypton died. After escaping, he devoted himself entirely to one goal: rebuilding Krypton, preserving his people's civilization at any cost. And then Drex spoke. The entire room froze. General Zod, Farah, 5 Kryptonian soldiers, 2 Kryptonian scientists. Every pair of eyes locked onto him instantly. Drex calmly produced a Kryptonian command key. Not the original, obviously. That one had been destroyed long ago when he crossed into the Marvel Universe. He'd rebuilt this version himself. General Zod's expression softened slightly. Then realization suddenly struck him. Wait, no, Drex replied evenly. He inserted the command key into the ship's system. Data flooded across the displays instantly. Identity records, genetic archives, personal history. Everything connected to Drex Valen appeared before them. Father, member of the Kryptonian Council. Mother, leading Kryptonian scientist. Occupation, advanced weapons and materials researcher. General Zod frowned deeply. That's impossible. They had spent years imprisoned inside the Phantom Zone. Yes, but Krypton had already been nearing collapse before their exile. Someone with credentials like Drex should have been impossible to overlook. Drex shrugged slightly. The 2 Kryptonian scientists immediately reacted. General Zod and the others looked confused. Yes, Drex confirmed. The room fell silent. One of the scientists frowned. That's the weird part, Drex said dryly. Apparently it is. Honestly, if he hadn't repeatedly scanned Earth and confirmed there was no Clark Kent anywhere on the planet, he might have started wondering whether he had accidentally crossed into the DC universe instead. You can stop searching, Drex continued. There's no Kal-El here. The Kryptonians exchanged stunned looks. Crossing universes accidentally? That sounded insane. Then General Zod focused on the only thing that truly mattered to him. He looked directly at Drex. Drex nodded calmly. Krypton already exists again. He paused slightly. General Zod's breathing quickened. That single sentence contained his entire life's purpose. Even if it wasn't his Krypton, it was still Krypton. Drex teleported them instantly. The moment they arrived, brilliant light illuminated the horizon. The plasma spark towers glowed like artificial suns across the planet. Angel legions patrolled the skies overhead. General Zod stared blankly. This, suspicion and disbelief mixed in his voice. Yes, Drex answered. Then he smiled. Slightly. The hardened commander visibly trembled. Drex gestured toward their armor. Remove the environmental suits. The soldiers obeyed without hesitation. The moment the radiation-resistant armor disengaged, agony hit them. Blinding. Overwhelming. Every cell in their bodies felt like it was igniting. The light of a yellow sun interacts with Kryptonian cells, Drex explained calmly. At the same time, the Mind Stone quietly soothed their mental distress, preventing sensory overload as their abilities awakened. The effect happened incredibly fast. Krypton's countless plasma spark towers flooded the planet with energy far beyond normal yellow sunlight. Combined with the genetic optimization already present in military Kryptonians, adaptation took only moments. Then came the power. True power. Strength surged through every nerve and muscle. General Zod and his soldiers could physically feel the difference this world made. Meanwhile, Drex gained something equally valuable. The Kryptonian ship. Its archives contained the accumulated knowledge of a civilization that had once ruled over 100,000 worlds. Some technologies might not function properly under Marvel's entirely different cosmological rules, but the scientific theories alone were invaluable. General Zod and his people adapted quickly to life within the Kryptonian Empire. Most joined the military almost immediately. For them, soldiering wasn't merely a profession. It was purpose. Drex himself had never liked old Krypton's rigid caste system, but he had to admit certain aspects of it produced extraordinary efficiency. Everyone understood their role. Everything functioned with near-perfect order. Ordinary Kryptonians, however, still had limits. Even under massive solar exposure, most would only reach levels slightly beyond a Dark Elf Curse Warrior. Extremely durable, capable of flight, heat vision, freeze breath, powerful overall, but nowhere near Superman-level monsters. Not everyone could become Kal-El, and certainly not Hel. Back during the Ancient Wars, the Dark Elves had nearly conquered the Nine Realms using Curse Warrior armies alone, forcing King Bor to resort to desperate tactics. That said, Drex already possessed something far more useful now. The Ultraman Legion. Compared to them, mass-producing Kryptonians simply wasn't worth the effort anymore. Then the Black Queen appeared. Drex didn't even look up. He sounded completely unconcerned. Chapter 294. Darius drove a fist straight into General Zod's face hard enough to slam him into the ground. The second punch shattered his nose. Blood splattered across the white stone beneath them. Darius roared. Even speaking normally, Darius sounded louder than most people screaming. General Zod wiped the blood from his nose and frowned. Something about this felt wrong. Darius wasn't just aggressive. He seemed excited. Then Zod realized it wasn't only Darius. Isdeth stood nearby with her arms crossed and a dangerously eager expression. Gladiator looked equally interested. Captain Marvel cracked her knuckles. Even the angelic Kryptonians circling overhead seemed ready to join in. Farah and the others shouted encouragement immediately. No matter what happened, they couldn't allow Kryptonians from another universe to look down on them. General Zod rose silently and resumed fighting. Unfortunately for him, he had no idea Drex had already upgraded the Empire's artificial soldiers with a triple genetic template, Kryptonian, Scion, Strontian. At this point, there were barely any beings left in the universe capable of suppressing them physically. The Reality Stone truly was absurdly useful. Darius fought like an adult bullying a child. General Zod was overwhelmed almost instantly. Then his death took her turn. She beat him so brutally that Zod genuinely started questioning his understanding of reality. After her came Gladiator, then Captain Marvel, then the Angel Legion. By the end of it, General Zod looked spiritually traumatized. Fortunately, Kryptonians recovered rapidly beneath the constant radiance of the plasma spark towers. New Krypton had no true night cycle. The overwhelming solar radiation healed injuries within moments. Still, Zod couldn't understand something. When the others sparred against his subordinates, they acted normally, even politely. So why had he been singled out for repeated humiliation? The shocks didn't stop there. General Zod and his people soon witnessed New Krypton's Ultramen, 1.8-meter-tall giants, living war machines. One punch from an Ultraman was enough to injure even General Zod directly. As a career military commander, he instantly recognized their strategic value. Traditional battleships suddenly looked outdated by comparison. Ultramen possessed mobility, adaptability, and close-range combat capabilities impossible for standard fleets to replicate. According to New Krypton soldiers, some Ultramen could even perform spatial jumps and faster-than-light travel, though it consumed enormous amounts of energy. Farah narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. General Zod considered that for a moment before shaking his head. He looked across the planet, and he was right. New Krypton currently ruled over more than 1,000 inhabited worlds, alongside tens of thousands of resource planets. The only reason expansion had slowed was a lack of manpower, which led directly to the question bothering him most. To him, the answer seemed obvious. No manpower? Then manufacture more citizens. But New Krypton no longer functioned like old Krypton. Compared to this empire, General Zod and his soldiers felt almost ancient, outdated, unnecessary. For the first time in his life, Zod genuinely didn't know what role he was supposed to serve. Not that his genetics encouraged independent thinking. Kryptonian military conditioning prioritized obedience above all else. The supreme ruler, Drex Valen, would decide everything. The Empire merely carried out his will. Still, it's better than the Council, Zod admitted eventually. That was as far as his thinking really went. Anything beyond that wasn't something he had been designed to handle. And honestly, Drex didn't have much use for them anymore. If General Zod and Farah had appeared during Drex's earliest days in this universe, things might have been different. They could have become his right and left hands. Or perhaps Drex would have ended up serving beneath them instead. But too much time had passed. The Kryptonian Empire had already evolved far, beyond needing a handful of surviving old-world Kryptonians. Besides, Drex still disliked one particular flaw in standard Kryptonian biology. Too many exploitable weaknesses. Kryptonite, red sunlight. Both were dangerous enough that he'd upgraded his own artificial soldiers specifically to counter them. The new Kryptonians weren't like General Zod's generation. They hadn't grown up beneath red sunlight while constantly exposed to kryptonite radiation. Losing their powers wouldn't reduce them to helpless civilians. Granted, their Kryptonian armor helped with that too. Meanwhile, Drex immersed himself completely in the Kryptonian ship's knowledge archives. Thanks to the careful preservation work of the two Kryptonian scientists aboard, over 95% of the database remained intact. The sheer amount of information stunned even him. And buried within those archives, he found that project, the weaponization of Kryptonian corpses. Doomsday. Drex recognized the technology immediately. He stared at it silently for a long time before deleting the entire research tree personally. Some things were better left buried forever. Afterward, his superbrain accelerated into overdrive as he absorbed the remaining Kryptonian sciences. Artificial intelligence, spatial engineering, energy systems, genetic manipulation, nanotechnology. Krypton's AI technology alone surpassed the Black Queen's previous architecture by an enormous margin. Whether it exceeded the Kree Supreme Intelligence was another question entirely. Though if Kryptonian AI ever had reached that level, the Kryptonian Council probably would have destroyed it immediately rather than risk losing control. Using the newly acquired technology, Drex upgraded the Black Queen completely. The improvements were staggering. Administrative processing speeds exploded upward almost overnight. Her growth rate accelerated continuously. Then Drex gave her something even greater. The entire underground structure of Krypton became her physical core system. Yggdrasil, that was the name of the new supernetwork. Its system spread beneath the entire planet like roots beneath a world tree. The planetary core itself acted as the central energy source, while countless plasma spark towers fed additional power into the network. Combined with the angelic Kryptonian Legion and tens of thousands of Ultramen, there were very few forces left in existence capable of threatening her directly. Governance across more than 1,000 inhabited planets became almost effortless. Resource extraction across tens of thousands of worlds was optimized instantly. Logistics, infrastructure, administration, all of it processed at superluminal speeds through Yggdrasil, which meant Drex himself became dramatically less busy. Not that he cared much about authority in the first place. Power mattered more than titles. Even now, despite the terrifying scale of the Kryptonian Empire, Drex knew perfectly well that he could erase the entire civilization by himself in a single moment if he truly wanted to. And that fact mattered far more than any throne ever could. Chapter 295. In deep space, not far from the borders of the Kryptonian Empire, a small twin-winged spacecraft streaked through an asteroid field like a meteor. Its engines burned bright against the darkness, carving a glowing trail through drifting debris before vanishing into another sector entirely. Inside the cockpit, loud retro music blasted through the cabin speakers. Peter Jason Quill lounged in the pilot's seat, snapping his fingers to the rhythm while bobbing his head and swaying shamelessly in place. Leader of the Guardians of the Galaxy, self-proclaimed legendary outlaw, professional disaster magnate, otherwise known as Star-Lord. The rest of the team occupied the cramped cockpit with varying levels of regret. Gamora, Drax the Destroyer, Rocket Raccoon, Crot, Mantis, 5 wildly different people from completely different worlds somehow stitched together through war, accidents, and an unhealthy amount of chaos. Originally, fate should have brought them together through the orb in the KYLN prison. But Drex Valen had already acquired the Power Stone long before those events could unfold. No orb, no prison breakout, no original Guardians storyline. And yet destiny in a Marvel universe had always been annoyingly persistent, especially when literal cosmic embodiments of fate existed. So through a ridiculous chain of coincidences involving Ronan, the Accuser's campaign against Thanos, the group still ended up together anyway. Even Gamora had joined under bizarre circumstances. Originally, she should have remained at Ronan's side under Thanos' orders, helping recover the orb. After all, Gamora's reputation as the deadliest assassin in the galaxy wasn't just hype. Thanos trusted her completely. Probably too much. But with the orb already gone, that entire mission never happened. Instead, an assassination attempt spiraled out of control. Star-Lord accidentally saved her life, and then spent an aggressively persistent amount of time chasing after her until she finally stayed. Rocket claimed it was emotional manipulation. Peter called it romance. Gamora called it exhausting. As for Groot, without the chaos surrounding the orb, he'd never been reduced and regrown repeatedly. He still remained in his smaller tree form, happily occupying a flower pot near the cockpit controls. Suddenly, the ship shifted course sharply and accelerated. Rocket nearly rolled out of his seat. He groaned. Space travel sounded exciting until someone actually experienced it. Even with an extremely fast ship, distances between star systems were measured in light years. Long flights became mentally draining after a while. Rocket had no interest in sacrificing his break because Quill's brain malfunctioned again. We picked up a distress signal, Gamora explained calmly. Possible casualties. Rocket threw his paws into the air. Why? Because we're heroes, Peter announced dramatically. Rocket stared at him with naked disgust. Peter immediately corrected himself. That sounded more believable. If it is a trap, Peter continued proudly. That's even better. There it is, Rocket muttered. Peter pointed forward enthusiastically. Come on, it's not even far away. Besides, we're the Guardians of the Galaxy, defenders of justice, champions of the innocent. Gamora asked. We're approaching the coordinates, Mantis interrupted. Apparently, she was the only person on the ship still doing actual work. Peter instantly jumped to his feet. Drax looked at him slowly. Peter ignored him. Drax, when we make our entrance, you and I roar together. Drax stared at Peter's stomach. The entire cockpit erupted into merciless mockery. Rocket nearly fell over cackling. Even Gamora looked dangerously close to smiling. Peter's intimidating presence apparently lost credibility somewhere around the existence of his slight beer belly. Deeply offended, Peter silently swore vengeance. The ship dropped from faster-than-light travel near a chaotic asteroid cluster. The formation itself looked wrong. None of the asteroids followed natural gravitational movement patterns. Before anyone could investigate further, boom, something exploded through the drifting rocks and flew directly past the Guardian's ship. Peter immediately stood up dramatically. Fear us, pathetic mortals. Tremble before the legendary Star-Lord. R-A-H-H-H-H. Then he saw what had just gone flying past the windshield. His battle cry died halfway through. R-A-H-H. Nobody laughed this time, because every single person on board had frozen. Peter's eyes widened slowly. He whispered, silence. Then Groot wobbled slightly inside his flower pot. Peter immediately relaxed. Well, thank God. It was just a Groot. For a second, I thought someone punched Ronan through an asteroid field. Rocket slapped the back of his head. The entire crew snapped their heads back toward the battlefield. Then they saw it. A gigantic blue giant flew out from the debris cloud. Massive, humanoid, easily over 100 meters tall. The Guardians collectively forgot how breathing worked. What the hell? Peter managed weakly. Only Rocket and Gamora recognized it instantly, and the expressions on both their faces turned deadly serious. Nobody else understood. Gamora spoke before Rocket could explode. Rocket pointed toward the distant giant. His voice rose sharply. The cockpit fell silent. Outside the ship, the blue Ultraman casually dragged Ronan through another asteroid hard enough to split it in half. Peter swallowed slowly. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 296. Peter Quill and the rest of the Guardians of the Galaxy stared in stunned disbelief. They couldn't even begin to picture it. An endless army of colossal giants flooding the battlefield? Who the hell could fight something like that? Normally, size alone didn't determine strength. Plenty of massive creatures were slow, clumsy, crippled by gravity and air resistance. But Ultramen were different. Despite their towering forms, they moved with terrifying speed. Their punches and kicks could break the sound barrier with ease. Only monsters on the level of Gore the God Butcher could realistically bring one down. The others? The Curse Warrior. Thor probably not enough to handle even a single Ultraman. Drex Valen had become completely obsessed with the concept. Ultramen were absurdly powerful. Pure perfection. At the end of the day, overwhelming size and overwhelming force still ruled the universe. Everything else was secondary. Meanwhile, Ronan was thoroughly confused. He had arrived with his fleet searching for traces of the Infinity Stones, hoping to gain enough power to challenge both the Mad Titan Thanos and the Supreme Intelligence. Instead, he'd run headfirst into a Kryptonian Ultraman. Ronan had never fully accepted the Supreme Intelligence's rule over the Kree Empire. That was one of the reasons he spent so much time operating independently in deep space, even nearly becoming one of Thanos' subordinates at one point. What baffled him most was the location. This region wasn't supposed to fall under Kryptonian territory. Still, Ronan wasn't the type to panic just because he saw an Ultraman. The Kryptonian Empire was powerful, yes, but avoiding conflict whenever possible had always been the wiser choice. Unfortunately, the blue-skinned Ultraman had already shown open hostility, and Ronan's temper was not built for restraint. The fleet obeyed without hesitation. The blue Ultraman, however, looked utterly unconcerned. Clearly, this wasn't the first stubborn fleet foolish enough to challenge him. At the center of the formation floated the Dark Aster, Ronin's massive flagship. 3 escort warships opened their launch bays simultaneously, firing a total of 12 ballistic warheads. Black missiles streaked through space, their surfaces lined with glowing blue energy veins. The moment they ignited their propulsion systems, the Ultraman casually raised one hand. Several blue energy bolts flashed out. Every missile detonated before reaching its target. Then the Ultraman looked directly at them. Even at a distance, the 100-meter giant radiated crushing pressure. The sight alone rattled the Kree forces. A flicker of fear passed through Ronin's eyes. Fire! Intercept him! The escort ships unfolded their wings, deploying swarms of compact fighter craft. The formation spread outward like a massive net, surrounding the Ultraman's position. Open fire! The Dark Aster and the 3 warships unleashed everything they had. The escort vessels split apart as their main cannons charged. Missile ports opened across their hulls while endless fighter craft poured into space like a black tidal wave, sweeping toward the Ultraman from both flanks. Secondary batteries fired first. Missiles followed. Then came the main cannons. 3 consecutive waves of destruction erupted across the void. Blinding beams illuminated the darkness of space, turning the battlefield into a storm of incandescent death. This was the military might the Kree Empire prided itself on, the force that had allowed them to dominate the stars for centuries. And then it vanished into blue light. Without warning, an immense azure haze expanded outward. The terrifying energy barrage that had seemed capable of erasing fleets moments ago now looked pitifully insignificant. Tiny sparks swallowed by an endless ocean. The Ultraman spread both hands apart. A colossal blue barrier materialized before him, flooding space with radiant energy and forming an impenetrable wall. Laser fire disappeared into it without a trace. Missiles and fighters slammed into the shield and exploded uselessly, reduced to drifting wreckage and molten debris. When the assault finally ended, even the main cannons had failed to breach the defense. The momentum of the Kree fleet died instantly. Then came the Ultraman's turn. The giant crossed both arms into a perfect X shape. Brilliant blue destruction light erupted outward. The beam tore through the Kree ship's energy shields effortlessly, like molten steel carving through wax. One warship vanished almost instantly. Not crippled, not damaged, gone. Consumed completely by the roaring blue energy in less than 10 seconds. Ronin's face paled. Retreat. He practically screamed the order. The Kryptonian Empire's Ultramen were far stronger than the rumors suggested. Far stronger. This wasn't merely the 4th great empire of the universe. The Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, even the fallen Shi'ar Empire. None of them could stand against the Kryptonians. The Kree intelligence network had already gathered enough information to understand the scale of the threat. The Kryptonian Empire possessed tens of thousands of Ultramen. How was any civilization supposed to fight that? The blue Ultraman made a gesture that looked almost mocking. Then the destruction beam fired again. The Dark Aster and the remaining escort ships froze in space as blue annihilation flames engulfed their hulls. Violent shock waves battered their defensive barriers, draining them dry in moments. Energy flooded into the ships. The hulls began disintegrating from the surface inward. Metal peeled away layer by layer, reduced to molecules beneath the overwhelming force. The destruction of the 3 warships became inevitable. Ronin gripped his universal weapon tightly, attempting to teleport himself back to Kree space. It failed. His eyes widened. The Ultraman had created some kind of spatial field around the area. Space itself had been locked down. No escape. No reinforcements. No retreat. Ronin made his decision instantly. He was too ambitious to die alongside the Dark Aster. Abandoning the flagship without hesitation, he used short-range teleportation to flee for his life. 30 seconds later, the remaining warships completely disintegrated under the relentless destruction beam, collapsing into cosmic dust. That was the explosion the Guardians had witnessed moments earlier. Ronan himself survived only because of the Kree Empire's technological relic, the universal weapon. But the Blue Ultraman clearly had no intention of letting him go. The Guardians were still frozen in shock when a violent energy surge rocked their ship, tossing it violently through space. That finally snapped them back to reality. Without another word, they picked a random direction and fled at full speed. None of them had any interest in staying anywhere near that monster. Chapter 297-297. Ronan possessed physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary beings. His strength, endurance, speed, and reflexes were all exceptional, and his combat armor amplified them even further. His warhammer, the universal weapon, represented the pinnacle of Kree military technology. A god-tier weapon built for a single wielder. It could manipulate matter at the molecular level, absorb energy, control gravity, generate force fields, unleash destructive shockwaves, and even perform teleportation through sheer mental command. That was the only reason Ronan had survived the destruction of the Dark Aster and managed to stay alive in the vacuum of space. In the comics, Ronan had always played a major role in cosmic events. Early on, he was the classic conqueror-type villain, even leading invasions against Earth. After repeated defeats, the Supreme Intelligence manipulated and controlled him, pushing him into conflict with multiple Captain Marvels. Again and again, he lost. Again and again, he returned. Eventually, Ronan broke free from the Supreme Intelligence's influence and evolved into something closer to an antihero. He overthrew the corrupt regime within the Kree Empire and ultimately became its ruler. When interstellar war erupted, Ronan fought desperately to defend his people. After the war, he helped rebuild the shattered empire and worked tirelessly for its restoration. From the perspective of the Kree Empire, Ronan was undeniably a hero. Only seconds after the Guardian's ship escaped the area, the asteroid field behind them split apart. A blade-like surge of energy tore through the void, shredding everything in its path. Massive chunks of rock exploded into dust almost instantly. The Blue Ultraman noticed the Guardian's small spacecraft. He glanced at it once, then lost interest. Collateral damage was irrelevant. If they died accidentally, so be it. The Kryptonian Empire could afford the consequences. What truly caught his attention was Ronan. The Kree warlord clearly possessed some kind of extraordinary survival method. The Ultraman lowered both hands to his waist. Deep blue spheres of energy condensed within his palms before he thrust his arms forward, bringing his hands together. The universe screamed. A brilliant blue flash erupted across the darkness as incomprehensible energy detonated outward. The massive beam pierced through space with terrifying speed, swallowing an entire asteroid in an instant. The deep blue pillar crashed into the celestial body with unstoppable force. The asteroid didn't resist. It simply ceased to exist, pulverized instantly into drifting fragments. And the beam kept going. The second asteroid shattered next. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth. The M78 beam carved a perfectly straight path through the asteroid belt, erasing every object along its trajectory like divine judgment cutting through paper. A clear road opened through the stars. The beam continued onward into the endless galaxy beyond, its blue radiance illuminating the dark vacuum for light years. Inside the Guardian's ship, silence fell. Every single one of them stared blankly ahead. If a capital ship's main cannon had done something like that, it would have been shocking enough already. But this attack had come from a living being. How much energy did that thing even contain? A warship capable of firing a blast on that level would normally require immediate resupply afterward. Yet the Blue Ultraman looked completely unfazed, still fully powered. Naturally, every Ultraman created by Drex Valen had been equipped with a light energy bracelet, a miniature version of the plasma spark reactor. The devices continuously supplied energy to their users, preventing them from exhausting themselves after only a brief fight. Once the Ultraman confirmed that Ronan had been completely erased from existence, he finally transmitted a warning toward the Guardian's ship. This region belongs to the Kryptonian Empire. The Guardians didn't need to be told twice. They fled immediately. Even Drax, normally the first person to charge headfirst into danger, offered zero objections. If anything, he thought the ship wasn't accelerating fast enough. Still, the destruction of Ronan left the entire crew in a fantastic mood. "That bastard's definitely gone for good this time," Peter Quill said with a grin. "After I upload the footage," Rocket replied while rapidly working at his console. "Seriously, these Kryptonian Ultramen are insane. They already are human," Gamora corrected. She knew more about the Empire than most. Thanos himself had once considered targeting the Kryptonian Empire. Just like Captain Marvel, though, he'd been forced to retreat after encountering Kryptonian soldiers equipped with dual composite alloy battle armor. And now, the Empire had developed something even worse. Living weapons on a completely different scale. In his eyes, those 100-meter giants represented the pinnacle of masculinity, especially after witnessing the Blue Ultraman's overwhelming destructive power firsthand. Rocket snorted. "No chance." Quill shot back. "You got a beer gut." "These are abs," Quill protested. Then he turned toward Gamora. "Wait." Gamora thought for a moment. "Never heard of any." The Guardians continued their usual chaotic banter, completely unaware that the footage Rocket had uploaded was about to send shockwaves across the galaxy. Until now, no Ultraman had demonstrated energy output on this level. Most Ultramen could unleash destruction beams roughly equivalent to nuclear weaponry. Some of the stronger variants reached into the hundreds of terawatts. But this was asteroid annihilation on a chain reaction scale. Multiple celestial bodies erased in succession, and Ronan himself had been killed in the process. Meanwhile, Drex Valen traced the uploaded footage back to the Guardian ship almost immediately. He generally preferred keeping his distance from that particular group of idiots, but curiosity still got the better of him. After taking a closer look, he came to the same conclusion he had about Earth's Avengers. They'd all been heavily nerfed compared to their comic counterparts. Mantis and Rocket were one thing, but Star-Lord, Gamora, and Groot, especially Quill. In the comics, Star-Lord was a legitimate powerhouse. His alien hybrid physiology granted him enhanced strength, agility, endurance, resistance, and mental resilience. He was a master combatant, tactician, marksman, and possessed an extensive cosmic knowledge base. A genuine elite hero. What Drex saw instead was a greedy scavenger with a slight belly and the energy of an office creep who looked like he belonged in some low-budget assassin movie. Not exactly inspiring. Chapter 298. Star-Lord, Gamora, and Groot weren't the most nerfed members of the Guardians. Not even close. The real victim was Drax the Destroyer. In the original source material, Drax was an absolute monster. A warrior built like a cosmic executioner, somewhere in the same league of brutal masculinity as Kratos himself. He had driven Thanos into desperate situations multiple times through sheer raw combat ability, and had even killed the Mad Titan more than once. Actually killed him. At one point, Drax had ripped Thanos' heart out with his bare hands and crushed it. But somewhere along the line, things had clearly gone wrong. Maybe it was the redesign. Maybe the gray-skinned version just couldn't compare to the original green powerhouse. Either way, the current Drax mostly came across as a muscle-bound idiot with questionable intelligence, an endless supply of sarcasm and accidental comedic timing. A tragic downgrade. Watching this dysfunctional crew of lovable disasters drift through space under Star-Lord's leadership, surviving largely through dumb luck and emotional support, Drex Valen found himself wondering yet again how these people had somehow helped win the final battle in Avengers Endgame. The Guardians, naturally, had no idea a galactic overlord was casually observing them. After spending several days partying on some random planet, the team quickly ran into a familiar problem. They'd burned through all their money. Inside the Milano, silence hung heavily in the air until Rocket finally snapped. "Quill, this is your fault," he growled. "You never should have let Drax drink that much." Drax immediately pointed a finger back at him. Rocket's ears twitched violently. Drex continued monitoring the so-called Galaxy Goofball Squad for one reason and one reason only. Ego. More specifically, Ego the living planet. There were endless theories surrounding Ego's true identity. Some believed he was tied to the Celestials. Others argued he was merely a member of an ancient celestial race mistaken for one. A particularly ridiculous rumor even claimed Ego was the severed head of a celestial decapitated by Odin long ago, which was obviously nonsense. The celestial head Odin had supposedly severed already existed. Nowhere. The gigantic cosmic corpse currently serving as the Collector Tyvan's territory. The moment Drex encountered Star-Lord, he secretly used the Reality Stone to create a perfect genetic duplicate of him without anyone noticing. Mostly out of curiosity, Star-Lord carried celestial DNA. That alone made him worth studying. More importantly, Peter had somehow inherited divine power despite Ego still being alive, which made the entire situation even more interesting from a biological standpoint. Even for someone like Drex, a being powerful enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods using nothing but mortal flesh, celestial genetics still held considerable research value. After extensive analysis, Drex developed a far deeper understanding of celestial biology. But in the end, he lost interest fairly quickly. There was no point creating celestial super soldiers anymore. Ultramen were simply better. They could grow gigantic or shrink down at will, possessed absurdly high baseline strength, and had almost no natural predators. Very few beings in the universe could truly threaten them. Even if some absurd powerhouse appeared and started tearing through Ultraman like a one-man apocalypse, the Kryptonian Empire still had monsters like Gladiator and Is-Death waiting in reserve. And even if someone defeated them, Drex Valen still existed. Within the material universe, he considered himself effectively invincible. Even a fully fed Galactus would be something he could confront head-on. As for higher dimensional entities, things became trickier. Dimensional demons struggled to invade physical reality in the first place, and once they left their native realms, most of them weakened dramatically. Even Sidorak wouldn't casually abandon the Crimson Cosmos. And the Celestials? Drex almost laughed at the thought. If one showed up, he'd simply kill it and study the corpse afterward. Ego, a breathtaking planet floating silently in deep space. The skies shimmered with rainbow-colored streams of light, while forests covered the surface in endless waves of green. Birds sang across crystal-clear valleys, and the entire world looked like something ripped straight from a fantasy paradise. Every bit of it was fake. The beautiful landscapes, the atmosphere, the living ecosystems, all of it had been reshaped through matter manipulation. The real Ego was a living planet with a gigantic face buried beneath the illusion. And that face looked monstrous, twisted, predatory. The original star of Ego's solar system had long since become a supernova. To maintain both his survival and the endless illusion covering his surface, Ego had begun consuming nearby planets for energy. Occasionally, passing spacecraft disappeared too. As a result, the surrounding region of space had become eerily empty. Only Ego remained, silent and motionless. Since the orb had never awakened Star-Lord's celestial bloodline, Ego still had no idea Peter existed. As far as he knew, the child had died long ago alongside countless other offspring scattered across the galaxy. Still, Ego continued searching for compatible women to produce more children capable of serving his ambitions, which meant it was probably only a matter of time before he eventually crossed paths with Peter. Somewhere deep in another star system, a red spacecraft cruised through space. The Milano. Star-Lord lounged lazily in the pilot's chair with his boots propped up against the console while reading the Galactic Daily. Despite galactic civilization reaching technological heights beyond imagination, printed newspapers still existed. Some traditions simply refused to die. Peter actually preferred them, probably because they reminded him of Earth, even if he'd barely visited the planet since being abducted. Across the front page, a massive headline practically screamed for attention. Shocking. KRE Warlord Ronan humiliated by the Kryptonian Empire. Star-Lord snorted. Gamora walked over holding a drink and sat beside him. Doesn't really matter, Peter said with a shrug. Gamora rolled her eyes. Objectively, he wasn't wrong. But hearing him say it that casually was still irritating. Rocket wandered over from the back of the ship. Sovereign space, Peter answered. They hired us to kill some monster that's been eating their batteries. None of them realized that the route they were taking happened to intersect with Ego's current trajectory through space. Whether they would actually meet at that crossing point remained to be seen. A golden light suddenly appeared in near-Earth orbit. Modern Earth detected it almost immediately. D.S. Oversight Division. This footage was captured near Mars yesterday, Fury explained while clicking a remote. The suspended holographic screen shifted instantly, displaying deep space. Tony recognized Mars immediately. A dark object was moving past the planet at tremendous speed toward the camera's direction. Bright light flared behind it like propulsion exhaust, but the distance was too great and the object far too fast for the image to resolve clearly. All they could make out was a blurred black silhouette wrapped in gold light, and it was heading toward Earth. Chapter 299-299. Steve Rogers couldn't make much sense of the blurry footage on the screen, but the seriousness in his voice was unmistakable. Nick Fury folded his arms. That recording is already 24 hours old. Tony Stark and Steve exchanged glances immediately. Now they understood why Fury looked so tense. This wasn't paranoia. This was a full-scale planetary emergency. Humanity had developed something close to collective trauma when it came to extraterrestrials. Every new alien contact now triggered worldwide panic. To most governments, it no longer mattered whether the visitor was hostile or not. Alien equaled extinction-level threat. The irony was almost funny. Not long ago, world leaders have been absurdly confident in Earth's military technology. Most believed that if aliens ever invaded, a few nuclear missiles would solve the problem. Then reality punched them in the face several times. Now the pendulum had swung completely the other direction. Governments had started treating every alien life form like a cosmic god, while viewing human weaponry as glorified toy guns. To be fair, Drex Valen had repeatedly solved alien crises using Earth-made technology, which restored some confidence. Humanity couldn't rely on him forever. Tony Stark, however, was far less pessimistic. Unlike the politicians, he had personally fought aliens before. He understood something most people didn't. Not every extraterrestrial was a walking apocalypse like Raditz. Tony patted Fury on the shoulder. Relax. He sounded almost offended by the panic. The target's speed and trajectory are completely within calculation range. Steve frowned. Tony's grin widened immediately. My private orbital defense satellite. The way he said it sounded less like he was describing a weapon and more like he was introducing a beloved daughter. Lucy carries a full modular support system for Iron Man armors and a recoil cannon powerful enough to vaporize an asteroid over 100 miles wide. Tony clearly intended the weapon to surpass Drex Valen's famous orbital cannon system, the Sword of Damocles. He'd spent years chasing Drex's shadow technologically. Now he finally had something he believed could compete. 3 hours later, the mysterious intruder arrived exactly on schedule. Lucy had already repositioned itself into optimal firing range along Earth's orbital network. 3 enormous cannon barrels extended outward simultaneously, locking onto the approaching target from deep space. There was no hesitation, no moral debate. Any sovereign civilization had the right to destroy unauthorized objects entering its territory. That principle applied just as much in space as it did on Earth. The reason random alien warlords constantly showed up to terrorize Earth was simple. Humanity still looked weak. Nobody casually barged into the territory of the major galactic empires looking for trouble. Even Thanos wouldn't dare fly Sanctuary 2 directly into the borders of one of the four great empires and start making threats. They'd reduce him to debris before he finished speaking. Inside Lucy, a massive arc reactor roared to life. The reactor was roughly the size of the original prototype housed at Stark Industries headquarters, though Tony had redesigned the system extensively. Its energy efficiency now exceeded the original by more than threefold. Power surged through the satellite's internal conduits. The recoil cannon charged, then fired. In a vacuum of space, the weapon released a silent scream. Three massive beams of condensed light erupted forward side by side, like celestial blades piercing through the darkness itself. The incoming object didn't dodge. If anything, it accelerated, like a sprinter launching into a final burst before crossing the finish line. Then the collision happened. Tony hadn't exaggerated Lucy's firepower. The recoil cannon truly possessed enough destructive force to obliterate a massive asteroid. The clash between energy and matter detonated into a blinding tidal wave of white light that flooded the entire surveillance screen. For several seconds, nobody could see anything. Then the image stabilized again. Tony's eyes widened. The object was completely unharmed. Not damaged. Not slowed. If anything, it seemed to be moving even faster now. It didn't even acknowledge Lucy's attack, almost as though the recoil cannon blast had been too insignificant for it to notice. "That's impossible," Tony muttered. "My calculations were perfect. The recoil output matched projected values exactly." Clearly, Tony still wasn't used to the idea that his inventions could simply fail. He would learn eventually. The dark object surged directly into Earth's gravitational field under satellite observation. Atmospheric friction ignited its surface, wrapping the entire figure in blazing fire as it descended like an oversized meteor crashing toward the planet. Headquarters erupted into chaos. Steve Rogers raised the global alert level to maximum. Calls flooded in nonstop from the World Security Council, the White House, and the Pentagon. Every powerful figure on Earth suddenly wanted answers from Nick Fury. What do we do? Do we have a plan? Most of them hated Fury on a personal level, but they trusted his competence. That was the real reason he still held power despite years of controversy and questionable accounting practices. And this time, things felt even worse. Without him standing at the center of everything, even the organization itself seemed nervous. Truthfully, Drex had resigned partly because of that exact problem. He had no interest in becoming humanity's eternal savior. The weight of that expectation was unbearable. Sure, remaining Earth's invincible guardian would have cemented his legend forever. But Drex Valen had never needed validation from anyone. Researchers shouted through a sheen of nervous sweat. Nobody in the room blinked. Nobody breathed. They simply watched the burning object fall toward Earth. Chapter 300. Steve Rogers' expression hardened as he stared at the incoming trajectory data. The researcher at the console looked up in panic. Nobody in the room found that entirely surprising. The headquarters had been built atop what used to be New York City, and somehow, every alien invasion in the universe seemed magnetically attracted to New York. Even after the city was gone, the curse apparently remained. Nick Fury immediately turned toward Tony Stark. For once, Fury actually sounded hopeful. Tony looked personally offended by reality. He rubbed his forehead irritably. Truthfully, he'd never expected anything to survive Lucy's recoil cannon in the first place. A few minutes later, the object arrived exactly where the calculations predicted. Headquarters. Although the thing visibly slowed before impact, the landing still shook the entire complex. The ground cracked apart beneath the force, dust and debris erupting into the air like a localized earthquake. Fortunately, once the impact zone had been identified, evacuation procedures had already begun. Casualties remained minimal. The most seriously injured person had apparently been blasted backward by the shockwave hard enough to break his left pinky toe. Judging by the man's screaming, You would have thought he'd lost a limb. Only after the dust settled did everyone finally see what had descended from space. A humanoid figure stood atop the smoking meteorite. Golden armor, a flowing cape, radiant light pouring off its body like a miniature sun. If this had happened in ancient times, humanity probably would have fallen to its knees and called it God. Modern Earth reacted somewhat differently. Every weapon in range immediately locked onto the target. Drex Valen watched remotely as well. With his vision and analytical abilities, filtering out the blinding golden aura was effortless. The figure beneath became perfectly clear. Steve raised his shield instinctively. Despite evolving into something closer to a living battleship than a normal superhuman, he still refused to fight without it. The golden figure raised one hand. Twin beams of golden energy erupted outward. The attacks resembled concentrated blades of pure sunlight, carving through everything in their path. Buildings split apart instantly. Entire structures collapsed as though sliced by invisible divine swords. The figure walked calmly through the city while swinging those beams like paired weapons of mass destruction. Nothing survived direct contact. At that moment, the Avengers finally arrived on the battlefield. Steve landed first, already preparing to throw his shield. The golden being slowly turned its head toward them, then casually flicked a hand. A blinding wave of golden light exploded toward the heroes. Watching the attack through a monitor and facing it in person were completely different experiences. The instant that light locked onto them, everyone felt their instincts screaming. Steve dodged immediately without hesitation. Behind him, Natasha yanked the controls of the Quinjet upward at the last second. The aircraft barely avoided the blast. The beam punched through a skyscraper behind them. The impact zone didn't explode. It vanished. A perfectly circular hole was carved clean through the center of the 200-story building. The surrounding material vaporized instantly. Tony shouted over the comms. His scanners were going insane. The energy output on those beams is ridiculous. Nobody retreated. That option simply didn't exist for people like them. Unlike the scattered vigilantes and random enhanced individuals running around the world, the Avengers at least knew how to fight together now. Years of combat experience had finally forged genuine teamwork. Tony fired recoil blasts from multiple angles, attempting to pressure the enemy from all sides. The attacks were ignored completely. Then the golden figure vanished. Tony reacted instantly. A shield formed in front of him before his conscious mind even processed the danger. Drex narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. Tony's armor had evolved again. The underlying concept came from monitoring microscopic changes in body temperature, muscle tension, neural signals, and even heat released from pores across the skin. The symbiotic metal armor could predict incoming danger based on subconscious biological reactions and environmental fluctuations, allowing it to automatically reinforce vulnerable areas before impact occurred. An adaptive reflex defense system, a true biomechanical armor. The internal layer consisted of protein-infused, morphic metal capable of instant structural reconfiguration. The theoretical foundation for technology like this had existed for decades among the world's top scientific minds. But theory and reality were two very different things. Actually making it work required absurd amounts of research and engineering. Even then, the armor still depended heavily on the wearer's perception and reaction speed. Without mental guidance, it could only rely on passive defensive prediction based on airflow and environmental changes, which meant Tony probably wasn't the one controlling it directly. Drex immediately guessed the answer. S. Tony had likely turned the AI into the armor's central predictive processor. Honestly, Drex almost felt bad for the armor. A system that advanced really deserved a better pilot. The golden enemy clearly hadn't encountered this kind of automatic defense technology before. But raw power solved everything. Its fist slammed into Tony's shield hard enough to visibly cave the symbiotic armor inward. Headquarters hard enough to shake the building. Fortunately, the structure had originally been reinforced during Drex Valen's tenure as director. The wall somehow held. No cracks, no collapse. Meanwhile, Hulk, Red Hulk, and the other heavy hitters charged the intruder from all directions in typical Smash First fashion. The result was humiliating. One punch, one kick, bodies flew everywhere. The enemy dismantled them effortlessly. Tony stared in disbelief. Only Steve Rogers could reliably hold his ground in direct combat, relying on a shield and overwhelming physical strength to exchange blows evenly with the Golden Warrior. But then the enemy casually waved one hand. A flash of golden light tore across the battlefield. The Avengers' formation shattered instantly. The beam swept through 2 entire city blocks in a straight line. Streets split apart. Towers of flame erupted skyward. Buildings along the attack path were sliced cleanly in half. And the golden figure still didn't look like it was taking the fight seriously. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.